Chapter 1 of 30 Years Since, or The Ruined Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. Chapter 1. Most cities are hateful, and without any disposition to babble about green fields, it must be owned that each is more or less detestable. Nevertheless, among them all, there is none to be compared, as a whole, to London, none which comprehends within itself, from various causes, so much of the sublime in every sort. Whether we consider its giant immensity of expanse, the wonderful intricacy of its internal structure, the miraculous harmony of its discrepant parts, the grand amalgamation of its different orders, classes, states, pursuits, professions, the mighty aggregate of hopes, wishes, endeavours, joys, successes, fears, pangs, disappointments, crimes, and punishments that it contains, its relative influence on the world at large, or the vehement pulse with which that mighty heart sends the flood of circulation through this beautiful land, we shall find that the most wonderful microcosm well serves the epithet sublime. To view it rightly, if we wish to view it with the eye of a philosopher, we should choose, perhaps, the hour which is chosen by the most magnificent and extraordinary of modern poets, and gaze upon it when the sun is just beginning to pour his first red beams through the dim and loaded air, when that vast desert of brick and mortar, that interminable wilderness of spires and chimneys, looks more wide and endless and solemn than when the eye is distracted by myriads of mites that creep about it in the risen day. It may be asked, perhaps, who is there that ever saw it at that hour, except the red-armed housemaid washing the morning step, and letting in the industrious thief to steal the greatcoats from the hall, or the dull muffin-man who goes tinkling his early bell through the misty streets of the wintry morning. Granted that neither of these, nor the sellers of early pearl, nor the vendors of saloup or cocoa, nor Covent Garden market-women, nor the late returners from the finish, nor he who starts up from the doorway where he has passed the wretched night, to recommence the day's career of crime and danger and sorrow, can look upon the vast hive in which they dwell with over-refined feelings, and perhaps to them may come home unhappy Shelley's forcible line, "Hell is a city very much like London." The valetudinarian, too, who wakes with nervous punctuality to swallow down the morning draught prescribed by courtly Henry's bitter-covering skill, may curse the cats that, perched upon the tiles, salute their lady-loves with most discordant cries, and keep him from repose, and with all the virulence of Desborough, may exclaim upon the many hateful sounds of a town morning. But besides all these, there are sometimes persons who, rising 5 hours before their usual time, come forth in all the freshness of the early day, stimulated by the vast effort that roused them from their beds, proud of a successful endeavour to get up, and excited by the novelty of the circumstances and the scene, and who rush on, admiring all the beauties as they go to take their places in the gay stage-coach. Fully double the extent of ancient Athens, in its days of greatest splendour, at least if the calculation of Aristides be correct, London lies in circuit more than one day's journey, and many a day's journey may be taken in the interior without ever threading the same streets. It would not matter much, therefore, in what corner of the town was placed the coach-office whence, at an early hour of every lawful day, set forth a smart-looking vehicle, drawn by 4 fiery bays, for a distant town in shire. But nevertheless, as it may be a satisfaction to the reader's mind, it is but fair to state that the aforesaid 4-sided light coach took its departure daily from that wild scene of bustle and confusion which, within the last century or two, has usurped the site of what a modern writer of ancient romance terms the sweet little village of Charing, and which is now popularly called the Golden Cross, Charing Cross. As the things that were are now no more, and even 3 short years have made sad havoc amidst the brick antiquities of dear Pall Mall, it may not be amiss more particularly to commemorate the appearance, at the time our tale commences, of that agglomeration of street-corners Charing Cross, from which, on account, I suppose, of its beautiful vagueness, all rogues and insolent debtors were wont to date their letters. But this commemoration had best be given in describing the effect of the whole upon a young and unsophisticated mind. From a place that they call a hotel in Piccadilly, think of a man taking up his abode at a hotel in Piccadilly. But he knew no better. From a hotel in Piccadilly, at about 5:30 of the morning of the last day of August, 1800 and something, set out a hackney coach containing within its sphere of rotten wood and rusty leather a small portmanteau on the front seat, and the portmanteau's master on the other. He was a well-made youth of about 25 years of age, with firm, graceful, and yet powerful limbs, and a fresh, clear complexion, not villainous red and white, but one generous tone of florid health. His eye was blue and bright, and the clustering curls of fair hair, as pure Saxon as Sharon Turner's last new book, might have looked somewhat girlish, had it not been for the manly features and the free, dauntless look that they overshadowed. At the same time, be it remarked that there was something of melancholy, if not of gloom, in his aspect, but that did not prevent him, after the chambermaid had been satisfied that the waiter had been paid, and Boots had had his fees, that the porter had claimed more than his due, and, in short, all the exactions of an inn had been played off upon him in succession, that did not prevent him, when fairly rolling away toward the top of the Haymarket, from gazing out upon the scene around him with a sufficient degree of open-eyed curiosity to make the waterman stick his tongue into his cheek and mentally denominate him a raw. It may be necessary to inform the unlearned reader that the sun rises, in the end of August, a few minutes after 5 in the morning, and at the time I speak of the great luminary was pouring a flood of radiance through the loaded air of the vast city, filling the long empty perspective of the streets with the golden mistiness of the morning light. Closed within the dull boards which defend the precious wares of many a careful tradesman from the cosmopolite fingers of the liberal many, the shops exhibited nothing but the names and occupations of their various owners, but the wide streets, with all their irregular buildings, in the broad light and shade, not without beauty of their own peculiar kind, distinct from all the mighty associations connected with their existence. The coach rolled at the statute pace along Piccadilly, unobstructed by anything, and indeed unencountered by anything but 2 slow market carts wending heavily toward Covent Garden, and another facsimile of itself just overcoming, in order to take up some other early passenger, the vis inertiae, which had held it on the straw-littered stand for the last hour. In the Haymarket, however, the progression was more difficult, for there already had congregated many a loaded cart, the drivers of which, as usual, had, with skilful zeal, contrived to place them as a regular fortification, obstructing every step of the way. Gin and Pearl, too, were reeking up to the sky from the various temples of the rosy god that line the west side of the street, and amidst the bargainings of some early dealers, and the peons of the gin-drinkers, no one attended to the objurgations of the embarrassed coachman. Nevertheless, all these difficulties were at length removed by one means or another, and Cockspur Street opened wide before the traveller, exposing at the end, black with the smoke of fires innumerable, the famous statue and the girthless horse. On one side, wide and open, lay Whitehall, with all those offices whence many a time has issued the destiny of the world, and on the other hand, dark and dingy, wound away the Strand, with the house of the Percys maintaining still the last aspect of a feudal dwelling to be found in London. The King's Mews, on which a violating hand had hardly yet been laid, occupied all the space to the left, and the flaming ensign of the Golden Cross, stuck up in front of a tall, narrow-fronted house, told that the place for many coaches was before the traveller's eyes. He found on alighting that he had arrived at least 10 minutes before the time, and after having been cheated, as usual, by the hackney coachman, and gazed about the dull, desolate yard, shut in by the high houses round, in the far shadows of which stood 2 or 3 red, blue, and yellow vehicles, all unpacked and unhorsed, He once more sauntered out through the low-browed arch which gave admission to the court, and amused himself with the wider scene exhibited by the street. At that hour, one heart of Murillo's pictures find living representatives in the streets of London, and when the young traveller had moralised for a minute or two on some groups of beggar-boys playing round the statue, had marked the sage and solemn pace with which an elderly waterman brought forth his breakfast to a coachman on the stand, and had listened to the Solon-like sayings of each upon the weather and the state of the nation, he was looking back to see whether the coming of the coach was hopeless, when the rushing noise of rapid wheels caught his ears, and he turned his eyes in the direction of the sound. If people would but remark, they would find that they have presentiments of little events 1,000 times more often than they have presentiments of great ones, and the feeling of the gallant Nelson was not more strong, that the son of Trafalgar was the last that was destined to shine upon his glory, than was at that moment the conviction of the young traveller that those rolling wheels were about to bring him a companion for the stage-coach. Nor, let me tell you, gentle reader, is it a matter of small importance who is to be brought in such close contact with one for the next 10 hours. What is life but a chain of those brief portions of eternity which man calls hours, so inseparably linked together that the first and the last, and every link throughout the series, have a mutual dependence and connection with each other? Oh, let no one despise an hour. It is fully enough to change dynasties, and overthrow empires, to make or mar a fortune, to win high renown, or stain a noble name, to end our being, or to fix our destiny here and hereafter, in time and through eternity. So awful a thing is 1 hour, aye, 1 moment of active being. The companion of the 365th part of 1 out of 70 years is a person to whom we may well attach some importance, and the young traveller looked with no small eagerness to see who was about to fill that station in relation to himself. The first thing that his eyes fell upon as he turned round was a dark brown cabriolet, whirled along with the speed of lightning, by a tall bay horse, full of blood and action, and covered with harness which, though somewhat elaborate and evidently costly, was guarded by scrupulous good taste from being gaudy. Behind the vehicle appeared a smart, active boy in groom's apparel, but with no distinctive livery to designate him as the tiger of Colonel this or the Earl of that, though a cockade in his hat told that his master pretended either to military or naval rank. Where the young traveller stood, the appearance of the driver was not to be discerned, but from the style of the whole turnout, he began to doubt that his anticipations in regard to their approaching companionship were fallacious, when dashing up to the pavement, the horse was suddenly drawn up, the groom sprang to the head, and the person within at length made his appearance. He was a young man of about 27, tall and rather gracefully than strongly made, but still with a breadth of chest and a sort of firm setting on his feet, which spoke a greater degree of personal strength than appeared at a casual glance. His clothes were all of that peculiar cut which combines the most decided adherence to the prevailing fashion, with a very slight touch of its extravagance. Everything, however, in the whole of his apparel was in good keeping, as the painters call it, and though the colours that appeared therein were such as no one but a man of rank and station in society would have dared to wear, the general hue of the whole was dark. "He's a dandy," thought the young traveller, with a somewhat contemptuous curl of the lip, as the other descended from the cabriolet, but the moment after, hearing him bid the boy tell Swainson not to forget to give Brutus a ball on Wednesday night, and to walk Miss Liddy for an hour twice every day in the park, he concluded that he was a gentleman horse-jockey, a thing in his unsophisticated ideas equally detestable with a dandy. Scarcely had he come to this conclusion, and his conclusions, be it remarked, were formed very quickly, when the stranger strode rapidly past him. The cabriolet drove away, and its owner, with a quantity of glossy black hair escaping from under his hat, and mingling with whiskers more glossy still, entered the inn-yard and proceeded to the coach-office. The other traveller followed, in hopes of seeing some signs of approaching departure, and as he did so, he heard the reply of the bookkeeper to something which the owner of the cabriolet had asked, No room outside, sir. Very sorry indeed. Got our full number. He had got 3 more, by the way. Plenty of room inside. That 'ere gentleman's going inside 'cause he can't get room out. Well, inside be it then, replied the other. The bookkeeper began to write. What name, sir? Burrell, replied the stranger. Any luggage? None, answered Burrell. £1 10s. and 6d., sir, if you please, said the bookkeeper, and as Burrell paid the money, the coachman's cry of "Now, gentlemen, if you please," sounded through the yard. In another minute the horses were dashing through that antique and abominable arch which in days of yore gave egress and regress to the Golden Cross, while Burrell and the other travellers, seated side by side, held their breath as the rough vehicle clattered over the London stones. It has often been remarked that it is wonderful how much shaking together 2 Englishmen require before they speak to each other, and in setting out from a town like London, there is scarcely an individual who has not too much to think of, either in parting from well-loved friends, in quitting scenes of pleasure or of pain, in self-congratulations on escaping from smoke and noise, in anticipation of quiet and repose, of joyful meetings and smiles of welcome, not to count a few minutes' calm reflection as they leave behind them that great misty den of feelings and events. Our 2 travellers, then, leaned back in their respective corners without the interchange of a word. The one, Burrell, apparently buried in deep thought, and the other too proud, if not too shy, to begin any conversation himself, even had he not had memories enough in his bosom to furnish him, also, with food for meditation. Such, however, he had, and, seeing that his companion appeared wrapped up in that sort of gentlemanly reserve which so often covers over a man's eyes, ears, and understanding as he goes through life, and leaves him, like the Grand Lama, with nothing to speculate upon but his own perfections, the younger traveller gave way also to his thoughts, and ere they had reached Brentford, had forgotten that there was any being in the coach but himself. His reflections did not seem very pleasant, for at Hounslow, what appeared to be the first act thereof ended in a sigh so long and deep that it attracted the notice of his fellow traveller, who turned his head, and for the first time examined him somewhat attentively as he sat looking out of the windows, with the objects as they passed skimming hardly noted before his eyes. The second act of the young man's thoughts did not seem quite so abstracted as the first, for when the coach stopped for a few minutes at Staines, he put his head forth from the window and demanded the name of the place, addressing Mynheer Boots, who gazed in his face and answered nothing. "This is Staines," replied his hitherto silent companion, in a mild and gentlemanly tone, in which there was not the slightest touch of coxcombry or affectation. "Perhaps you have never travelled this road before?" "I have indeed," replied the other, "but the first time was many years ago, and when last I passed I have various things to think of, which prevented my noting particularly the places through which I travelled." "Oh, anything on earth to think of," replied Burrell, "of course renders travelling out of the question. It is no longer travelling, it is locomotion. It becomes the act of a stage-coach, a steam-engine, or any other machine, as soon as a person has one thought occupied by either business or memory, or any one of the troublesome things of the world. Before one sets out on a journey, one should shake out one's mind as the ancient pilgrims did their wallets, and leave no trace of friends or relations, or feelings, or prejudices, or remembrances of any kind, in short, to hang about it, but make all void and clear for the new stock of ideas that are to be placed in it." "Yours is a strange doctrine," replied his companion, "though I believe it might be as well to practise it." "Why, if a man carries about in his mind," continued Burrell, "his uncles and aunts and sisters and brothers, and all the luggage of associations that they bring along with them, he might as well jog on in the old family coach at the rate of 40 mortal miles per day, from the town house in Berkeley Square to the country house in Staffordshire. But let a man resolve to forget everything on earth but the scenes through which he is passing, and he will find as much to interest and amuse and excite him, ay, and as much to the purpose of real information too, between London and Dorchester as between Paris and the Dardanelles." His companion smiled, perhaps as much from surprise at the very unexpected tones of his fellow traveller's tirade, as from any acquiescence in the tirade itself. "Nay, nay," he said, "surely you won't deny that, putting all advantages out of the question between the two journeys you mention, there is still much more picturesque beauty to be found between Paris and the Dardanelles than between London and Dorchester." "I do not know that," replied Burrell. "There may be newer scenery, and perhaps more sublime scenery, but whether the more sublime be calculated to produce a finer or sweeter effect upon a man's heart and mind than softer and gentler pictures, I much doubt. There is something in an English landscape to be found nowhere else, an air of rich, sweet, happy repose, of safe tranquillity and successful industry, that is in itself almost sublime. Let your eye now run over that view as the coach climbs the hill. Where did you ever behold a scene on which sight can so pleasantly repose? A rich scattered wood in front, full of old England's grand primeval oaks. Then look how, bending over 1,000 slopes in the true lines of beauty, the hedgerows wind along, dividing wealthy field from field, now giving skips and glances of fair towns and uplands, and now massing together till the eye believes them to be deep groves. Then that catch of the river, glistening under the hill, while the sunshine streams through the valley, and that broad shadow of some cloud we do not see, passes slowly on, at every change that it effects in the light and shade of the landscape, bringing out some new beauty, as if it itself delighted in the loveliness it produces. Then again cast your eyes up yonder to the village church hanging halfway down the hill, with its neat parsonage embowered in tall elms, and looking, as it is, the abode of peace and virtue. As good a man dwells there as the whole world can produce, and a true representative of the great majority of the much belied English clergy. But say, did you ever see a fairer scene?" "Seldom indeed," replied his companion, whose attention, called to the principal points of purely English picture, found more beauties in it than custom suffered him to see before. "But still," he added, "I am fond of mountain scenery." "And so am I," replied Burrell. "I am fond of every kind of scenery, from the bold blue mountain with its purple heath, as bare, as naked, and as wild as the banks of Loch Awe itself can show, to the rich and undulating plains of Champagne, where soft line beyond line of faint and fainter shadows, vanishing away in cloud-like sunshine, are all that mark the wide extent over which the eye can roam. There is such a thing as the economy of admiration, and by husbanding that faculty properly, you will not find a scene in all the world on which you cannot afford to bestow some small portion thereof." The other traveller replied, not a little pleased to find that all the fine sketches which he had been making of his companion's character during the earlier part of their journey were as empty as a protocol, and, with the very natural jump which man's heart takes when it finds itself agreeably disappointed in the estimation it had formed of another, perhaps the stranger now felt as much inclined to over-admire his companion as he had before been disposed to undervalue him. A growing remembrance of his features, too, for some time, made him fancy that he had met with an old friend, whose face, like a worn piece of money, though half obliterated by time, was still sufficiently plain to tease memory, one of those provoking recollections as tenacious as remorse, and intractable as a soufflet. After some further conversation and one or two thoughtful pauses, in which memory was so busy in digging among the ruins of the past to see if she could find the name of Burrell, that she would not even let the young traveller's loquacious powers go on, for fear of disturbing her search, he suddenly exclaimed, with that degree of frank simplicity which at once spoke him but little a child of the world, "Oh, now I remember where it was I saw you before." "Where?" demanded Burrell, with a slight smile, which he instantly repressed lest he should give pain. But the young stranger was not of a nature to think that there could be anything wrong or absurd in acknowledging whatever he felt, if what he felt were pure and natural. "It was at the door of Lord Ashborough's in Grosvenor Square," he replied at once. "You were coming out as I was going in to call for his lordship. It was but yesterday, and yet I have been searching through many long years to find out where it was I had seen you before." "Memory is like the philosopher's," replied Burrell, "and often sends out far to seek what she might stumble over at her own door. I now remember your face also, and I think I heard you give your name as Captain Delaware." "The same," answered his companion, with somewhat of a sigh. "Do you know Lord Ashborough well?" "I have known him long," replied Burrell; "but to know a man well is a very different thing, for I am afraid that all men have learned nowadays what Sallust regrets in the decline of the Romans, Majus voltum quam ingenium bonum habere. Not that I mean to say it is so with Lord Ashborough, far from it. He bears a high character in the world, and is esteemed upright, honourable, and talented, though somewhat stern and haughty." A grave and rather melancholy expression came over the countenance of the other, and he replied, changing the subject abruptly, "You were speaking of the Dardanelles. Were you ever there?" "Never," answered Burrell, "though once within little more than 100 leagues. I should have been well pleased to have gone on, but circumstances called me back to England." "I have been there," replied the other, "and there is nothing more delightful than the sail from Corfu to Constantinople, except indeed some parts of the coast of Sicily." "You are a naval man, then, I presume?" said Burrell. The other answered in the affirmative, and his companion proceeded. "For nothing on earth could be more disagreeable to me, and I suppose to most landsmen, than a sail from any one given point of the globe's surface to another. When you speak of Sicily, however, you speak of a land that I too know well, and in regard to which I can enter into your enthusiasm. There are few lands more fertile in beauties of nature and association than Sicily, and Epicurean Calabria, and the old Etruscan groves. You have, of course, visited Italy, if you so well know Sicily." "I have done little more than cruise along the coast," replied Captain Delaware, "but in Sicily I was landed, and remained some months for the recovery of my health." "Oh, the sweet coasts of the Mediterranean Sea," said Burrell, "where at every league there is some beauty and some memory, some pleasant dream of the present or of the past. From the imperial city and its wolf-suckled founder, to the grey majesty of Paestum, and the Calabrese peasant with his long gun and his mother goose hat, carolling his gay ditty as cheerfully as a pickpocket. In every other corner of the world I feel earth stuffed with stern realities, but in Italy I can fully enter into the feeling of Metastio, and exclaim, 'Sogno della mia vita e il corso intero.'" "You are an enthusiast, I see," replied the other, with a smile. "When I am in company with one," answered Burrell, laughing. His companion coloured slightly, but good-humouredly, and the conversation went on in the same easy manner in which it had commenced, through the rest of their journey. It is unnecessary to give any farther details thereof, for such light nothings, though very pleasant to while away the hours in a stage-coach, are most excessively tiresome in the small pages of an octavo. Let it suffice that Captain Delaware, surprised and pleased with his companion, found the journey far shorter than he had expected. Indeed, so captivated was he, that in the whole of Burrell's deportment there was but one thing which he thought might have been altered to advantage, which was a certain air of taking everything as a matter of course, a tone of indifference which men of the world acquire they know not well how, and which, in the present instance, blended in an extraordinary manner with the high feelings of the beautiful and the excellent, which his conversation breathed throughout. The tone, however, is not without its advantages also, and the young sailor found that it might be serviceable when, at Hertford Bridge, a person of a very different description was intruded upon them. He was a short, broad-made man, with long baboonish arms, and a face on which nature had so plainly written the class to which it was to belong, that, had fortune in some of her freaks covered it either with the coronet of a peer or a peasant's straw hat, his mother, or fortune, or nature would have had much to answer for. Some of the features were good, however. The eyes were very tolerable, for instance, and the nose was not bad. But then the cheekbones! Good heavens, such cheekbones! From Crim Tartary to Banff there is nothing to be seen like them. The mouth, too, was worse. One of those fearful mouths whose broad, fat, wide-parted, irregular lips seem to vaticinate the fate of the owner, with such distinctness that no person of common foresight can see them without at once picturing the person who possesses them, not as about to be hanged, but as actually hanging. The skin that was over all was of that reddish, coarse, mottled kind which puts one in mind of a gross strawberry, and although, as before said, his eyes in themselves were goodish, blue, meaningless eyes enough, yet the place where they should have grown eyelashes, being alone furnished with a red knotty line in their room, gave him a ferret-like sharpness, without which they would have signified nothing at all. This worthy passant à joint-pied, as Madame de Sévigné calls it, over all ceremonies, was inclined to make himself so much at his ease, that Captain Delaware, disgusted and offended, yet without any absolute pretext for anger, felt strongly inclined to quarrel with and eject from the window a person who interrupted a pleasant conversation to substitute vulgar impertinence in its place. Burrell, on the contrary, with cool indifference, amused himself for a moment or two with the other's vulgarity, and then trode him into silence by contempt. He then calmly resumed the conversation with his first companion, from which there was something in his tone and manner that irresistibly excluded the other, who, to revenge himself, looked out of the window, and, like my uncle Toby, whistled Lillibulero. Thus passed the remaining hours of their journey, Burrell every moment increasing upon the esteem of his travelling companion, till at length they approached about 6 o'clock a little village, which, though it may bear a different name in the county map, we shall take the liberty of calling Emberton. The sun had so far declined from the meridian that the shadows were getting long and blue, but still the sheeny splendour of the summer's day was not at all decreased, though the approach of evening had cleared away the hazy brightness which hangs ever about a very hot and sunny noon. The coach wound along the road, every now and then passing various objects which gave notice that it was approaching some place where the busy and improving emmets that lord it over this ant-hill world had congregated together, and adorned their place of sojourn. Now came a neat gate and a detached cottage, too miniature in all its proportions, from the little Turkey carpet garden to the rustic porch, to be the country mansion of any man of large property, and yet too neat, and one might perhaps say too elegant, to be the dwelling of the poor. It was evidently the house of the doctor, or the lawyer, or the retired maiden lady of some village near at hand, and it again was succeeded by a long, clean, whitewashed wall, belonging to garden or shrubbery or semi-park, between which and the coach-road ran a fair gravel footpath, defended by green posts and iron chains. The manifold paths and roads branching to the right and left, clean and well kept, told the same tale of man's habitation, and in a moment after, winding over a slight rise, the coach reached the brow of the hill from which the whole village or little town of Emberton was visible. It lay in a country slightly undulating, but backed by some high hills at the distance of about 15 miles, and between them and the elevation which the coach had reached, the expanse might rather be called a plain than a valley. The village was close beneath the slope, and had little to distinguish it from any other English country town, having all that peculiar air of cleanliness, of regularity, and of the spirit of industry and cultivation which is only to be seen in England. Its greatest ornament was the river, which, clear, smooth, and tranquil, ran through the town very nearly at the middle, and was itself spanned over by a neat stone bridge of about 50 yards in length. That bridge, however, was to be remarked for something more than its light and elegant construction. Its balustrade formed the continuation of a low stone wall, which separated the village from a wide park on the right-hand side, full of majestic trees scattered in groups of 4 or 5, over a fine undulating piece of ground. Through the midst the river flowed gently on, reflecting the evening sky and 2 or 3 swans that floated on its bosom, the clear light of which was only broken here and there by a fall of a few feet, which scarcely increased the flow of the current. As one looked up the park from the bridge, at the distance of about 1/3 of a mile on either hand might be seen a grove of tall, graceful trees, sufficiently extensive to take the appearance of a forest, in some of the glades of which the eye caught occasionally the remains of old summer-houses in the Charles II taste. And in the central point was seen the mansion itself, built of mingled grey stone and red brick, with small innumerable windows. It bore the aspect of what it really had been, a monastery erected early in the reign of Henry VIII by a wealthy community of friars. From them it was afterwards wrested by that pink of reforming monarchs, tyrants, and plunderers, and bestowed upon some minion of the day. The buttery of their time had become the lodge now, and was a detached building in the same fashion as the house, projecting into the high road, and flanked by two large iron gates, which, to say sooth, were somewhat rusty for the want of paint. And what state of repair the dwelling house itself was kept, could hardly be discerned at a distance, but no kinds of deer were seen sporting in the park, and sheep had evidently taken their place, as affording probably a more profitable manner of employing the land. "That seems a splendid park," said Burrell, as his eye first lighted on it. "Do you know what it is called?" "Emberton Park," replied the young sailor, briefly. "And belongs to," said Burrell, "Sir Sidney Delaware." "My father," answered the young man, with so deep a sigh that Burrell asked no further questions. After dragging the wheel, the coach ran rapidly down the descent, and then rolling on, stopped at a neat, clean house with a small garden in the front. At the little white gate were 4 fine setters, with a servant out of livery, who instantly touched his hat to Burrell, and approaching the door, said, "This is the house, sir." "Very well," answered Burrell. "And now, farewell, Captain Delaware," he said, turning to his companion, and giving him his hand with as much frank good humour as if he had addressed an old acquaintance. "I doubt not we shall meet again." Delaware grasped his hand without reply, and the other alighted. All his dogs sprang up to meet him with evident joy, much to the detriment of his clothes, but little to that of his good humour, and after gazing up and down the road for a moment, as one does in a strange place, he walked through the little gate and entered the house, at the door of which stood a tidy old lady, evidently curtsying to a new lodger. The coach drove on, and then again stopped at the lodge of the park, where Captain Delaware alighted also. His portmanteau was given to the woman at the lodge, and he himself, with a quick step, walked up the path which led to the mansion. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Whether there be something inherent in the nature of things which renders any object that man very much desires thenceforth very difficult to be obtained, or whether it be that, by a certain perversity in man's nature, he only desires those things that are difficult to be obtained, I cannot tell. But one point is very clear in everybody's experience, that whenever we fix our heart upon one particular object and strive for it very ardently, however easy it might seem before, we find 1,000 difficulties and obstacles start up upon our path, and overrule our wishes. Nevertheless, as there is nothing upon earth half so tiresome, ay, and half so useless too, as a disquisition upon causes and effects, we will proceed with the events which gave rise to the above sage observation, which by rights should have followed this chapter as a corollary upon it, instead of a sort of epigraph at its head. The person who has figured before the reader during a long day's journey, in a stage-coach, under the name of Burrell, entered the small neat house we have before described, and after having considered attentively with his eyes all the proportions and dimensions of the little parlour, which was to be his sitting-room, he seated himself before the antique and somewhat obscure mahogany table that it contained, and addressed his servant, who had followed into the room, together with the decent respectable landlady, pronouncing those two important but somewhat laconic words, "Get dinner." The man bowed and left the room without reply, and Burrell proceeded, speaking to the landlady, who was beginning to fear, from certain symptoms that she saw, that both master and man were equally taciturn. "Well, my good lady," he said, "my man has doubtless arranged everything with you, and I hope you are satisfied with the bargain he has made?" "Oh dear, yes, sir," replied Widow Wilson, as the good dame was denominated. "There is but one word to that bargain, I can assure you." "I suppose so," said Burrell drily, "if Harding concluded it. But tell me, that is a beautiful park opposite the window. Who does it belong to?" "Bless you, sir, that is Emberton Park," replied the landlady, looking unutterable things at Burrell's ignorance. "You must have heard tell the story of Sir Sidney Delaware, Baronet, of Emberton Park, surely?" "I think I have heard the name," replied Burrell. "What family has he?" "Why, Lord bless me, sir, you came down with his own son," answered the old lady, more and more surprised at her lodger's ignorance of village facts, and beginning greatly to undervalue his understanding. "Why, I saw the captain's head as plainly as possible when you got out of the coach." "Indeed," said Burrell, with gravity not to be shaken. "And is he an only child?" "Oh, no, sir, no," replied Mrs. Wilson. "Sir Sidney has a young lady too, himself, his son, and his daughter. That is all of them, poor people." "Poor people!" exclaimed Burrell. "I should think they were very rich people, with such a fine estate as that." "Ah, sir, things that show best are not always as they look," replied the good woman. "They are as poor as church mice, sir, and that's poor enough. I wish to God they were richer, much good would they do. But I have heard lawyer Johnston say that with all the fine estates, Sir Sidney, when all is paid, has not 400 a year of his own, and gentility without ability is like a pudding without plums. Then there is the captain's half pay, you know, and if they could let the house and park it might bring something more. They tried one year, and went and lived at a cottage down in Sidmouth, but it did not let, and the place was going to ruin, and so they came back, for though there are not many of them, yet 2 or 3 in a house are better than none at all." "That is very true," said Burrell, "very true indeed. And now, my good lady, see if my man has taken up the hot water to the dressing-room." The good woman took the hint and retired, and here it may be as well to mention 1 or 2 circumstances which preceded the arrival of Henry Burrell, Esquire, at the neat little village of Emberton. These circumstances were simply as follows. 2 days before that on which we have thought fit to begin our tale, arrived by the coach, together with 4 portmanteaus, 4 dogs, and a gun-case, the servant whom we have seen waiting the traveller at the door of Mrs. Wilson's house. After a few inquiries at the inn, all conceived in very laconic style, he proceeded at once to Mrs. Wilson's, and, in words inexpressibly brief, concluded a bargain for her apartments, as they were called, for 1 month from that period, in the name of his master, Henry Burrell, Esquire. As soon as the important fact was generally known, that a gentleman possessing 4 portmanteaus, 4 setters, a gun-case, and a man out of livery, was about to take up his residence for 1 month in the village of Emberton, the wise may imagine the commotion that was created. The object of his visit was evidently to shoot, otherwise what could he do with 4 setters and a gun-case? But there were various other matters to be ascertained by the young and old ladies of the village. First and foremost, whether the shooter might not be shot by Cupid's shaft. Next, whether he were rich. Next, whether he were young or old. Next, whether he were a bachelor or a widower, and next, whether he had ever been in India. All these points, with the various branches into which they spread, were matters of consideration to the 3 classes of ladies who inhabit a small country town, namely, those who will not or cannot marry at all, or any more, those who will marry when it suits them, and those who, at any time, will marry anything or anybody. However, not to enter into disagreeable particulars, the surgeon and apothecary, well knowing the importance of the case, the immense increase of influence he might acquire by learning the whole facts, and all the concomitant advantages which might thence accrue, was the first to watch the servant out of the house, after the rumour had spread, and accosting him in an easy and familiar way, to propound to him what the law people call leading questions. But the servant was as taciturn and as guarded as a thrice convicted Old Bailey witness is, or the ambassador's private secretary's valet de chambre should be, and nothing could the doctor make of him. The lawyer tried him next, and then the innkeeper, but all equally failed, and the consequence was that at the hour the coach was expected to arrive on the 2 subsequent days, all Emberton was in a flutter. There were the Misses This and the Misses That, as fine as, but there is no word for it, all taking their afternoon walk along the line of road, and there was the Misses The Other Thing, the fair young widow, in such becoming weeds, buying some grey silk at the mercer's opposite, which he found it necessary to examine in the broader light of the street door, just as the wheels came rattling down the hill. The coach at length was seen to stop, and Burrell, who had noticed no one on the face of the earth but his own servant at the door of Mrs. Wilson's, walked into the house as we have before described, while the fact spread like lightning through the place that the gentleman at Mrs. Wilson's was young, handsome, dark, tall, and exquisite, and undoubtedly unmarried, for by a peculiar test, or sort of instinct, which Heaven has bestowed upon womankind, among their many other excellencies, the fair sex have an extraordinary gift of discovering whether any male thing is married or single, at the distance of 100 yards. There was but one subject of conversation throughout Emberton during the course of that evening. The old topic, the unhappy poverty of the people of the park, and the absurd pride which prevented them from giving tea parties because they could not give dinners, with all the little malice and tittle-tattle thereunto attached, was forgotten for the time, and nothing was spoken of but Mrs. Wilson's lodger and his silent manservant. Indeed, the latter, with his extraordinary and unaccountable taciturnity, divided with his master the anxious curiosity of the 2 tea parties given that evening, and one lady even went so far as not to doubt that he was a foreigner and could not speak English, in proof of which she adduced his heavy black brows and egregious whiskers, an argument which, combined with the man's reserve, left one half of her hearers nearly convinced. In the meanwhile, however, Henry Burrell sat down to his dinner, which he concluded with an excellent appetite, and in perfect silence, totally unconscious of the restless moments he was giving to the tongues of Emberton. This state of meditation continued unbroken till the cloth disappeared, and the silent servant, placing the inviolate bottle of Comet claret before him, a supply of which, by the way, had been sent down to the coach office 10 days before, arguing, the lawyers would infer, a predetermination to lodge at Emberton, was about to retire when he was arrested by his master's voice. "Have you yet," demanded Burrell, musing, "made the inquiries I directed you, Harding?" "Yes, sir," replied the man, and was silent again. "Where does he live, then, this Mr. Timms?" asked his master. "How far is it from the village?" "About 1.5 miles, sir," answered Harding, "down a back lane at the end of the park. A very retired place, but easily found." "And what else did you discover?" continued his master. "I mean in regard to the Delawares." "They visit no one, sir, in the village at least," replied the man, "and receive no one." "Do any of the family shoot?" "None, sir, and they have often given leave to gentlemen staying at the inn for the mere asking." "Very well," answered his master. "Now bring me my writing desk and some books from the library, the greatest trash you can find." The man disappeared and returned with the desk, from which, while he was again absent bringing the trash, in quest of which his master had dispatched him, Burrell took out some notes and accounts, and apparently went over the latter with the accurate attention of a man of business. He then wrote a brief note, which he folded and sealed, and giving it to Harding on his return, bade him deliver it the next morning early and wait an answer. All this being completed, he took up the first volume that had been brought him, cast himself back in his chair, and skimmed the pages till bedtime. The breakfast table was laid out by the neat hands of Mrs. Wilson exactly at 8 o'clock the next morning. The white tablecloth, the jug of rich yellow cream, the 2 smooth rolls, somewhat browner than the same article of food in London, but doubtless much more the children of the corn, all bespoke a comfortable country breakfast, and when, in about half an hour after, Burrell descended in shooting guise, he looked round with that air of satisfaction which a man feels, after a long London season, on waking and finding himself really in the country. The hot water, not in the accursed lukewarm urn, but in a kettle hissing hot from the fire, was brought in by Mrs. Wilson, but in about 10 minutes Harding himself appeared, and with his usual silence presented his master with an answer to his note of the evening before. It ran as follows, and explains both itself and the one to which it replied. Emberton Park, Wednesday morning. Sir Sidney Delaware is happy to have the power of affording Mr. Burrell any gratification, and begs to say that he is at perfect liberty to shoot over any part of his property, with the exception of the grounds in the immediate vicinity of the house, the game on which he wishes to preserve." "Hum," said Burrell, shaking his head as he read the note. "Whom did you see, Harding?" "A maid-servant, sir," replied the man, "and the old gentleman himself." "Did he say nothing about calling on me?" demanded Burrell, "or being happy to see me?" "Nothing, sir," replied the man, and with an injunction to get his gun ready, and see that the old lady did not give the dogs anything to eat before they went out, his master dismissed him. "We must find some means," said Burrell to himself, when the servant was gone, "but I am afraid it will be more difficult than I thought. But the young man will call, of course." Now, though it would be very easy to look into the mind of Henry Burrell, Esquire, as he there stands pondering, with his hand leaning on the table, yet it may be better to pursue him a little farther ere we take such a liberty, and see him set forth upon his shooting expedition, in the course of which he approached as near to the mansion of Emberton Park as he decently could. His expedition was solitary, however, and if he expected or hoped to meet any of the family, he was disappointed. No one did he see but an occasional shepherd, and a hedger and a ditcher, and at 3 o'clock he returned home with nothing to repay his walk but 10 brace of birds. The following morning it was no better, but Burrell seemed resolved upon another line of conduct, and at the risk of seeming to intrude, he called at the house itself as he passed, and on finding that its owner was from home, left a card with his compliments and thanks for the permission which had been granted him. "They will perhaps think me a presuming coxcomb," he thought, "but I care not." The next day, in crossing the fields with his dogs and his gun, as usual, he suddenly met his stage-coach companion, Captain Delaware, with a young lady leaning upon his arm, whom, from a certain family likeness, he at once concluded to be the sister of his acquaintance. Her dress was as plain as possible, but the model was good, and no one could have doubted that she was a lady, though it is probable that the walking dress of the mercer's daughter at Emberton was, beyond comparison, more fashionable in price. Her figure was extremely good, though, Heaven be praised, not at all sylph-like, and all that Burrell remarked was, that she was a very pretty girl, and had a very pretty foot. Her brother stopped for a moment, and with a countenance in which various emotions, strangely mingled, of pleasure and pain, called up an eloquent glow. He hoped that Burrell had met with good sport, introduced him to his sister, Miss Delaware, and then, in a manner somewhat abrupt and embarrassed, bade him good-bye and turned away. Burrell walked on with his gun under his arm, and for a minute, as he did so, he bit his nether lip, and his brow slightly contracted. The moment after, however, he laughed, lightly murmuring, "Well, I must have recourse to the old miser after all, though I hate his instrumentality," and turning on his heel, he sauntered back towards his own abode. He was suffered to enter in peace, but his manton was scarcely laid upon the table, and his dogs given into the charge of his servant, when, to his horror and astonishment, Mr. Tomkins, the surgeon of the village, was announced, and a smart, dapper little man of pale and gentlemanly aspect made his appearance. Burrell was cool and civil, for it was part of his code to be civil to everyone till they were insolent, and after the usual symphony concerning the weather, Mr. Tomkins proceeded to the chief motive of his visit. He had always, he said, proposed to call upon Mr. Burrell as soon as his manifold occupations would permit, but he had that day been charged with a commission which gave so much additional pleasure to his proposed visit, that he of course determined to pay it immediately. The fact was, he added, that he had that morning been visiting Mrs. Darlington, the lady to whom that beautiful house and those sweet grounds upon the hill belonged, and who, having heard of Mr. Burrell's arrival in Emberton, though she could not, of course, call upon him herself, had begged the identical Mr. Tomkins, then before him, to say how much pleasure she would have to see him, if he would do the honour of dining with her on the following day. She was a widow lady of a certain age, Mr. Tomkins implied, who had all her life moved in the best society, and was the most charming and good-tempered person in the world. Draws beautifully, has a great taste for music, sees a good deal of company at her house, where the cookery is excellent, does a great deal of good, and takes a vast deal of interest in everything that is doing in the village." "What a disagreeable person," thought Burrell. "Nevertheless, I may as well amuse myself with her and hers as walk about these fields from breakfast till dinner time, or read these idiotical romances from dinner till bedtime." He replied, however, according to the letter of the law of civility. "Mrs. Darlington does me a great deal of honour, my dear sir," he said, "and I will do myself the pleasure of accepting her invitation, which I will notify to her forthwith by my servant. Pray, how far may be her house?" "Oh, not above 5 miles, certainly," replied the worthy chirurgeon. "5 miles!" said Burrell. "That is a tremendous way to roll in anything but a cabriolet after eating. I shall certainly die of an indigestion if I trust myself to a hack post chaise in a state of repletion." The man of medicines grinned at what in his ears sounded something very like a professional joke, but assured Burrell at the same time that his apprehensions were vain, for that Mrs. Darlington's invitations always implied a bed at her house. "That alters the case," replied Burrell, "for I expect some horses down to-night, and will ride over and dress before dinner." The doctor, who felt that a vast succession of dignity would accrue if he could expose himself to the wondering eyes of Emberton, in close companionship with the young and fashionable stranger, proposed to drive him over in his pony chaise; but this honour Burrell declined, replying quietly that he would prefer riding, and after one or two faint efforts towards discovery of all the hidden things appertaining to the young traveller, the surgeon, finding that the conversation began to fall continually to the ground, took the hint and retired, and Burrell proceeded to change his shooting dress for one better suited to the town. Leaving him, however, to make this alteration and to send off his answer to Mrs. Darlington's invitation, we shall now beg leave to follow home Captain Delaware and his sister, and as everything in a tale like the present should be as clear as possible, without the slightest mystery or absurd concealment, shall explain a few things that may have hitherto appeared strange in the conduct of that family. The spot at which Burrell had that morning met his travelling companion was not more than 1/4 of a mile from the mansion, and the brother and sister walked on directly toward one of the smaller doors in the park wall, and passing through, turned their steps homeward. They proceeded, however, in silence, for there was something evidently in their encounter with Burrell unpleasant to them both; nor was that unpleasant sensation, perhaps, relieved by the aspect of their paternal dwelling, or the grounds that surrounded it. Without entering into the painful details of a family's decay, it is sufficient to say that the whole place bore the character, not of neglect, but of means incompetent to ward off the constant, unremitting, insidious assaults of time. They passed a temple in the park, which had been built in imitation of some famous specimen of Grecian architecture, and now came nearer still to the original by its decay. A large mass of the frieze had fallen, and over the green and disjointed steps the brambles were shooting their long, thorny arms. The path itself, too, which wound on toward the house, was half overgrown with grass, and where an effort to hoe it up had been begun, it had speedily been abandoned, from the necessity of employing the man in some more useful service. The mansion, too, more than half closed, had about it all, not the aspect of ruin, for it had by no means reached that pitch, but a look of desertion and of poverty, which contrasted painfully with the splendour of the original design. To the eye of Miss Delaware and her brother all this was customary, but yet it struck them both, after their meeting with Burrell, perhaps more forcibly than it had ever done before, and there was something like a sigh escaped the lip of each, as, opening the large door, they passed on into what had once been a splendid vestibule. The day was a sultry one, and the door of a room's entering immediately upon the hall was open when Captain Delaware and his sister entered. The step of Miss Delaware as she walked on caught the ear of someone within, and a voice, in the tone of which there was the slightest possible touch of impatience, was heard exclaiming, "Blanche, is that you, my love?" The young lady, followed by her brother, immediately turned her steps into the fine old library from which the sound proceeded, and found reading at a small table near one of the long, many-paned windows a person who, however contrary to rule, deserves a more particular sketch of his mental and corporeal qualities and of his previous history than we may find it convenient to give of any other person connected with this book. Sir Sidney Delaware had set out in life a younger son. His father, Mr. William Delaware, had been a man of great talents and very little common sense, who, by the help of his abilities and considerable family influence, had been raised to offices in the state, conferring large revenues, which he squandered profusely. Mr. William Delaware, however, kept up the appearance of a man of fortune, and as his uncle, the then possessor of Emberton Park, was unmarried and advanced in life, his prospects were admitted on all hands, even by Jews and money-lenders, to be good. Be it remarked, nevertheless, that though he was the direct male heir to his uncle's property, there were two other persons who more than equally shared in his uncle's favour. His own first cousins, and equally the nephews, though by the female line, of the Sir Harcourt Delaware, who then held the lands of Emberton. These were Lord Ashborough and his brother, the Honourable Henry Beauchamp. However, he did not let anything disturb him, but continued to live splendidly and well, gave his eldest son a commission in a crack regiment of cavalry, and sent his second son, Sidney, to Christchurch. At Christchurch there were 2 or 3 peculiarities observed in Sidney Delaware. With his scholastic education we shall have nothing to do, being no scholars ourselves. The first of these peculiarities was an uncommon degree of accuracy in paying bills, and living within his income, and his elder brother was wont to say that Sidney was so sick of seeing nobody paid at home, that he was resolved to pay everyone to the utmost farthing. The next trait remarked by his fellow collegians was his extraordinary good nature, for was anyone in difficulty or distress, Sidney Delaware would help them to the very utmost of his power, though in many instances he was known to hate and contemn the very men he assisted. And the third quality was a talent for satire, and a faculty for vituperation, which might have been envied by Gifford among the dead, and 2 or 3 we could name among the living. The secret of his character, however, was the combination of an extraordinary sensibility of the absurd, with a high and severe moral feeling. He studied for the church, however, and as he did so, many of the injunctions of that divine book, to which his mind was naturally turned occasionally, appeared so contrary to the asperity of his sarcastic disposition, that he determined to make a powerful effort to restrain the bitterness of speech and writing to which he had before given way. Time and years, too, had their effect, and the biting satire that used to hang upon his lip remained bidden in silence, or only broke forth casually when he was off his guard. He tried to banish from his heart that feeling of contempt and scorn which he experienced whenever anything mean or false or base met his eyes, and perhaps the very good-natured facility with which he could be induced to assist anyone might spring from an apprehension lest the scorn he felt for all that was pitiful in others might affect his own actions and render him uncharitable himself. His elder brother died before he himself was ordained, and on the persuasion of his father he abandoned his purpose of entering the church, travelled for several years, and then studied for the bar. His next step was to marry, and he was a widower with 2 children at the time his father succeeded to Sir Harcourt Delaware. The baronet, however, in dying, had given to his 2 nephews, Lord Ashborough and Mr. Beauchamp, who had been very constant in their attentions, a far larger share of his fortune than he left to him who was to inherit the baronetcy, and thus the latter, having counted largely on his future fortune, found himself more embarrassed than relieved by the death of his uncle. The estate that was left to him was also entailed by the will of the last possessor, and his only resource to free himself from the most pressing difficulties was to engage his son to join him in raising money upon annuity. Sidney Delaware consented with a heavy heart, and the money was borrowed, much against his will, from his father's cousin, Lord Ashborough, between whom and the young heir of Emberton a quarrel had previously taken place of a nature not likely to admit of reconciliation. For the pitiful sum of £25,000 the estate of Emberton was charged with an annuity of £2,000 per annum, and scarcely had that sum been swallowed up by his father's debts when Sidney Delaware succeeded to a splendid name and a ruined property. Griefs and disappointments had impaired his health, had broken his spirit and crushed his energies, and dwelling almost in solitude, he had given himself up to the education of his children, forgetting that a time would come when the acquaintances which he was losing every day would become necessary to his children in the world. In bitterness of heart, too, he often thought that his friends were neglecting him, when in fact he was neglecting them, and exclaiming, "Dona queres Felix multos numerabis amicos." He shut the doors against the world, believing that his poverty would meet with nothing but contempt. As time wore on, however, he found that he erred in not exerting his abilities in order to remove the encumbrances which his father had incurred. His son grew up and entered the navy, and half the interest of a small sum, which had been his wife's fortune, afforded sufficient to maintain the boy in that service. But it was when his daughter also grew toward womanhood that Sir Sidney Delaware felt most severely that he had committed an error. His son, he thought, had an honourable profession, and by his own high merits and activity was making rapid progress. At the death of Lord Ashborough, too, the annuity which swallowed up almost the whole rents of his estate would lapse, and his heir would have enough. But Lord Ashborough was scarcely an older man than himself, and when he gazed upon his daughter and saw her growing up with all her mother's beauty and grace, and with every quality fitted to charm and to attach, and at the same time remembered that she was to live cut off from society during all those brighter days of youth and hope which lie between 16 and 25, he would have given his right hand to have recalled the years which, by active exertion, he might have employed to remove the difficulties that held him down. Now, however, he felt, or persuaded himself, that it was impossible to seek society. He could not mingle with persons in his own rank of life upon an equality, and he would not mingle with any other class, or with them in any other manner. Few of these old friends existed for him, on whose generous feelings he could fearlessly rely, and feel certain, from a knowledge of their nature, that no thought even would ever cross their minds, which could have wounded him if spoken. Thus he had no old channel of communication with the world still open, and pride, rendered irritable by disappointment, as well as the circumstances in which he was placed, prevented him from seeking any new connection with society. Could he in any way have given his son and daughter the means of mingling with the world, while he himself shunned it altogether, he would have snatched eagerly at the opportunity. But that, of course, was out of the question, and day went by after day, and found them all in the same situation. Such was still the case at the time of my present tale, and when Miss Delaware and her brother entered the library in which their father was, as usual, driving away thought by reading, he found himself seated near the open window with Pope's Essays in his hand. His hair, which had once been dark brown, was now nearly white, in fact much whiter than his years would warrant. Yet though the body was in some degree broken, curis et laboribus, still temperance and fine air had done much to counteract even grief. His countenance was florid, his eye was clear, and he appeared a hale, healthy man, though looking 6 or 7 years older than he really was. Long conversations being, like love and marriage, excessively tiresome to everyone but those concerned, a summary of what followed will be better than a chapter, and it is quite sufficient to say that the rencounter of the brother and sister with Mr. Burrell soon became the principal topic of conversation. Captain Delaware, whose loves were very first-sighty, dashed at once into such an encomium of his stage-coach companion that an arch smile at this pouring forth of his well-known enthusiasm played for a moment on the lip of Blanche Delaware. Her father, however, looked grave, and said he was sorry that they had met him at all. "This young man," he went on, "seems to be a person of fortune and station, whom in happier times we might have been delighted to see. But you are well aware, William, that under our present circumstances it is perfectly impossible to invite a man of horses and dogs and guns and servants to this house. Did he seem so charming to you, Blanche?" Miss Delaware replied that her brother's acquaintance had not appeared either quite so handsome or quite so fascinating in his shooting jacket as her brother had described him in his travelling costume. But at all events, she added, his appearance savoured nothing of arrogance or presumption. "Alas, my dear Blanche," said her father, "you do not know what a man of the world is. Every point in the situation of a poor gentleman is painful, but none so much so as the having to endure the compassion of fools and puppies." Captain Delaware turned to the window, and after looking out for a moment or two, left the room. Blanche remained, but dropped the subject, and it was no more resumed. Chapter 3 of 30 Years Since, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. After having undergone the visit of the surgeon, Burrell, as we have stated, changed his dress, and, having given some directions to his servant, strolled out alone upon an expedition in which it may be necessary to follow him. Crossing the bridge, upon which he paused for a moment to gaze up the long vista of the park, he proceeded to the extremity of the wall which formed the enclosure, and then, turning through a shady lane, formed by that boundary on one side, and a steep bank and hedge on the other, he strolled on with an air of absent thoughtfulness that made more than one milkmaid, whom he met returning with her brimful pails from the neighbouring fields, conclude, with the true sentimentality of a Molly, that the gentleman must be in love. Sad, however, to say, Burrell was not the least in love in the world, and though of a somewhat enthusiastic and quixotical character, he would probably have been obliged, like the hero of La Mancha himself, to think some time before he could possibly have discovered anyone in the sphere of his acquaintance whom he would have considered worthy of the honour and the trouble of falling in love with. Still more melancholy to relate, so far from any fair image filling his mind with dreams ambrosial, and making him stumble over the stones in his way, he was at that moment thinking of money, base, unwholesome money. His meditations were of Cocker, and many a sum, both of addition, multiplication, and subtraction, together with various computations of interest, and now and then a remote flash of vulgar fractions, passed across his mind, in all of which he displayed a talent for accounts somewhat more clear and accurate than that of Joseph Hume, thank God, though not quite so neat and rapid as that of the ever-lamented Wyndham. Thus he walked along under the wall of the park till the park wall ended, and then taking a narrow and overhanging road, which descended into a sweet wild valley, through which a brook meandered on, till it lost itself in the sands upon the sea-shore about 5 miles to the east, he proceeded on his way without doubt or question, as if he had known the whole country from his boyhood. The opposite bank of the valley was thickly covered with trees and shrubs, and about 1/2 mile from the spot where the road entered it, the summit of what seemed a tall old-fashioned farmhouse of cold grey stone rose above this sort of verdant screen. Within a few hundred yards of this building, the road climbed the bank and passed before the door, which was painted of a bluish grey, like that of a French country house, and offered an aspect of untidiness and discomfort not often seen in an English dwelling. No roses decorated the porch, no clematis festooned the windows. Stone walls surrounded that which was, or had been intended for, a garden, and the gruntings and squeaks which echoed from within that boundary spoke the character of the domestic animals chiefly cultivated at Rybury. Undeterred, however, by the inhospitable appearance of the building, or by the wailings of the beasts that never choose the cud, Burrell approached the door, and laying his hand upon a bell, made sure that if any one was within 1/2 mile he must be heard, and then, turning round to gaze upon the prospect, continued to hum Dove sono, with which he had been beguiling the way for the last 10 minutes. While thus employed, one of the high windows almost immediately above his head was thrown open, and the upper part of a woman-servant, who would have been pretty enough had she not been disguised in indescribable filth, was protruded to reconnoitre the stranger's person. The moment after, another head was added, almost as dirty, but neither pretty nor young, being the dingy white superstructure of an old man's person, who looked not at all unlike Noah, unwashed since the flood. A long and careful examination did these two respectable persons bestow upon him who so disturbed the quiet of their dwelling, while Burrell, though perfectly conscious, from the groaning of the upheaved window-frame, that he was undergoing a general inspection, continued indefatigably to hum Dove Sono, till, opining that the inquisition had continued sufficiently long, he again applied himself to the bell, which once more responded to his will with most miraculous organ. "Run down, Sarah, run down," cried the elder phantom, "and open the door. Ask him who he is and what he wants, and then come and tell me. But stay, I will go down with you to the parlour." The bell was once more in Burrell's hand, when the door yawned, and displayed to his view a great part of the person and adjuncts dependent upon the female head, which had been criticising him from above. It is scarcely necessary to say more than that she was a slut of the first quality, with dirt ad libitum spread over the whole person, various triangular tears in the printed cotton that covered her, much white lining protruding through the chasms in her shoes, and a cap as yellow as a pair of court ruffles. Without waiting for the categories that were to be addressed to him, Burrell at once walked into the house, and telling the dirty maid to inform her master that Mr. Burrell desired to speak with him, approached the door of the parlour where the person he sought, not confiding in his servant's powers of recapitulation, was listening with all his ears to the catechism he proposed that the stranger should undergo. As soon, however, as he caught the name of Burrell, he emerged and met that gentleman in the passage with many a bow. His dress was clean enough, and in style and appearance was upon a par with that of a country attorney's of about 20 or 30 years ago. Black, jet black, from head to heel, except the worsted stockings, which were dark grey. The whole was well and economically worn, but his face evinced small expense of soap, and his beard that he wore out no razors, upon his chin at least. In person he was a short, thin man, of about 65 or 6, with a reddish tip to a long nose, set on upon a pale, many-furrowed face. He stooped a little toward the shoulders, and there was that sort of bending droop about the knees which betokens a decrease of vigour. His clear grey eye, however, had something in it both eager and active, and the heavy penthouse of long black and white hair that overhung it gave a sort of fierce intensity to its glance. "Your name, sir, is Timms, I presume," said Burrell, eyeing him with a good deal of that cool nonchalance which is no doubt very disagreeable. The other bowed to the ground, and his visitor continued, "My name is Burrell, and Messrs. Steelyard and Wilkinson, my solicitors, have doubtless written to you concerning—" "Hush, hush!" exclaimed the other, in a subdued voice, at the same time raising his eyebrows and opening his eyes with a stare of wondering deprecation. "We will speak about it presently, sir, if you please. I received theirs in due course, and expected to have heard of your coming sooner, sir, but shall be very happy indeed if we can do business together. Do me the honour, sir, to walk in. Sarah, bring this gentleman a glass of wine," he added, after a moment's hesitation and a glance at the stranger's dress. "But perhaps you would prefer ale, Mr. Burrell, after your walk." "I take nothing, sir," answered Burrell, evidently to the great satisfaction of the other, "and having but a few minutes to stay, merely wished to speak with you concerning—" But his host again cut across him, appearing to think that all matters in which the very name of money was to be mentioned had better be talked of in private; and hurrying Burrell forward into the parlour, he begged him to be seated, adding almost in the same breath, "Sad times indeed, sir, as you say. Rate of interest falling terribly, hardly 4%, to be got on good security. Sad times indeed, sir, as you say." "I do not say the times are bad at all, sir," replied Burrell gravely, "nor that 4% cannot be got for money on good security. You must mistake me, I believe, for some more plaintive person. But to the point, Mr. Timms. I think my solicitors wrote to you that I had £25,000 lying uninvested, which I was willing to lend at 5 or 4.5%. This sum they had heard you were seeking for some gentleman in this neighbourhood who could give good security. Sir Sidney Delaware, I think, was his name." "Oh, but, sir, I am afraid," answered Mr. Timms, shaking his head, "I am afraid that business is off. It won't do, sir, I am afraid. It won't do. Can't manage matters there, I am afraid." "And pray why not, sir?" demanded Burrell. "I shall not feel very well pleased if I have been brought down here by your report to examine the matter myself, and am disappointed." "Oh, no fear of that, sir," replied the other. "No fear of finding plenty of others. Besides, I should think, with submission, that you might make Sir Sidney pay, as you say, your expenses, loss of time, etc., etc. He gave me full powers, as you say." "I do not say anything of the kind, sir," replied Burrell sternly. "Be so good as not to put words into my mouth which I have never spoken. Rather let me hear why and how the proposed arrangement cannot have effect, and then we will consider other matters after we have fully canvassed the first." "Quite right, sir, quite right," replied Mr. Timms, not in the least discomposed by Burrell's rebuke. "Quite right, indeed. Always right to have everything clear by itself. Why, you must know the simple fact is this. The property of Emberton, as you say, is burdened with an annuity to the amount of £2,000 per annum on the life of the present Lord Ashborough, the sum given for which was only £25,000, and that nearly 20 years ago, when Lord Ashborough was about 40 and his life was worth at least 20 years' purchase. Well, having to speak with Sir Sidney some time ago on some road business, the transaction came up, and I asked him why he did not pay off the annuity by raising money on mortgage, which he could do at 5%. His son, the captain, too, was present, and as the entail ends with the captain, the matter would be easily done, though it had never struck them, always provided, nevertheless, that the annuity was redeemable. The arrangement would save them £1,000 a year, you see, and so they agreed to give—" "To give you how much, sir, for the job?" demanded Burrell. "Only a fair commission for raising the money," replied the other, "and as Messrs. Steelyard and Wilkinson, your worthy and excellent solicitors, had been making inquiries about this very estate, as it would happen, I cannot think how or why. I wrote to them about it, and the matter was soon arranged. But then Captain Delaware was obliged to go to London to speak with my Lord Ashborough, an excellent gentleman, and on his return it was found that the annuity deed, by some strange accident, contained no clause of redemption. Indeed, none could have been stipulated, for I know the person who drew it, and who is as accurate as Duval." "And pray, sir, who did draw it?" "My own nephew, sir, my own nephew, Peter Timms, Esquire," replied his companion. "Peter Timms, who succeeded me in my chambers at Clement's Inn, and who was fortunate enough to secure the patronage and friendship of Lord Ashborough." "Ha!" replied Burrell, drily. "So then you think the annuity cannot be redeemed?" "Afraid not, sir, afraid not," replied the retired lawyer, or, as he was commonly called by the villagers, the miser. "Afraid not. But as I was saying, there are plenty of other properties susceptible of mortgage in this neighbourhood, and some," he added, closing one eye and fixing the other on Burrell's face with the look of a tame raven that has just hidden a silver spoon, "and some where there is a strong ultimate prospect of a foreclosure and sale at excessive reduction. There is the estate of Sir Timothy Rideout, who wants now to borrow £20,000, well worth 100. By a little management one might get hold of it, and—" "I have no such views, sir," replied Burrell gravely, "and as the other business cannot apparently be arranged, I shall invest the money in other property. But tell me, did Lord Ashborough refuse to redeem?" "Yes, sir, yes, flat down right," replied the miser, "and very right too. He could not get near the interest even now. but you had better think of the business of Sir Timothy Rideout. Such a thing is not to be got hold of every day." "I shall never give it another thought," replied Burrell coldly, and rubbing his boot with his cane, unconscious of what he was about, he remained for several minutes thinking deeply, while the miser sat upon the edge of his chair, marvelling that any human could let slip the tempting bait of Sir Timothy Rideout's estate, and beginning to entertain strong doubts as to whether Burrell was really a wealthy man, from the indifference he showed to the prospect of increasing his wealth. "I am sorry," he thought, "that I told that servant of his that he might shoot over the Ribery fields. I will write to Peter by the next post, and make him fish out of Messrs. Steelyard and Wilkinson whether he really has money. I might have made a cool 500 by that Rideout business." While he thus thought, and Burrell's meditations continued, though of a very different nature, a sudden ring of the bell roused them both from their reveries, and after a short reconnaissance through the window, the miser exclaimed, "It is Sir Sidney Delaware, I declare." "Then you will be so good, Mr. Timms," said Burrell in a tone sufficiently peremptory, "not to refer or allude to me in any shape or way, as the person who wished to lend the money." "Oh, certainly not," replied the miser, with a shrewd glance. "It is a bad speculation, that, but the Rideout business, if you will but think it over. Will you see this Sir Sidney?" "I have no objection," answered Burrell, and the miser, bidding his dirty maid show the gentleman in, Sir Sidney Delaware was ushered into the parlour the moment after. As soon as he saw that there was a stranger present, the baronet paused, and for an instant seemed as if he would have drawn back, saying, "You are engaged, Mr. Timms. I was not aware that you had anyone with you." Not at all, my dear sir," said Mr. Timms. "Sir Sidney, Mr. Burrell, Sir Sidney Delaware." "I am happy to have an opportunity, sir," said Burrell, "of returning to you my personal thanks for the permission to shoot over your grounds, which you were kind enough to grant me." "Where there is no obligation conferred, sir," replied the baronet somewhat distantly, "there can be no occasion for thanks. I do not shoot. My son has not this year taken out a licence, and it is quite as well that the game should be shot by you, who ask permission, as by those who do not ask at all." He paused for an instant, while the colour deepened in Burrell's cheek, but the baronet's heart instantly reproached him for an uncourteous reply, and he added, "I hope you have found sport." "Plenty of game," answered Burrell, "but the birds are very wild." "That is a very natural consequence," said Sir Sidney Delaware, "of the immense number of persons whose notions of property are daily growing more limited." "I trust, indeed, that something may soon be done," replied Burrell, "to correct the extensive system of poaching." "Probably we shall soon have one of those beautiful pieces of legislation on the subject," replied Sir Sidney, "which will prevent people from committing the crime, by rendering it none in the eye of the law. But, Mr. Timms, as I have a little business of a private nature on which I must speak with you, I will probably call upon you to-morrow, if you are likely to be disengaged." "No delay must take place on my account," said Burrell, rising. "My business with this gentleman is over, and therefore I will leave you." Thus saying, he turned, and wishing the baronet good morning, quitted the house, ushered to the door by Mr. Timms, who, though still doubtful as to the young stranger's wealth, followed him with many a lowly bow, fearful of losing, by any indiscretion, the sums that might accrue from the good management of the Rideout business. Burrell in the meantime took his way once more through the valley, musing as he went upon his late interview with Sir Sidney Delaware, with somewhat more deep and curious speculation than entered into the thoughts he bestowed upon the old miser, of whose general character he was before aware. In the manner and tone of Sir Sidney Delaware, however, there was something that he felt to be repulsive and unpleasant, which to a man of Burrell's character was extremely painful. His first determination, if that can be called a determination which, formed upon impulse, does not last 10 minutes, was to set out for London, and forget that such a place as Emberton, or such a person as Sir Sidney Delaware, was upon the face of the earth. Burrell, however, to use Sterne's expression, was a great motive monger, but with this peculiarity, that he was fully as fond of examining his own motives as those of other people, and in the present instance the small still voice whispered something about offended pride, which made him inquire into his own heart a little more strictly. He found then, upon reflection, that however much he might fancy himself perfectly indifferent, he was in fact angry, and the primary cause of this anger was, as usual, mortified vanity. He, accustomed to be courted and sought, to choose at will his acquaintances, and to keep at arm's length all those he did not particularly like, by a cool tone of indifference, which had something in it of scorn, had come out of his stronghold, and, as he could not but acknowledge, had gone as far as he well could, to seek the acquaintance of Sir Sidney Delaware. That gentleman was evidently not disposed to give it him, and though Burrell felt in some degree the motives which might, and did, actuate him, yet a knowledge of the degree of scorn which mingled with his own coolness towards others would not let him believe that some portion of contempt did not also exist in the indifference with which Sir Sidney Delaware treated his advances. It is in general the natural refuge of mortified vanity to persuade itself that it retorts contempt upon those who show it, and to pass off upon itself the anger it feels for the more dignified passion of scorn. A slight touch of this sort of feeling had been experienced by Burrell, for there are few bosoms of whose passions we may not say castigata remordent. But his nature was too generous to entertain such feelings long, and before he had reached the door of good Mrs. Wilson in Emberton, his first angry resolution was changed, and a more firm determination adopted, to remain in the village the time he had at first proposed, and without seeking any more an acquaintance, which was evidently withheld intentionally, to see whether chance might not furnish him with some opportunity of gratifying a more generous purpose. For the sake of that gallant lad, he thought, I will not give up so easily. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. On his return home, Burrell found that the horses which he expected from London had arrived in high condition, having performed the journey by slow and careful stages. The appearance of this new accession to his dignity was not, of course, without its effect upon the good people of Emberton, and "Have you seen Mr. Burrell's beautiful horses?" was a general question among the male part of the inhabitants, while all the ladies of the place, of course, were not in the least anxious to see the tall, dark, handsome, mysterious stranger ride forth upon some one of those 3 steeds whose fame already filled the town. Those who had such expectations, however, were long disappointed, for during the whole of the following morning Mr. Burrell never set foot beyond his door, and it was near 4 o'clock when his servant, on horseback, proceeded towards Mrs. Darlington's with a small travelling portmanteau, thus giving notice that the master himself was soon to follow. About 4:30, or 4:45, a groom appeared at the door with a splendid dark bay horse, and a moment after Burrell himself came forth, looked at the girths, the stirrups, and the curb, and then putting his foot in the stirrup, swung himself easily into the saddle. The horse stood as still as marble till it felt his master's heel, and then, as if cut out of one piece, away went both, without the slightest regard to high road, straight across the country towards Mrs. Darlington's house, which was seen crowning the distant hill. Happy Mrs. Darlington, thought the ladies of Emberton, as they gazed out and saw the horseman clear the fence at a bound, and then canter lightly over the sloping fields that led away toward her dwelling. Happy Mrs. Darlington! And Mrs. Darlington was a happy woman. But as there are at least 1,000 ways in this intellectual world of being happy, we shall take leave to give a slight sketch of Mrs. Darlington's way. Mrs. Darlington was a widow, and her happiness was farther increased by being a widow with a large fortune. Nor was her fortune alone derived from her ci-devant husband, for she had passed through all the 3 stages of female felicity, that of co-heiress, heiress, and rich widow, with a very slight taste of the necessary purgatory preceding the last happy climax. Who was her father matters not to this book. He was dead, and his ancestors had had him in the dust. For, as the Spectator says, he had ancestors just as well as you and I, if he could but have told their names. This, however, it was supposed, from some defect in the family memory, he could not do. But in regard to his daughter, who was neither very handsome nor very ugly, the defect was soon remedied. She had every sort of instruction that the known world could produce. Her father luckily died early. She had no relations to make her vulgar. She married Mr. Darlington, a man of rank and station, easily acquired the slang and ease of fashionable life, and adopted boldly and without remorse of conscience the whole of her husband's relations. Her husband found that his wife brought him fortune, good luck, and no family. His affairs, to use the seaman's term, righted, and after 4 years' marriage he died, leaving her, out of pure gratitude, widowhood, fortune, and his relations. Mrs. Darlington, having penetrated into the arcana and got all she wanted, an introduction and a station in society, determined to taste no more of matrimony herself, though with laudable zeal she was ever willing to promote it among her friends and neighbours. She was naturally somewhat of a sentimental turn, but mingled and kept down by so sufficient a portion of small sensualities, I mean the eating and drinking and soft lying, and in short, the comfortable sensualities, nothing worse, that the sentimentality never became vulgar or troublesome. Nay, indeed, I might say, it never became apparent, and showed itself rather as a convenient sort of tender consideration for the wishes and feelings of young people of suitable ages and descriptions, and likely to fall in love with each other, than as anything personal. In most other things she was one of those very ordinary persons, perfectly ladylike and at their ease, with a small degree of taste in the fine arts, drew tolerably, liked music, and would sometimes play on the piano, was fond of fine scenery, spoke French well, with the exception of a slight confusion in the genders, had an idea or two of Italian, and had sketched the Colosseum. Added to all these high qualities, she was extremely good-natured, very fond of her friends and of herself, quiet, in no degree obtrusive, with a sufficient share of vanity never to fancy herself neglected, and yet not enough to run against the vanity of anyone. A little tiresome she was, it is true, from a potent mixture of insipidity, but who is there so splenetic as not to forgive the only evil quality over which one can fall sound asleep and wake without a headache? Mrs. Darlington's common course of life was to travel during 6 months of the year, accompanied by as many young marriageable friends as she thought might do credit to her taste and kindness, and as she had a very extensive circle of acquaintances, at whose dwelling she was always welcome, these journeys were generally pleasant and sometimes fortunate. Of the other 6 months, 2 were spent in London, where Mrs. Darlington dressed by Carson in a manner at once the most splendid and the most becoming her age, figured at dinner and evening parties, and was exceedingly useful both as a chaperone and a fill-up, while the other 4 months were passed at her estate near Emberton, with a house seldom entirely vacant, and dinner parties renowned for the delicacy of the manger. Such was the lady to whose house Henry Burrell, Esquire, had received an invitation, solely upon the strength of the gossip of the village, and a vague report that Captain Delaware had met him at the Earl of Ashborough's. The fact, indeed, was that Mrs. Darlington's house was completely vacant at the time, or she might have felt some scruples as to asking a stranger, without some farther information regarding his station in society than could be derived from the panegyric of the doctor, whose knowledge of him went no farther than the cut of his coat. She did, indeed, feel a little apprehensive after she had dispatched the invitation, but the appearance of Burrell's servant who brought her his reply, the form of the note that contained it, and the very handwriting, all convinced her that Henry Burrell must be a gentleman, though it was in vain that she racked her imagination to find out which of all the Burrells it could be. When, about 4:30, Mr. Burrell's servant arrived, and proceeded to prepare the room assigned to his master, with a sort of ceremonious accuracy which argued the constant habit and custom of ease and care, the footman, feeling for the anxiety of his mistress, for footmen and ladies' maids know everything, communicated to Mrs. Hawkins, his mistress's maid, the result of his own observations, and Mrs. Darlington sat down, with a composed mind, to finish a sketch of the West Shrubbery Walk, till Mr. Burrell should arrive, while of the rest of the guests she had invited, some had not appeared, and some had retired to dress. At length her eye caught from the window the apparition of some person on horseback approaching the house, and in a few minutes Mr. Burrell was announced. Graceful, easy, posé, Burrell's whole appearance carried its own recommendation with it. He was one of those men who, in speaking little, say much, and in a very few minutes he was in high favour with Mrs. Darlington. It now became necessary for him to dress, as he well knew that a lady whose fondness for the good things of this life was so admitted as Mrs. Darlington's would not brook the spoiling of her dinner, and accordingly he rang and was shown to his room. His toilet, indeed, was not very long, and a few minutes after 6, the hour named, found him entering the drawing-room. There were 4 persons already assembled, of whom Mrs. Darlington herself was one. The face of the young lady who sat by her on the sofa was, he thought, familiar to him, but it cost him more than one glance ere he recognised in the beautiful girl he now beheld, and who was certainly as lovely a thing as ever the female part of creation produced. It is saying a great deal, but is true nevertheless. It required more than one glance, I say, before he recognised in her the lady he had seen hanging upon the arm of Captain Delaware on the preceding day. Burrell, however, never looked surprised, and his claim upon Miss Delaware's acquaintance was immediately admitted with a degree of frank and smiling kindness, which arose partly, perhaps, from the high character her brother had drawn of his stage-coach companion, but more still, in all probability, from feeling that her father's reserve might have given pain and offence. While he was still speaking with Mrs. Darlington and Miss Delaware, and was just at one of these before-dinner pauses in which the conversation flags, someone laid his hand upon Burrell's arm, and turning round, he confronted a thin but hale elderly man, dressed in black, on whose fine gentlemanly countenance was playing a smile, which had as much archness in its composition as habitual gravity of expression would allow. "My dear Henry," said the clergyman, for no one could look in his face for a moment and doubt that he was a clergyman, "my dear Henry, what have you been doing with yourself this many a day?" The first look had shown Burrell an old and dear friend, and he shook his hand heartily as Dr. Wilton. "I am still, I believe, acting as one of what Tillotson calls fools at large," replied the young stranger, "and wandering about the world, doing nothing." "Nay, nay, Henry," replied the other, "your report of yourself was always less favourable than you deserved. You are not one to wander about the world, doing nothing, but speak to me a moment," and he drew his younger companion gently toward the hollow of the bay window, where they conversed for a few moments in a low tone, while 1 or 2 of the neighbouring gentlemen and ladies were announced and entered the room. The dinner bell rang immediately after, and the doors being thrown open, Burrell advanced and took in Mrs. Darlington, though he would, perhaps, have preferred a nearer place to Miss Delaware. But Dr. Wilton took the end of the widow's table, and laughingly secured the younger ladies to himself, so that Burrell was obliged to content himself with talking elaborate nonsense to Mrs. Darlington, which, to do him all manner of justice, he executed with great gravity and success. "I do not like this Mr. Burrell," thought a sensible, middle-aged countrywoman, who sat next to him on the other hand. "He is a coxcomb," thought a rough, shrewd, wealthy proprietor opposite. The shy young fox-hunter, who sat a little farther down, and whose ideas were strangely confined to horses and dogs and fences and 5-barred gates, was inclined to cry with Mungo, "D his impudence!" And in short, at the end of the table at which he himself sat, Burrell most perversely contrived to give very general dissatisfaction to everyone but Mrs. Darlington. With her he ran over the slang of cookery and criticism and ton with the most wonderful emptiness. There is certainly some strange perversity in the human heart, which renders it so pleasant sometimes to make oneself disagreeable, and for the express purpose of doing so, to assume a character totally different from one's own. So, however, it is, and perhaps Burrell was especially giving himself forth as a fop at the one end of the table, because he knew very well that Dr. Wilton would not fail to portray him differently at the other. Such indeed was the fact. Blanche Delaware was a sort of pet of the worthy clergyman, and he used to declare that he was always the proudest man in the county when in company with her, for that he was the only man she ever was known to flirt with. The affectionate term "my dear," which he always applied to Miss Delaware, was felt by her as he intended it, and she looked up to him as, in some degree, a second parent. His conversation with her almost immediately turned to Burrell, whose appearance there had evidently surprised him. "You seem an old friend of his," said Miss Delaware, as soon as the soup was gone, and a general buzz suffered her to ask the question without particular notice. "Pray, is he so very admirable and charming, as he has convinced my brother he is, in a short journey of 100 miles?" "He is something better than charming, my dear," replied Dr. Wilton. "He is one of the noblest hearted, finest minded men in England." At that very moment there was one of those unhappy breaks which make low voices loud, and Burrell was heard descanting upon the merits of Madeira after soup. "For heaven's sake, never think of taking sherry, my dear madam," he exclaimed. "After soup or macaroni, Madeira is the only thing bearable." Blanche Delaware looked up in Dr. Wilton's face with a smile full of playful meaning. "Do not judge him by that," replied the clergyman, speaking to the smile's purport. "Do not judge him by that. I have known him from his boyhood. He was my pupil as a youth, and has been my friend as a man, and that is evidence beyond rejection that he is all that is good and amiable," said Miss Delaware, seriously. "Ay, and though he can talk her own kind of nonsense to a worthy lady like that," replied Dr. Wilton, determined to revenge himself on Miss Delaware for her smile, "he can talk nonsense equally agreeable to younger and fairer ladies, my dear Blanche, so take care of your little heart, my pretty dame." Miss Delaware laughed gaily, in the full, ignorant confidence of a heart that had known no wound, and the conversation dropped as far as it regarded Burrell. He himself prolonged the idle gossip with which he was amusing himself for some time, but finding, or fancying, that the elder lady who sat next to him possessed a mind that could appreciate better things, he gradually led the conversation to matters of more general interest than pied de cochon à la Sainte Ménéhould, or the portraiture of gravel walks. It is the most difficult manoeuvre in the tactics of conversation, and shows greater skill, when executed neatly, than any other evolution whatever, to change at once from the flimsy and the foolish to the substantial and the good, without deviating into the heavy, to slide down the diapason from the high notes of commonplace chatter to the fine tenor of calm and sensible discourse, touching early semitone and enharmonic difference as one goes, till the change is scarcely felt, though the music be the richer. Burrell could do it when he liked, but now he overdid it. From French dishes he speedily got to France and the French people, and thence to the difference between the French and English character, with an easy facility that made the alteration of the subject seem nothing strange. But then he went a little beyond. "The French," he said, in answer to a question from his neighbour, "have nothing of that sort of thing that we would call national modesty. They would look upon it as mauvaise honte, and each Frenchman thinks himself fully justified in praising his own country to the skies. It is they who believe it that are foolish. They, the French, call themselves the most civilized, well-informed people in the world, and yet go into the provinces, and you will find a peasantry more generally ignorant than perhaps any other country can show. I myself resided for many months in a part of one of the most cultivated departments of France, where the farmer on either hand of the house in which I dwelt during the hunting season, each renting many hundreds of acres of land, could neither read nor write. Where could such a thing be found in England?" "Ay, sir," cried the wealthy country gentleman opposite, "but their laws, sir, their laws, their wise and equitable courts of justice, their civil and political liberty, sir, a model for all nations, and which I hope some day to see fully adopted in this country." "May God forbid!" cried Burrell. "As to their political liberty, we cannot speak of it. For a thing that has never existed for 10 years together without deviating into anarchy on the one hand, or sinking into tyranny on the other, is something very like a nonentity. As to civil liberty, they have no such thing, and may heaven avert the day when an Englishman's house will be open to domiciliary visits at the caprice of any man or body of men, and when he cannot ride 20 miles without being subjected to interruption and a demand for his passport. He now found that his conversation was getting too heavy, and would fain have dropped it, but the other urged him somewhat warmly with, "Their laws, sir, their laws, their courts of justice," and Burrell resolved that he should not rest even upon that. "As to their courts," he replied, "I have been in many, and never did I see the forms of justice so completely mocked. The judge renders himself a party, and that party the accuser. The unhappy man who is to be tried, placed on an elevated station in the face of all the court, is himself cross-examined and tortured by interrogations without end. Every tittle of the evidence against him is urged upon him by the judge. He is obliged to answer and to plead to the accusation of each witness on the adverse part, and woe be to him if he trip in the smallest particular. If ever there was a plan invented for condemning the innocent and the timid, and letting the guilty and the daring escape, it is that of a French trial. The only security is in the individual integrity and discrimination of the judges, in general most exemplary men." "That may be all very true, sir," replied the other, who, like many of our countrymen, had been talked into believing the French system very fine, without ever taking the trouble of examining accurately what the French system is. "That may be all very true, but yet their laws, sir, their laws." "I think," replied Burrell, more calmly than he had before spoken, for the commonplace absurdity of the other's condemnation of what he did not understand had thrown even his cool mind off its guard, "I think, if you will take the trouble of reading the book which contains their codes, you will find that it is confined both in scope and detail. And to show how iniquitous as well as absurd their laws are, we have only to look at their law of succession, which prevents a man from disposing of his property at his death, according to his own judgment and inclination, whether he have acquired it by his personal labour or by inheritance." "A foolish law it is indeed," said Dr. Wilton, who had been listening attentively, "and would be a disgrace to the common sense of any nation under the sun." "Already," continued Burrell, "although the time since its enactment has been so short, it is beginning to paralyse industry and commerce in France, to degrade the higher orders, and to starve the lower." "They must repeal it," said Dr. Wilton. "They must repeal it, if they be sane." "But there are some points, my dear sir, on which the whole nations become insane," replied Burrell, laughing, "and none more than the French. One thing, however, is evident. They must either repeal it, or it will effect the most baleful change that country ever underwent. Already one sees everywhere fields no bigger than a handkerchief, which in the next generation will have to be divided again between 3 or 4 sons. Everything else is split in the same way, and the argument which the French hold, that commerce and industry will remedy the effects of this continual partition, is a vain absurdity. For the natural tendency of the partition itself is, by want of capital, to ruin the commerce and paralyse the industry which they think will remove its evils. Under its influence the French must gradually decline till they become a nation of beggars. Universal beggary must beget universal ignorance. And thus from a nation of beggars they must become a nation of barbarians, with a country too small to support their increased numbers, a fierce necessity of conquest, and the concomitant hatred of better institutions than their own. Then woe to Europe and the world. But beyond it, at least it is to be hoped, they will change a law, the glaring absurdity of which strikes every person of common understanding, even in France. "Why not let each individual control his property as he pleases?" demanded Dr. Wilton. "Though I cannot but feel that entails are often beneficial, let them be done away if they will, but at least leave each man to dispose of his property as he judges best in its immediate transmission from himself to another." "Nay, Mr. Burrell," cried Mrs. Darlington, seeing him about to reply, Nay, nay, have pity, I beseech you, upon us poor women." "I must indeed apologise," answered Burrell, laughing; "but in truth we live in such a scientific age that railroads and steam engines, geology and legislation, now form the staple chit-chat of society, and mathematics is the food of babes and sucklings." "The matter has become perfectly absurd," said Dr. Wilton, "and whether from ignorance or design I know not; but those who cater for the lower orders in these things, instead of giving them those instructions which may be useful to them in their station, which would make them better, wiser, and more contented, choose for them alone that species of knowledge which may make them discontented with their state, without aiding to raise them honestly to a better." "I will not be tempted any more to grave discussions, my dear sir," said Burrell, laughing and looking towards Mrs. Darlington; "yet I cannot help adding that the new fashioned education of children is just as ill adapted to children as the instruction forced upon mechanics is unfitted for them. Lord deliver us from the little pragmatical race of half-learned pedants that are springing up. I understand that they have been obliged to dissolve one infant school in London, because it was divided into two such furious parties of Neptunists and Vulcanists; and the son of a cousin of my own talked to me upon reform the other day, so like Sir Francis Burdett, that I asked when the little legislator was to be breeched." The conversation soon became more general, though the party consisted of 10, that most inconvenient of all numbers, and Burrell soon regained that middle strain, half playful, half serious, which was calculated to be more generally pleasing. This continued till the ladies rose, and the few minutes that ensued ere the gentlemen followed them were passed by Burrell and Dr. Wilton in calling up remembrances of old times, when they had lived together as pupil and preceptor. "Well, my dear doctor," said Burrell, "I always thought that your head was fitted for a mitre, and I doubt not that we shall see it so adorned ere long." "Not for a world," cried Dr. Wilton; "and you, my dear boy, do nothing toward it, I insist. I would not change my present state, with all the blessed sufficiency that attends it, its opportunities of doing some good to my fellow creatures in quiet and unassailed obscurity, for the painful, anxious, ill-requited life of a bishop, whom every rude, unprincipled, and vulgar churl dares to attack, solely because he knows that the churchman can neither rail again nor chastise him as other men would do. I would not change it, I say, on any account whatever. I am happy as I am here in the country, and I want nothing more." "Now I could understand that, Dr. Wilton," said the young fox hunter, "if you ever mounted a red coat and followed the hounds; but you never hunt nor shoot, and unless your magisterial capacity affords you some amusement, I cannot conceive how you can like the country, which, without hunting or shooting, is dull enough." "Never dull to me," replied Dr. Wilton; "never dull, and always tranquil, and in it I shall be well contented to pass my life away, saying, with Seneca, sic cum transierunt mei nullo cum strepitu dies plebeius moriar senex." A Latin quotation was of course enough to put an end to the session, and the whole party rose. It would seem that the purpose of assembling to dine together, the mere act and fact of which assimilates one to the hog, as somebody has said before me, is solely with a view to familiarise people with each other by the open submission to a general infirmity, teaching the most conceited that he must gulp and guzzle like the rest, and showing the most diffident that the brightest and the best he can meet with is but a beast of prey like himself. Men therefore assemble at dinner, and then generalise best. After dinner, when the tea and the coffee and the various tables laid out with their various calls upon attention prompt people to break into smaller parties, then is the time to choose your own little knot and individualise. It matters very little how or why, though the arrangement was made by the simplest process imaginable, but after dinner Henry Burrell found himself seated in the far part of the room, with a sofa table and innumerable books of drawings and prints upon it before him, and by the side of Blanche Delaware. It is wonderful what stepping stones prints and drawings and annuals are to pleasant conversation, even though the first be not quite so well handled as the pictures of Prout or Stanley, and the latter contain nothing half so beautiful as Liddell's Lines upon the Moors. Burrell had managed his approaches well, though he did it unconsciously. He first stooped over a book of drawings that Miss Delaware was examining, to look at one of those fair Italian scenes where the long sunshine seems to stream forth from a spot beyond the picture, and pour onward, till one can absolutely see its wavy softness skip from point to point in its advance. He then spoke a few words, in a quiet, everyday tone, upon Italian scenery. Miss Delaware said that she had never had an opportunity of visiting Italy, but had often heard her brother speak of it, with all his own wild rapture. Burrell instantly took up the topic of her brother, well knowing that it was one round which that tender-footed thing, a woman's heart, could play at ease, and while he spoke of Captain Delaware, he glided quietly into the vacant space by her side, and proceeded with a conversation which was destined to wander far and wide before it ended. There was a kindly gentleness in Burrell's tone as he began, a sort of dreamy enthusiasm, slightly touched by a more gay and laughing spirit, as he went on, together with a general leaven of the gentlemanly feeling that springs from a noble heart, softening and tempering the whole, which, united, addressed to Miss Delaware the most flattering compliment that woman can receive, by showing that he knew her to be worthy of very different conversation from that which he held with every one else. Such conversation is the adulation of respect, esteem, and admiration, expressed but not spoken. Burrell's words were uttered with no particular emphasis. His eyes, fine and expressive as they were, gave no peculiar meaning to his sentences. The vainest beauty that ever grew old and ugly could never have persuaded herself that he was making love to her. And yet Blanche Delaware could not but feel that there was a charm in the manners of Henry Burrell which might turn the head of many a one with a heart less cold and indifferent than her own. A cold and indifferent heart in a girl of 19, ye gods, such however she fancied it to be, and consequently she talked with Henry Burrell of poetry and painting and beautiful scenes and sweet music and noble deeds and generous feelings, and all those whirling spots of brightness that dance unconnected through the sunshine of enthusiastic minds, with all the ardour of innocence and youth, and unblighted feelings, and never dreamed of its becoming anything more. Mrs. Darlington, for her part, had soon perceived that Burrell and Miss Delaware were deep in what seemed interesting conversation. She did not pretend to divine what might happen. She prognosticated nothing. She took no notice, and let things take their course, but she carefully abstained from giving any interruption, and by a few slight but skilful turns prevented their little tête-à-tête from being broken in upon so soon as it otherwise would have been. It was Dr. Wilton who, in the simplicity of his heart, dissolved it for the night, for, after having been talking earnestly for a few minutes with the little surgeon of Emberton about some of his poor parishioners who were sick, his eye met that of Blanche Delaware as she sat beside Burrell on the sofa, and it lighted up for a moment with a glance of gay meaning that called the blood into her fair cheek. Burrell marked it all, and the next two answers which Miss Delaware made to what he was saying were sufficiently à travers to show him that the conversation, on her part at least, rolled no longer at its ease. To prolong it, under such circumstances, would be a crime, as he well knew, and therefore he soon furnished her with an excuse to join Mrs. Darlington. The evening then proceeded as such evenings usually do, partly in music and partly in idle gossip. Some stupid people played at whist, and at 10 o'clock the carriages of those who returned home were announced. Dr. Wilton, who lived at 12 miles distance, and Blanche Delaware, who lived at 5, remained with Mrs. Darlington and Henry Burrell, and the worthy clergyman, who felt himself in some degree bound to prove his former pupil as charming as he had depicted him, took care to lead the conversation to those subjects on which he well knew Burrell would shine. He did shine too, but without striving to do it, and the evening wore on for another hour, as pleasantly as moments could fly. There is something in the last hour of the day, if it have been itself a happy one, which seems to concentrate all the pleasant things of the past. It is like a fine evening sky, calm and sweet and full of rays, that are all the rosier because they are the last. I do not know whether it would be fair or proper to follow Blanche Delaware to her bedroom and investigate what were her thoughts while she was undressing and falling asleep, But as no such considerations forbid with regard to Burrell, we may for a moment intrude upon his privacy, first premising that the door of his room opened very nearly at the top of the great staircase, the landing place of which formed a sort of balustraded gallery, with a corridor running to the right and left. His first thought as he sat down for his silent servant to pull off his shoes and stockings, it must be allowed, was of Blanche Delaware, and he internally pronounced her a very charming girl. It is not her beauty, he thought, though she is very beautiful, but it is that freshness of mind, that fine unsophisticated heart, those rapid emotions, sparkling up unchecked to that sweet face, and animating every movement of that fair form, give 1,000 graces and loveliness that art could never reach. One might very well fall in love with such a girl as that. I must take care what I am about. With this resolution to take care, Burrell would have dismissed the subject, but still he thought of Blanche Delaware a good deal more than was necessary, and, after having detained his servant full half an hour longer than usual, went to bed, thinking of her still. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Although there was a good deal of noise in the house for some time, Burrell fell sound asleep in the midst of it. Whether he dreamed or not I cannot tell, but after he had been in the arms of slumber for a long while, as it appeared to him, he awoke, and heard still some sounds of moving to and fro, although less loud than before. Moralising upon that strange thing, sleep, and its power of taking from us all consciousness of times passing, he turned himself round to court the drowsy god again. But though the slight noises that had roused him ceased in a moment altogether, the charm was dissolved, and he could not close an eye. His only resource was to think of Miss Delaware, and although he was obliged to own that the blessing of heaven, in keeping her out of London and London life, had brought forth all those natural graces and charms which he so much admired, yet he could not but think it hard that such a flower should be born to blush unseen. Neither could he help fancying that it would be no very unpleasant thing to transplant her to a more happy soil. Feeling all this, and feeling that he was feeling it, Burrell saw better than ever that it was necessary to take care what he was about, and as the first step, he applied himself vigorously to go to sleep again. The night was oppressively warm, however, and it would not do. He began also to fancy that there was a marvellous smell of wood smoke, and he thought that, if Mrs. Darlington's housekeeper had begun already to provide for the manger of the next day, Mrs. Darlington's cook must have a hard place of it. So, stretching out his hand, he reached his watch, struck it, and found that it was just 2:30. He now began to think the smell of smoke odd as well as disagreeable, and raising himself on his arm, he found that it was more potent than he had at first perceived. There was also a sort of faint rushing sound, as of a draught of wind through long passages, and Burrell thought he heard a crackling noise also, which, after listening for a moment or two, determined him to rise and make a voyage of discovery. To guard against all contingency, he partly dressed himself, put on his dressing-gown, and then opened the door. A loud roaring sound and a still greater volume of smoke immediately met him, but he found that there was yet another door between him and the corridor, and as he was seeking for the lock, it was thrown open by his own servant, so violently as almost to knock him down. It wanted not the man's cry of "Sir, sir, the house is on fire," to show Burrell what had happened. A red, fearful glare of bright flame, shining through dense volumes of smoke, was seen below, from the edge of the sort of gallery on which he stood, while along the cornices and mouldings a number of detached spots of fire appeared running on before the great body of the conflagration, like light troops thrown before to skirmish. The roaring and crackling too, which, as well as the suffocating smoke, had been in a great measure excluded from his bedroom by the double door, was now sufficiently distinct, and at one glance he perceived that the whole foot of the great oak staircase, near the top of which his apartment opened, was in flames. At the same time, as he looked along the corridor to the left, he saw another door opened, which seemed to lead to the top of a different flight of steps, for he could distinctly see 2 or 3 figures in every state of déshabille running down as fast as possible, while his servant pulled him that way, begging him to come to the stone stairs. All this was gathered in a moment, and Burrell demanded, "Have you seen any of the family? Mrs. Darlington?" "I saw her this moment, sir, running down with Dr. Wilton," replied the man. "And Miss Delaware?" demanded his master. "I don't know, sir, I don't know," replied the man, hastening away himself. "The house will be down, sir, if you don't make haste." A good sturdy housemaid, however, hurrying away from some of the upstairs rooms, caught Miss Delaware's name, and cried out, without stopping in her flight, however, oh dear, poor young lady, she will be burnt to a certainty." "Which is her room?" demanded Burrell, but it was not till he had repeated his question in a still louder tone that the woman paused to point with her hand, exclaiming, "Up there, at the end of the wing. She'll be burned. Oh dear, she will be burned." And off ran the housemaid. Burrell ran along the corridor like light. It was evident that, as is always the case in houses on fire, all the inhabitants had lost their wits for the time, and no one had even thought of Miss Delaware. Without ceremony, Burrell threw open the last door that he came to, in the direction which the servant had pointed out, but the glare of the flames was quite sufficient to show him that it had not been slept in that night. He tried the next, and instantly perceived all the little articles of lady's toilette spread upon the table, while, by the drawn curtains of the bed, he doubted not that the sleep of its fair tenant had been undisturbed by the sounds which had awoke himself. The violence with which he threw open the door woke Blanche Delaware from the first sweet sleep of innocence and youth, and her voice demanding in alarm, "Who is there?" immediately struck his ear. He knew that not a moment was to be lost, and though he approached her bedside with a feeling of real pain, from the shock he was about to give her, there was but one course to be pursued, and springing forward, he drew back the curtains. "Forgive me," he cried, "but the house is on fire. Not a moment is to be lost. Your life is at stake, and you must pardon me if I use but scanty ceremony." Leave me then, Mr. Burrell, and let me rise," she exclaimed, gazing in his face with all the wild surprise natural to one wakened from their sleep by such tidings. "Miss Delaware, moments are life," replied Burrell hastily. "Even while I speak our only chance may be cut off." The gathering smoke and the rushing sound of the flames bore to his own ear, as well as to that of the fair girl who lay pale and trembling before him, the certainty that he spoke no more than truth, and without farther pause he stooped over her, wrapped the bedclothes round her as tenderly and delicately as a mother would wrap her young infant from the wintry wind, and catching her up in his arms, he bore her out into the corridor. All before them was a scene of mingled smoke and fire. The wainscoting of the corridor, the balustrades, the cornices were all charred, blackened, and catching fire in 1,000 places. The blaze was rushing up from below toward the skylight, which had unfortunately been left open, and gave an additional draught. Wherever an open door presented itself, the flames were seen rushing in, licking the doorposts and the wainscoting. The heat was scorching, the smoke was suffocating, and every step that Burrell took forward he felt uncertain whether the beams over which he trod would not give way beneath his feet. Still, however, he strode on, till he reached the spot where the flames were rushing up the great staircase more furiously than anywhere else, from the additional mass of fuel that there supplied the fire. His foot was on the edge of the landing to cross over towards the stone stairs, and he had just time, warned by a sudden crash, to draw back, when the whole staircase and part of the corridor above it gave way, and fell into the vestibule below. It was a fearful sight, but he was not a man to leave any chance of safety to be snatched from him by terror. The rise of the corridor beyond the gap appeared more sound than he had already passed. He remembered having seen a side door in his own room, which he had just left behind him, and retreading his steps, he entered the chamber, drove in the door he had remarked, which was but weakly fastened, with a single kick, and running through a room, the tenant of which had made his escape, he passed on into a dressing-room, and thence regained the corridor beyond the point where it had been connected with the great staircase. The fall of so much lime-rubbish had in a degree deadened the fire, and striding on, Burrell reached the door which opened on the stone staircase. The rush of cool air and the joy of escape revived him, almost suffocated as he was in the heat and smoke, and bending down his head over his fair burden, he said, the most natural thing in the world, "Dear girl, you are safe." Ay, though he had only seen her twice in all his life. Though they were now in comparative security, the fire had made sufficient progress even there to render haste imperative, and Burrell lost not a moment till he reached a small door, which led out upon the lawn by some ascending steps. At about the distance of 50 or 60 yards were assembled the whole of the late inmates of the dwelling, mistress, visitors, and servants, with 20 or 30 countrymen and women, all engaged in the laudable occupation of seeing the house burn. Dr. Wilton was the only one in a state of activity, and he, in his shirt and breeches, which, with the exception of his shovel hat, were the only articles of apparel he had saved, was endeavouring to instigate some of the servants and peasantry to get up a ladder to the window of Miss Delaware's room, which, what between fear, wonder, and stupidity, they were performing with extraordinary slowness. At the same time, one of the Molly Dusters was corroborating with the rest of the company the assertion of Burrell's servant, who informed them that his master had gone to fetch Miss Delaware, and the very likely consummation that they would both be burned together was prophesied manfully, just as he was making his way across the green towards them, to prove that he did not intend to participate in such a holocaust. On seeing Burrell, and guessing what it was that he carried in his arms, Mrs. Darlington, who was really a good-tempered woman, gave way a great deal more to her feelings than her usual bienséance permitted, and literally screamed for joy. Since her escape she had found time to get cool in body if not in mind, and indeed the latter part of the mixed whole was by this time sufficiently tranquillized to admit the vision of a pretty little quiet romance to cross her mind concerning Burrell and Blanche Delaware, and to suggest the propriety of letting her house burn away in peace, while she took shelter and guarded against taking cold in the cottages just below the lodge. Thither too she requested Burrell, who would give up his fair burden to no one, to follow her, and she herself led the way, with 1,000 encomiums on his heroic gallantry, mingled with thanks to heaven that all her title deeds were at the banker's, and manifold aspirations concerning the fire-resisting powers of the plate-chests. Burrell thought of nothing but her he carried in his arms. It was not love he felt, but it was intense interest, and I will defy any man to carry a beautiful girl that he has already admired and liked, through dangers such as those, pressed close to his own bosom, and with her heart beating against his, without feeling very differently toward her from what he ever did before. He had, however, a quality which few young men possess much of, considerable delicacy of mind, and as soon as he had placed Miss Delaware in safety in the cottage, he left her with Mrs. Darlington, without any of the troublesome inquiries about her health and comfort which some foolish people might have made. He then hastened back as far as possible toward the house, with the determination of doing all that he rationally could to save whatever portion of it remained, but without the slightest intention in the world of bringing his life into jeopardy, or enacting wonders worthy of a demigod, either to preserve the property of a rich old widow lady, about whom he did not care a sixpence, or to astonish worthy Dr. Wilton and 6 lackeys and cowherds who were looking on. When he arrived at the spot, however, he found that the occupation which he had proposed to himself had already been seized by a stout agile young fellow in a sailor's jacket and trousers, who had arrived on the ground during his absence, and had inspired 1 or 2 of the peasantry with some activity. The efforts of this young man were energetic, bold, and cleverly executed, but from being ill-directed did little comparative good, while his own life was every moment hazarded. Indeed, personal security seemed the last thing that he considered, and perhaps this somewhat superabundant display of daring might do some good, if only by stirring up the more slothful to a tolerable degree of activity. Burrell paused and looked on for an instant, but not from either over-prudence or laziness. What is best to be done may be always better considered before doing anything than after, provided too much time is not bestowed upon it, and in the single moment that Burrell gave to consideration, he perceived that the young sailor was not only doing no good, but running himself and others into certain destruction by continuing to labour at the centre of the house. the interior of which was completely consumed, and the roof of which threatened to fall, while by cutting off the communication between the corps de logis and the wings, a considerable part of the building might be saved. The moment his mind was made up, he entered the principal door, and catching the young sailor by the arm as he stood in what had been the vestibule, he called upon him to desist. The lad, for he was scarcely a man, turned round upon him for a moment with a countenance which haste, heat, and impetuosity of disposition rendered somewhat furious at the interruption, but a few calm, reasonable words from Burrell at once showed him the rationality of what he proposed, and after a single oath, escaping, as it were, by the safety valve of his tongue, he agreed to follow. Burrell then hastened to get out of the stifling heat and smoke, but finding that the other still lingered, he turned again at the door. The sailor had paused to recover a bucket, and was at the very instant taking his first step after Burrell, when a small quantity of heated rubbish came pattering from above, and then, with a considerable crash, a thick beam detached itself from the roof, caught upon the ruins of the staircase, and swung blazing for a single instant above the vestibule. The young man sprang forward toward the door, but he was too late to escape entirely. The beam came thundering down. It struck him, and he fell. Something more was now escaped than the bed and table linen of an old woman. A life is always worth the peril of life, and Burrell at once plunged in again and dragged him out, though certainly at the risk of much more than he would have hazarded to save Mrs. Darlington's abode, or any inanimate thing it ever contained. He was scarcely clear of the doorway when the roof fell in, and the rush and the roar and the subsequent silence and the suddenly smothered flame showed him what he had escaped, and made him pause for an instant with a thankful exclamation to that being before whose eyes a sparrow falls not to the ground unheeded. Henry Burrell then drew the man he had rescued forward, beyond the influence of the heat. I say drew, because he evinced a strange inaptitude to voluntary locomotion, from which Burrell did not augur very favourably, and being within an inch of 6 feet high, with a very tolerable proportion of sinew and muscle, he was not quite so portable in one's arms as Blanche Delaware. "Now, my good friends," said Burrell, laying the lad down upon the smooth turf of the lawn, and addressing those who crowded round, "if you want really to render any assistance, get what axes, picks, crows, and other things of the kind you can, and break down entirely yon little gallery which lies between the house and the right wing. You run no risk, for the fire has not yet caught the gallery, and you will save the wing. Never mind this young man, I will attend to him. Here, Harding," he added, speaking to his servant, "you are a cowardly . Take care of yourself the next time I meet you in a house on fire, that I do not throw you into the flames, to prevent your running away when I want your assistance." The man replied nothing as usual, and his master proceeded. "Have you a penknife in your pocket?" "No, sir," answered the servant, but Dr. Wilton supplied the deficiency. "Here is one," he cried, groping in his breeches pocket. "What are you going to do, my dear Harry? The poor lad seems dead." "Only stunned, I hope," replied Burrell, "but at all events the best thing one can do for him is to cut the artery in the temple, and let him bleed freely. If he be dead, it can do him no harm. If there be any life left, it will recall it." Thus speaking, with little ceremony, he drew the penknife sharply across the artery, much to the wonder of the bystanders, some of whom thought him a fine, bold gentleman. Some concluded that he was but little troubled with that civil understrapping virtue of discretion. The effect, however, soon became visible. The blood at first hardly flowed, but in a moment after it burst forth with rapid jerks. A deep sigh followed from the hurt man, and in an instant after he looked faintly round. "I thought I was gone," he cried, raising himself and looking toward the fire. "My head's bad enough still, but I rather think I owe you my life, sir. Well, there is an old woman down in the village will pray God bless you." Burrell now endeavoured to staunch the blood, but, like many other persons, he had not previously calculated all the consequences of what he was going to do, and he might have found the undertaking somewhat difficult had it not fortunately happened that the flames of Mrs. Darlington's villa had alarmed the whole of the little town and neighbourhood of Emberton, and thus people were flocking up both on foot and on horseback. Among the first that arrived was, of course, her late guest, the village surgeon. one at least of the learned professions being more peculiarly and unhappily obnoxious to Rochefoucauld's sneering assertion that there is always something pleasant to ourselves in the misfortunes of our friends. The surgeon, then, was amongst the first, of course, sparing not his horse's breath, in order to condole and sympathise, and look grave, and set a limb or tender bruise, or dress a burn, or, in short, perform any of those small acts which are the sources of emolument, present or future, to a country apothecary. His arrival happened at a fortunate moment for Burrell's patient, and after having ascertained that no one of more consequence was hurt, he complimented the young stranger highly on his prompt and skilful treatment of poor Wat Harrison, as he called him, suffered the bleeding to continue for another moment, merely to show how much he approved of what had been done, and then proceeded to stop it. The adventures of the night were now soon concluded. By Burrell's directions and the exertions of the peasantry, stimulated at last to some degree of activity, one wing of the house, as well as the stabling and offices, was saved, and from this part, thus preserved, apparel was procured sufficient to clothe the half-naked bodies of those who were its late denizens. This apparel, indeed, was of somewhat an anomalous description, and the metamorphoses produced were rather strange, for though Miss Delaware came out most beautifully as a pretty dairymaid, and Mrs. Darlington did not look ill as a housekeeper, yet Dr. Wilton had a somewhat fantastic air when a footman's greatcoat was added to his black breeches, silk stockings, and shovel hat. Burrell himself adhered to his own dressing-gown, though many a hole was burnt in the gay flowers that covered it, and many a stain and scorch obscured the original colours. A general smile, which even the serious calamity that had reduced them to that state could not repress, played upon the lips of the whole party, as they met in such strange attire at the door of the cottages, just as the pale light of the morning was pouring faint and bluish through the air. On the countenance of Blanche Delaware, however, that smile mingled with a flickering blush as she answered Burrell's inquiries concerning her health, and Burrell, though he could not but think it as beautiful a thing as ever met the eyes of the morning rested on, hastened by quiet and easy words of deep but unceremonious respect to remove the glow with the embarrassment that caused it. By this time all sorts of chaises and vehicles had arrived from Emberton, and Mrs. Darlington's own carriage and horses had been brought up from the stables. Burrell handed the two ladies in to proceed to the village, the inn of which place Mrs. Darlington declared should be her abode for the next day or two. He declined, however, a seat beside them, and bidding his servant take care of his horses and bring them down afterward, he himself, the fire having nearly expended itself, got into a hack chaise for Emberton, and, accompanied by the young sailor who had been hurt, drove slowly down into the valley. Dr. Wilton, whose living lay at a considerable distance in a different direction, had before taken leave of him, with many a pressing invitation to the rectory, and had preceded him in departing. One by one the people of the town returned, and the peasantry dropped away, and with one man left to keep watch, the ruins of Mrs. Darlington's house remained smouldering in silent solitude, like the history of a battle, which, full on fire, confusion, and destruction, while it lasts, leaves, after the lapse of a few years, nothing but vacancy, ruin, and the faint smoke of fame. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. It is quite wonderful what a fund of conversation one has with oneself when one is left alone for a few minutes, after an hour or two of that excitement during which the mind at one moment has enough to do in calculating what the body is to do the next. This conversation is sometimes pleasant, of course, and sometimes severe, according to the circumstances of the case and character of the person, or rather of the persons, concerned. I hold the plural to be the right number in speaking of such conversation, for therein, more or less, the two spirits which Arosbus and every other man felt or feels in his own bosom hold commune with each other, and being two twin brothers who, though good and evil in their several natures, have still a bond of kindred sympathy between them, although they wrangle and oppose each other in the busy strife of the world, yet when they thus calmly meet in solitude and silence, to talk together over the past, there is a strain of melancholy affection mingled with their intercourse, which renders it always pleasing, though sometimes sad. The good spirit, for it is his moment of power, rebukes his evil brother gently for every abuse of his sway, and the evil one bows contrite, or playfully evades the charge. All this, however, has very little to do with Henry Burrell, some persons may think, who, in companionship with a hurt lad, half peasant, half sailor, was slowly winding onwards in a creaking post-chaise toward the small town of Emberton. Nevertheless, notwithstanding that fact, and whether anyone understands some of the foregoing sentences or not, which probably they will not do without reading them over twice, nevertheless, Henry Burrell's thoughts were suffered to flow hardly interrupted, for the young sailor was still in a dozy, half-lethargic state, and the two spirits, though the good one could scarcely be said to have lost its ascendancy during the hours lately past, had full leisure for conversation in his bosom. "I must take care what I am about," thought Burrell, as soon as he had fallen back in the chaise after a few kindly words to his poor companion, which remained half unanswered. "I must take care what I am about," and it may hardly be necessary to inform the reader that he was thinking of Blanche Delaware. "And yet," he continued the next moment, half smiling, "why should I take care? Whom have I to care for but myself?" That was one point gained at least. It was settled thenceforth and forever that there was no reason on earth why he should not fall in love with Blanche Delaware if he liked it. By the way, men very seldom get so far as that without being somewhat in love already. Few people think of attacking a fort without being in the army. The next step to be taken by a reasonable man, and Burrell was one of those people whose natural inclination to act by impulse was so strong that he was very anxious on all occasions to give impulse a good reason, lest she should act without one, and then laugh at him for his pains. The next step to be taken was to find some good and legitimate cause, altogether independent of passion, why such a cool and considerate person as Henry Burrell looked upon Henry Burrell to be, and which he really was by habit, though not by nature, should fall in love with Blanche Delaware, and as it is not very easy mathematically to find a sufficient cause for falling in love at all, Burrell was obliged to proceed cautiously in the matter, from axiom to postulate, and so on. He accordingly set himself to think over all he had seen of Blanche Delaware, and he did not find it in the least difficult to imagine, to assume, to demonstrate, that she had plenty of high qualities, independent of her beauty, to make her a desirable wife for any man. He next considered the question of marriage in the abstract, and was naturally led to conclude with St. Paul, as cited by the Book of Common Prayer, that it is a state honourable among all men. All these steps being taken, he next looked into his own condition, and found that marriage might do him a great deal of good, and could do him very little harm. Then, putting the points already gained in relative position with his own situation, he deduced the following: marriage is good and honourable in all men, marriage in his own case was peculiarly advisable, and Blanche Delaware was peculiarly eligible for any man as a wife. So far all was fair and prosperous, and he was like a ship with full sails and favourable wind, dancing over a sunny sea toward the port of matrimony. And a very comfortable port too, let me tell you. However, there was still one little obstacle to be got over, which the reader, unless he be an undergraduate, will never divine. The fact is, that no man who has been long at either of the two learned universities can bear the idea of falling in love. He looks upon it as a sort of disgrace, and Burrell, who was of Christchurch, would not admit for a moment that he was the least little bit in love in the world. At the same time, with that sort of odd perversity which, on some subject or another, is to be found in the breast of everyone, he had no idea of anyone marrying without being in love, unless, indeed, some point of honour or propriety required it. This latter opinion came, of course, from reading novels and romances, plays, poetry, and rich trash, and in his course through the world hitherto, these contending principles, always in opposition to each other, had kept him safe, sound, and unmarried, up to the respectable period of 27 years. His Master of Arts degree had acted as a shield to his heart from the many arrows which had been directed against it, and a romantic disposition had guarded him against that sort of abstract matrimony which is undertaken without love. He was an odd man, this Mr. Henry Burrell. He was so, sir, just such another bundle of contrarieties as you or I or anyone else. We are all odd men if you look at us closely. The simple fact of Burrell's situation at that moment was merely this. He was not over head and ears in love with Blanche Delaware. He had not had time, sir. A man does not fall in love by steam. No, but he had at least advanced 2 or 3 steps in that quagmire, and he was not very likely to get out of it in a hurry. If anyone who reads this book, and pray heaven there may be many, have ever ridden a thoroughbred horse over a shaky moor, he will have seen that the animal, at the first 2 or 3 steps over the boggy ground, trembles at every limb, and if you let him he will sink to a certainty. Your only way is to stick your spurs into his side, keep a light hand and his head up, and gallop as hard as you can till you get upon firm ground. Now Burrell felt very much inclined to gallop. He got a little frightened at his situation, especially when he found himself stringing together so many reasons for marrying Blanche Delaware, and it was even betting whether he stayed to fall in love or got into the 10 o'clock stage and dined in London. The way that love got over it was as follows. Burrell began to think about the events of the foregoing night, and the remembrance of saving the life of Blanche Delaware, and carrying her through the flames in his arms was of course too pleasant a little spot for memory not to pause upon it agreeably. The flickering blush also, which had risen in her cheek when she had seen him afterward, rose up sweetly, and his next thought was to consider whether it would be more delicate again to apologize for entering her chamber in the middle of the night, or to leave it in silence, and never mention it at all. That was soon settled, but he then thought, the story will of course be told about the country, aye, and with additions and improvements which may, very likely, injure that sweet girl, and will, at all events, hurt her feelings if she should hear them. I would not have it so for a world, and yet what can one do to prevent it? At that moment, connecting itself with the blush by one of those fine invisible links of thought which defy all grasp, for who can trace to its cloud the lightning of the mind? At that moment the few words he had spoken at the top of the stone staircase, when he first found they were in safety, the outpouring of joy which had sparked over the lip of the cup, the dear girl, you are safe, were gathered up by memory, and held up to his sight, and Burrell, who was a gentleman, and considered the point of honour more sacred and more delicate toward a woman than even toward a man, believed that he had said too much not to say more, if he found that to say it would not offend. Doubtless she will forget it, he said to himself. Doubtless she will never think of it more. But yet I have spoken what was either an insult or a declaration, and for my own honour's sake I cannot quit the country till I have pursued it further. Well done, Maître Cupidon. Strangely well managed for a little blind gentleman strongly suspected of being lame in one leg. But 'tis time to give over gossiping, for I have a long story to tell, and very little space to tell it in, and if we stop investigating everything that passes in the mind of all the principal personages in this tale, we shall never get half through all the perils and dangers and hairbreadth escapes which have not yet begun. Well, the chaise rolled on, but as for the sake of his hurt companion, Burrell had ordered it to roll slowly, his own thoughts rolled a considerable deal faster, and he had got happily over the above cogitations, and a great many more to boot, before the vehicle entered the little town of Emberton. All the good folks in the place were agog with the joy and excitement of a fire, and the misfortunes of their fellow creatures, and although it had been discovered by the arrival of Mrs. Darlington's carriage that unfortunately no one had been killed, yet everybody looked out anxiously for the next comers from the scene of action, in order to have the pleasure of a detailed account of the property destroyed. Good Lord, what a pleasure and a satisfaction it was to the ladies of Emberton to commiserate Mrs. Darlington. There is certainly no affection of human nature half so gratifying as commiseration. It raises us so infinitely above the object we commiserate, And oh, if that object have been for long years a thing or person to be envied! Ye gods, quit your nectar, for it is not worth a sup, and learn to commiserate one another. Poor Mrs. Darlington! Only think how unfortunate to have her fine place entirely destroyed, cried Commiseration. She that was so smart and gay, and held her head so high, observed Envy. No great harm, it will lower her pride, said Hatred. They say all her title deeds are burned, and she is likely to lose the whole estate, whispered Malice. It was ill enough got, I dare say, added all uncharitableness, for no one could tell how her father made his money. And thus the matter being settled to the satisfaction of every one who had lungs to cry out, poor Mrs. Darlington, the good people of Emberton waited anxiously for the next arrival, to see whether it would afford them anything equally new and pleasant to say upon the subject. The next arrival, as we before hinted, was that of Henry Burrell, Esquire, carrying in the post-chaise along with him poor Wat Harrison, as the surgeon had called him. And this conjunction of two such very opposite planets in one post-chaise was wonderfully prolific of agreeable speculations to the folks of Emberton. Some declared that poor Wat Harrison, or Sailor Wat as he was called, had been detected in plundering the house, and had been brought down in irons. Some vowed that he had insulted Mr. Burrell, and had been knocked down by that gentleman with a blow which had fractured his skull. One little boy, who saw him pass with a bloody handkerchief round his head, ran across to his father on the other side of the way, crying out, "Oh, papa, they have brought home the widow's son, at the end of the lane, with his throat cut. You used always to say he would be hanged." Besides this gentle vaticination of his ultimate destiny, various were the reports that his appearance in Burrell's post-chaise produced. Nevertheless, the chaise rolled on, and passing through the town, turned up the lane leading by the park wall toward the mansion house, and after proceeding about a couple of 100 yards, stopped at the door of a neat cottage, humble and small, but clean and decked with flowers. "Stay, and let me help you out," said Burrell to his companion, as the postillion opened the door. "No, no," cried the lad, rousing himself from the sort of dozing state in which he had hitherto continued. "It will frighten her. Let me get out myself. She has had frights enough already." He was next at the door, and he staggered down the steps with an effort, but before his foot touched the ground, a female figure appeared in the entrance of the cottage. It was that of a woman about 40 years of age, with traces of considerable beauty, less withered apparently by time than by sorrow, for the braided hair upon her forehead was but thinly mingled with grey, the teeth were fine and white, the eye clear and undimmed, but there was many a line about the mouth which seemed to hold every smile in chains, and there was an expression of deep habitual anxiety in the eyes, fine as they were, that can only be fixed in them by care. They seemed always asking, what new sorrow now? She was dressed in the garb of a widow, not deep weeds, but those habiliments which might still be worn as marks of the eternal mourning of the heart, after time and the world's changes had banished the memory of her loss from every bosom but her own. They were neat and clean, but plain and even coarse, and her appearance, and it did not belie her state, was altogether that of a person in the humbler class of life, but with a mind and perhaps an education in some degree superior to those of her own station. As the young man got out of the chaise, she took 2 or 3 quick steps forward to meet him, exclaiming with an anxious gaze at his face, "Oh, my boy, what has happened now?" "Nothing, mother, nothing," answered the young man. "A knock on the head, that's all. Nothing at all. It will be well to-morrow." And he strove to pass into the house as if to hide himself from the anxious eyes which were scanning his pale face, dabbled as it was with blood. Burrell sprang out of the chaise, and putting his right hand under the lad's elbow so as to support him steadily, he gently displaced his mother's hand by taking it in his own, and leading her on with them into the cottage, saying, as he did so, "Your son, my good lady, has had a severe blow on the head from a falling of a beam, as he was aiding gallantly to extinguish the fire at Mrs. Darlington's. We have been obliged to bleed him, but, as you see, he is much better now, and I doubt not, with care and good medical advice, he will soon be quite well." By this time he had got the young man into the cottage, and seated him on a wooden chair near the door. But the words of comfort that he spoke seemed to fall meaningless on the ears of the widow, who stood and gazed upon her son's face with an expression of anxious care which we must have all seen at some time or another, but which is hardly describable. It was not only the sorrow and the anxiety of the moment, but it was the crushed heart prophesying many a future woe from long experience of grief. It was the waters of bitterness welling from the past, and mingling its gall with all things present or to come. Her son was the first thought, but she marked Burrell's words, though she answered them not, for the next moment she said, as if speaking to herself, for distress had done away with courtesy for the moment, "Where am I to get good medical advice?" "That shall not be wanting, my good lady," replied Burrell kindly. "Come, come, the matter is not so bad as you think it. Get your son to bed, and as soon as Mr. Tomkins, the surgeon, returns, he shall have my orders to give him every attention. He will soon be better, so set your mind at ease." "Oh, sir," answered the widow, looking for the first time at the person who spoke to her, "I have not known what a mind at ease is for many a long year. But you are very good, sir, and I ought to have thanked you before." "That you ought, mother," said the young man, "for he got me out of the fire and saved my life. God bless you, sir. I can be thankful enough for a good turn, in spite of all that the people of this place may say against me. They first drove me to do a bad thing, and then gave me a worse name for it than I ever deserved." "I believe it is too often so," answered Burrell, laying his hand with a gentle motion upon his arm. "And many a man like you, my poor fellow, may be driven from small faults to great ones. But it is never too late to correct one's mistakes, and as I will bear witness to your gallant exertions to save Mrs. Darlington's property, you will now have a good foundation to raise a better name for yourself than you seem to say you have hitherto obtained. Let this make a new beginning for you, and I will take care you shall not want encouragement." The young sailor suddenly grasped his hand and wrung it tight in his own. "God bless you, sir," said he. "God bless you." And Burrell fully understood that the words of hope he had spoken found their way straight to a heart that might have gone astray, but was not entirely corrupted. After a few more kind words to the widow and her son, he got into the chaise again and returned to his lodging. His first care was to provide medical aid for the young sailor, and he sent immediately for Mr. Tomkins, the surgeon, who had by this time returned, after giving full orders and authority to see the young man, God willing, completely restored to health, with all the necessary attendants and medicaments to be charged to his account. Burrell learned from the apothecary the history of the young sailor, which is as simple a one as ever was told. His father and mother had married young, principally upon the strength of that chameleon fricassee, hopes and expectations, and his father had settled in a small shop in Emberton, became a bankrupt, and died. There was nothing wonderful in that, for oxalic, nay, prussic acid itself has no advantage over broken hopes except in being a quicker poison. If one takes up the Gazette and looks at the names of the great bankers and merchants that have figured in its sad lists during the last 20 years, we shall find that 2 out of 3 have not survived their failure 3 years. Well, he died, and his widow did hope that the liberal creditors would allow her the means of carrying on her husband's trade again, or at least supporting herself and her child. But no, the world is a very good world, and a liberal and generous world, etc., etc., etc. But let no one say, as they value peace, count upon its kindness or generosity for a moment. The liberal creditors left her not a shred on the face of the earth that they could take, and turned her and her beggar boy into the street. To the kindness of Sir Sidney Delaware she owed the small cottage in which she dwelt, but Sir Sidney, God help him, had hardly enough for himself, and though many a little act of comforting kindness was shown by the poor family of the park to the poor family in the cottage, yet that was not enough for support, and want was often at the door. As the boy grew up, his heart burned at his mother's need, and in an evil hour he became connected with a gang of poachers, plundered the preserves of Sir Timothy Rideout, was detected, resisted. The gamekeeper was struck and injured in the affray, and poor Wat Harrison, as he was called, was nearly finding his way to Botany Bay, when by some kind management he was allowed to go to sea, and remained in Captain Delaware's ship till she was paid off, a few months before the time of which I now write. It has before been shown, however, that Wat Harrison had established for himself a bad character in the little town which saw his birth. To such a degree even had he done this, that the peculiar class of wiseacres, who have a prepossession in favour of hanging, uniformly agreed that poor Wat Harrison would be hanged. Such a reputation, once established, is not easily shaken off, and although at his return he bore a high character from Captain Delaware, who reported him what he really was, a brave, active, gallant lad, somewhat rash and headstrong, and with a disposition that, in good guidance, might be led to everything good and noble, still the wiseacres shook the knowing head, and declared that all that might be very true, but that bad company would soon make him as bad as ever. Burrell listened to the story with some attention, but by this time he had resumed his impenetrability, which had been a little shaken within the last 24 hours, and the good doctor could by no means discover what Henry Burrell intended to do in favour of poor Wat Harrison, or whether he intended to do anything. It is not improbable that, as the surgeon was really a kind-hearted man, he would have given what medical aid was required by the widow's son, even had no pecuniary remuneration brightened with its golden rays the horizon of a long attendance. But the unlimited order he received to do everything that was necessary for the youth's complete recovery inspired a new alacrity into all his movements, for there is no charity which is half so active as that which is paid for. Away then hied worthy Mr. Tomkins, undivided surgeon to the whole little township of Emberton and its dependencies, to attend poor Wat Harrison, with as much eager zeal as if the lad had been a calender, a king's son, instead of a poor widow's, and his prompt appearance, as well as several mysterious nods and becks and wreathed smiles, which he joined to some mysterious words about her son having secured a powerful protector, served greatly to soothe the heart of poor widow Harrison. In good truth, much did it need soothing, for her only child had soon fallen into the same fearful drowsy state again from which his first arrival at her humble dwelling had roused him, and either left her questions unanswered, or answered à tort et à travers. This had terrified and alarmed her to a dreadful degree, and the assurance of the surgeon that her son would do well, joined to the hints he gave, that her future prospects were brightening, brought the first rays of the blessed day-star of joy to shine in upon her heart, which had found their way through the casement of her cottage for many a year. The lad was by this time in bed, and a second bleeding relieved him, but it was now discovered that the beam had struck his side as well as his head, and there appeared some reason to fear inflammation from the feverish state of his pulse. Cooling drinks and refrigerants of all kinds were recommended, and as Mr. Burrell's orders had been dictated in a spirit of liberality, to which the mind of the village surgeon was averse to set bounds, yet afraid to give full course, he deemed it best to wait upon that gentleman and state what he thought necessary. "In regard to medicines and everything of that kind, my dear sir," replied Burrell, who was found with half a dozen half-written letters before him, "in regard to medicines and everything of that kind, I must let him trust to you. As to diet, the huvantia and lodentia must be explained to my man, who shall have full orders to provide all that is necessary for him." The letters on the table were sufficient hint to a man, a part of whose profession is to understand hints quickly, and after the words of course, he took leave once more and departed. A short time after, Burrell's silent servant Harding appeared at the cottage, bringing with him all that could make a sick man comfortable. He himself was active and attentive, and considering his wonted reserve, Master Harding might be looked upon as loquacious. He showed none of those airs which the servants of fine gentlemen sometimes affect when called upon to attend the poor or sick, in any one of those cases in which their masters find it convenient to do the less pleasant parts of charity by deputy. But, sitting down by the bed of the sick man, he asked kindly after his health, talked over the accident which had occasioned the injury from which he suffered, turned up his nose at his own master, when widow Harrison called down blessings on Burrell's head, declared that the time was fast coming when such men would find their right level, and hoped in his days to see the national debt wiped away with a wet sponge, and a reasonable limit fixed to the fortunes of private men, so that no such unequal distribution of things that were naturally in common should take place. Widow Harrison was silent from astonishment, and her son was ill, and not logical, so that the oration of Burrell's silent servant passed unquestioned, and he returned to his master's lodging, where, to do him all manner of justice, although he was perfectly respectful, his lips did not overflow with any of those warm professions of attachment and devotion which used to characterize the determined rascals in days of old. It is to be remarked here that the character of the scoundrel, the pickpocket, and the thief has changed within the last 5 or 6 years most amazingly, and the leaven of liberal sentiments of one kind or another, which has been so industriously kneaded up with the dough-like and ductile minds of Englishmen, has been naturally communicated in a greater proportion to the thieves, pickpockets, cheats, and valets de chambre than to any other class in the state. Far from finding fawning and cringing in the knavish valet, far from meeting courtesy and gentleness in the highwayman, far from being treated with urbanity and persiflage by the swindler, the first, when about to steal his master's silver spoons, discusses the origin of the idea of property; the second, when he lays you prostrate with a club, or blows your brains out with a pistol, swaggers about the rights of the people, while the swindler is sure to cheat you under the guise of a lecture on political economy, and the man who meditates cutting your throat in the bed, views you with cool indifference, reads Cato before he goes to rest, and, ere he sets to work, lies down to take an hour or two of sleep and dream of Brutus. O ye gods, it is a goodly world, and those who see most of the march of intellect begin to suspect that its progression is somewhat like that of a crab. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. About 3 o'clock of the day at which we are still pausing, the sky began to show a strong disposition to weep. A heavy shower came on, and if there were a spark left till then unextinguished among the blackened remains of Mrs. Darlington's house, there certainly now came down from above the wherewithal to drown it out effectually. The whole heavens became black and gloomy, and for about an hour there was nothing to be seen but a scanty allowance of prospect, half obscured by the grey drizzle. Shortly after, however, a yellow break made its appearance on the south-western edge of the horizon, and the rays of a September sun, mingling with the falling shower, poured through the streaks of rain, and seemed to fringe the cloud with an edging of spun glass. Moving slowly onward, the heavy mass of vapours left room for the evening sun to burst forth, and, while the rainbow waved its scarf of joy in the air, the whole world sparkled up, refreshed and brightened by the past rain. It was just about the same moment that Henry Burrell, rising up from a desk at which he had been writing, closed it, rang the bell, and giving 2 letters to his servant for the post, ordered him to bring his hat and stick. It happened, of course, that at the very same time the whole of the most gossiping heads in Emberton were at the windows of their several dwellings, endeavouring to ascertain if it were going to turn out a fine evening, and, of course, their speculations were soon confined to Burrell, who was seen to walk slowly along the street, to stop for 10 minutes at the principal inn, either, as it was conjectured by the spectators, for the purpose of giving some orders, or of inquiring after the health of Mrs. Darlington, and then to proceed leisurely across the bridge, turn the corner of the park, and approach the widow's cottage. The cottage itself being, as I have before said, 200 or 300 yards removed from the town, in the turnings of a narrow road, was out of sight. But there was a house which stood at the corner of the bridge, on the opposite side of the park, commanding a view of a considerable part of the grounds, and from the windows of the first floor, a female figure having been seen walking quickly down among the trees on the left, while Burrell was pausing at the inn. Miss Mildew, a fair tenant of that story, a lady of about 59, who had exercised millinery and had her heart broken several times by the perfidy of man, put on her bonnet and ran across the street to tell a congenial spirit, from whom she concealed nothing, that Miss Delaware was just going down to give the strange gentleman a meeting at the widow's cottage. Both held up their hands and sighed mournfully over the depravity of the world, and the sad decline of female modesty in this latter day. In the meanwhile Burrell pursued his way, and entering the open door of the cottage, knocked at that of the room in which he had before seen the widow. Another door opposite, however, was immediately opened by Widow Harrison, and Burrell, entering the room with that pleasant and unpretending easiness of demeanour which is always received as a kindly compliment to the lower classes, found himself, to his surprise, in the presence of Miss Delaware. Although her mind was too little acquainted with evil in any shape to lead Blanche Delaware to fancy for a single instant that any one would put a wrong construction on her actions, yet there was something, she knew not well what, in all that had passed between Burrell and herself since their first meeting, that called up into her cheek a slight blush, unconnected with any unpleasant feelings, as soon as she beheld him. Those blushes are great tell-tales, and will often let out the secret of a woman's heart before she herself knows that there is any secret in it. But we shall have more to say of them hereafter. The blush instantly passed away, however, and, as Burrell advanced to speak to her, it was all gone. "I am delighted to see you, Miss Delaware," he said, "for I really had hardly time to convince myself this morning that you had neither suffered from cold nor from alarm in all the terrible adventures of last night." "Not in the least," answered Miss Delaware, "and I have to thank you, Mr. Burrell, for life, for certainly, had it not been for your prompt and generous assistance, I must have perished by a miserable death. As it was," she added with a smile, which was followed by a blush again, "as it was, your assistance was so prompt, and I was so sound asleep, that I had not time to be frightened till I was safe. However, I must trust the expression of my gratitude to those who are more capable of doing justice to it. My brother, I believe, is now gone to call upon you." Widow Harrison had stood by, listening respectfully, but there was many a shade of care removed from her face since the morning, and as soon as Miss Delaware had ended, and there was a pause, for Burrell, feeling that he would 1,000 times sooner be thanked by her own lips than by those of her brother, halted at this reply. The poor woman joined in to express her gratitude too. A degree of embarrassment, however, as to the manner, made her do it somewhat obliquely, and she exclaimed, addressing Blanche Delaware, "Oh, ma'am, this gentleman is so good and kind to every one. This is the gentleman I was telling you brought home my poor boy, and sent Dr. Tomkins, and his own servant too, and has been so kind." Blanche Delaware looked up in Burrell's face with one of those sparkling smiles, as brilliant and more precious than a diamond, the beaming approbation of a good heart at the sight of a good action. Now the good-natured world may say, if it list, that this chapter is all about blushes and smiles, but let me tell it that, rightly valued and rightly read, there are not such beautiful or interesting things on earth. A dimple is fair enough on a fair face, but it means little or nothing. But the smiles and the blushes of a fine and bright mind are lovely in all their shades and expressions. They are the first touching tones of nature in her innocence, the sweet musical language of the heart. And Blanche Delaware's smile was the sweetest that it is possible to conceive, and none the less so because it beamed upon as fair a countenance as the eye of man ever rested upon. Altogether it was like the sunshine upon a beautiful country, lovely in itself, and lovely by that over which it played. "I thought it was the same, Margaret," she replied to the widow. "I thought it was the same because there was no other stranger at the fire, that I heard of at least." Burrell might well ask his heart what it was about, though it was a day too late, for by this time it was determined to have his own way. However, he knew more of the world than Blanche Delaware, and the knowledge of good and evil has always the same effect that it had at a man's first fall. And they always knew that they were naked, says the book of Genesis, and in that simple record the main motive and hidden cause of all that class of weaknesses and follies is to be found, which teach man to conceal his actions, his thoughts, and his feelings, to shrink from public censure, or fear the opinion of the world. The knowledge of the good and evil that is in the world teaches even the noblest mind to know the proneness of all nature to wickedness, and makes it hasten to clothe itself in a seeming not its own. Burrell knew the world and its evil, and felt that, however pleasant it might be to stay where he was, and enjoy the conversation of Blanche Delaware for an hour, for her sake it would be better for him to refrain, and therefore, after visiting the young sailor, who was in bed in the next room, and bidding his mother ask frankly for everything that was necessary for his comfort or recovery, he took leave of Miss Delaware, telling her that he would bend his steps homeward in the hope of meeting her brother. Ere he had crossed the bridge, his hand was clasped in that of Captain Delaware, who was, in fact, infinitely glad of an opportunity of drawing closer the acquaintance which he formed with his stage-coach companion. He thanked him animatedly and warmly for his gallant conduct in saving his sister, and apologized for the fact of his father not calling on him that night on account of a slight indisposition, adding, however, that it was his purpose to do so on the following morning. To the latter annunciation Burrell merely bowed, but to the first he replied with a smile that he believed he owed Miss Delaware an apology more than she owed him thanks, for having so impudently walked into her room in the middle of the night, although he believed they would have been both burned if he had paused much longer to consider the proprieties or improprieties. Captain Delaware laughed. "Blanche," said he, "though even I, her brother, cannot help owning that she is a very witching little person in her way, when she likes it, has no great desire to pass through such a fiery ordeal as that from which you relieved her. But if you will come with me to Widow Harrison's cottage, she will thank you herself." "I have already had the pleasure of seeing her, and have been thanked far more than necessary," replied Burrell, "for I certainly did no more than I would have done to serve any lady in similar circumstances, though I cannot deny that the merit of the action was greatly decreased by the object of it being Miss Delaware." Captain Delaware paused for a moment, and then, catching his companion's meaning, replied, smiling at his momentary dulness, "Oh, I understand you. But indeed, my dear sir, you must give me notice the next time you intend to leave the complimentary part of your speech implied rather than understood, for at first I understood your meaning to be that you would rather have served any other person than my sister." "Quite the contrary," replied Burrell. "The pleasure I felt in serving your sister took away all merit from the act. But compliments at all times are very foolish things, so I will have done with them, and only say most truly that I was delighted to serve your sister." "I understand you now," said Captain Delaware, and then added, laughing, "but you are accustomed to fine speeches, and I am not, so forgive my first stupidity. I will take your compliment at its proper value, and will, as the merchants tell us when we put into a strange port, discount it to my sister at the current exchange." "Do not give her less than the amount," answered Burrell, and he spoke so seriously that even Captain Delaware, though he was not very quick-sighted in such matters, thought it better to let the subject drop. However, there was something in Burrell's tone that for the first time made him think seriously of his sister's situation, and made him feel a pang which he had never before felt at the low ebb to which his house's fortunes had been reduced. Had there been in Burrell's conversation one tittle of presumption, had the pride of riches or of station shown itself by a word, by a very tone, pride, irritated by poverty, might have risen up in his bosom, and taught him to hold the stranger at arm's length, even though he had sacrificed what he believed would prove one of the most agreeable acquaintances he had ever made. But, on the contrary, though everything in Burrell's appearance, manners, and establishment showed habitual affluence, such a total disregard of the idle world's prosperity in others evinced itself in his whole conversation. He seemed so thoughtful of wealth of mind and manners, and so disregardful of the poorer wealth, that Captain Delaware, feeling himself by nature, education, and habit that noble thing, a gentleman, would not have hesitated to have introduced Burrell to a cottage, and said, "This is my home," convinced that his companion would hardly see what was around him, provided some weak vanity on his own part did not call his attention irresistibly to the painful spectacle of pride endeavouring to hide poverty. While such conversation had been passing between them, and such thoughts had been busy in Captain Delaware's bosom, Burrell, without any definite purpose, made a wheel upon the bridge, and in a moment after they were walking through the town together, toward the lane which led to the widow's cottage. Captain Delaware remained silent, as he continued meditating for 2 or 3 minutes, till, remembering that the name of his sister, for whom he had a fund of deep love and respect, which influenced all his actions, even without his knowing it, had been the last upon their lips, and feeling that some inference of deeper moment might be drawn from his silence than he could desire, he changed the subject, abruptly enough, indeed, to make his sudden fit of thoughtfulness more liable to remark than if it had continued twice as long. "Your servant," he said, "is certainly a descendant, not of Oedipus, but of his friend the Sphinx, which, by the way, our sailors, when we were at Alexandria, used always to call the minx. I did not think I showed any very impertinent curiosity, but he could neither tell me where you had gone, which way you had turned when you left the door, when you were to be back, or, in short, any other fact concerning your movements this evening. For feeling deeply indebted to you on poor Blanche's account, I wished to unload my bosom of its thanks." "Oh, he is a discreet and sober personage." "Master Harding," answered Burrell, "one of those men who have a great idea of not committing themselves, and I like him infinitely better than a plausible, fair-spoken knave that I had lately, who would not, or could not, loose my horse's girths, if the groom were out of the way, and who left me because I did not allow my servants Madeira." "I hope you threw him out of the window," cried Captain Delaware, giving way to a burst of honest indignation. "Oh dear, no," answered Burrell. "I saw him depart through the usual aperture, with a degree of coolness and fortitude he did not expect, and after trying another, whom I did kick out, I was soon supplied with the present rascal, who is useful, silent, and circumspect. He cheats me in about the same proportion as the others, or rather less, is so far more honest that he never pretends to honesty, and I have never yet discovered that he lets any other person cheat me besides himself." "No very high character either," answered Captain Delaware. "I beg your pardon," cried Burrell. "Sufficient for a prime minister, and more than sufficient for a member of parliament. But here we are at the cottage. I wonder if I dare intrude again upon Miss Delaware's presence." Captain Delaware made no difficulty, and a few minutes afterward the whole party were observed, with Blanche hanging upon her brother's arm, and Burrell walking by her side, his handsome head bent down to speak and hear with more than marked attention, walking slowly along the lane under the park wall, till they reached the small door nearest to the mansion. There Burrell raised his hat and took his leave, and while Miss Delaware and her brother entered the park, he drew up his head, threw wide his shoulders, and resuming his usual gait, returned to the town. The person who had observed all this, and who declared positively that she had not walked that way on purpose, reported it all fully to the honest folks of Emberton, who instantly prognosticated a marriage. How desperately they were mistaken remains to be shown. Burrell returned to his house, dined without the slightest symptoms of love being discernible in the removed dishes, and ended the day by sleeping as devotedly as if he had been a sworn votary of Somnus, first telling his servant to see that all the fires were put out, as he had not the slightest inclination to be woke from his rest again. A fire on 2 consecutive nights, however, is not a piece of good fortune that happens to every man, and Burrell, after having slept 1/3 of the round dial undisturbed, woke the next morning and sat down to breakfast, asking himself what was to occur next. Every man must find that there come moments in the dull lapse of life when, as we feel that nothing can stand still, we are certain that something must happen, however small and trifling in itself, to change the monotonous course in which things are proceeding, and lead us to a new train of events. Did you ever trace the current of a small stream, reader, from its earliest gush out of the green swampy turf, or the little rugged bank, to its confluence with some other water? Do. It is amusing and instructive. At its first burst into existence you will find it generally rushing on in gay and bounding brightness, fretting at all that opposes its course, and dashing over every obstacle that would retard its progress. Gradually, as one obstruction after another meets and impedes its onward flow, slower and more slow becomes its current, till a mere molehill will divert its course, and send it wandering far in the opposite direction to that which it originally assumed. But, after all, I am stealing an image, for some poet, I forget who, has said something very like it. Nevertheless, I make no apology for the robbery. The illustration suits my purpose, and I take it. Let every man steal as much as he likes, or put it in inverted commas, and it is all according to Act of Parliament. It matters not that the thought be old. The figure is fully appropriate as if it were new, and anyone who has watched the progress of a stream must have said in his own heart, "This is life." Well, Burrell, as he sat down to breakfast, had just come to one of those slow paces in the current of existence, where he felt that some bank or stone or molehill must turn the stream, and, as I have before said, his first thought was, what was to happen next? Oh, that curious question which has puzzled the wisest from the beginning of the world, and will puzzle them still, till the last day solves it for ever. What is to happen next? It had scarcely passed through Burrell's brain when the door opened, and Sir Sidney Delaware was announced. He entered the room slowly, as was his custom, but as he did enter, Burrell at once perceived that a certain air of coldness, which, like the Mithridate of the ancients, defied all analysis, from the multitude of ingredients that composed it, was altogether, and in its room there was a frank, bland smile as he greeted him, which unloaded the baronet's brow of the wrinkles of full 10 years. "I have come to visit you, Mr. Burrell," said Sir Sidney Delaware, "at an unusual hour, solely because I wish to see you, and, if you will give me leave, I will take my coffee with you." Burrell rang the bell, and the necessary additions to his breakfast table were soon completed, while he expressed politely, but neither coldly nor cordially, his pleasure at the visit of Sir Sidney Delaware. "My first task, Mr. Burrell," said the baronet, mildly and kindly, "is to express my gratitude for the salvation of my dear child, and allow me to say that no one who does not love her as I do can feel what that gratitude is. When a poor man and a proud man condescends to pour forth his feelings to his equal in mind and station, and his superior in more worldly wealth, it is a compliment which deserves instant return, and Burrell, though he had been unwilling to risk for a moment a fresh advance, to be repulsed, felt from the whole tone and manner of his companion that the barrier was broken down between them. To have held back would have been an insult, and he instantly replied, not in the set form which means no more than a copy line to a schoolboy, but in those words and accents that conveyed fully to Sir Sidney Delaware that he had felt a real and personal pleasure in serving his daughter in the manner that he had done. He spoke frankly, though guardedly, of the charms and graces of Miss Delaware's conversation and demeanour. He spoke more boldly and feelingly of the impression that the blending of sailor-like candour with gentlemanly feeling in Captain Delaware had produced upon his mind, and although Burrell alluded to these things in the tone of a man of the world, who had found out a treasure in pure nature that he had never before discovered, he did so without the slightest assumption of superiority, and both his words and his manner expressed alone unfeigned pleasure in the acquaintance he had made, and the service he had rendered. "Enough, enough," cried Sir Sidney Delaware, interrupting him as he was going on in his encomiums. "I came here to thank you for what you have done for one of my children, not to hear praises of both that might make my old eyes overflow. But as you speak of my son, I must not only confess that I owe you thanks, but an apology which I have promised him to make you, for not calling on you before. In that voluminous catalogue of lies, which, like hackney coaches on a stand, are ready at the beck of everyone, I might find 100 excuses ready-made to my hand, which you would be bound to receive as current. But my principles do admit of my making use of them, and when I apologise at all, it must be by telling the truth. Unfortunate circumstances, Mr. Burrell," he added in a grave and somewhat sad tone, "have placed a painful disparity between the fortune and the station of my family. For myself, I do not covet wealth, neither do my children, but we have never sought, or even admitted the society of anyone who was more likely to differ from us in our estimation of our own situation." "Although such an apology is far more than I either deserve or could expect," replied Burrell, "yet I own I am glad to find that you did not at all hate me for my own sake. As to my feelings and principles, if, as I hope, this acquaintance stops not here, you will soon find, my dear sir, that I am far too aristocratic in my own nature to dream that wealth can make any addition to rank, far too liberal in my own sentiments to dream that either wealth or rank can make any addition to gentlemanly manners and a gentlemanly mind. Do not mistake me, Sir Sidney Delaware," he added, seeing a slight shade come over the baronet's countenance. "I have every reverence for the institutions of society, and for those grades which society can never be deprived of, without sinking gradually into barbarism of manners, if not barbarism of mind. All I mean to say is, when I pay reverence to rank, it is a tribute I render to society. When I pay reverence to the individual, it is a tribute I offer to virtue, and that tribute will be offered to either, under all circumstances and at all times. But I have no idea of bowing low to the purse in a man's pocket, or fawning upon the bottle of Lafitte that graces his sideboard." Sir Sidney Delaware smiled. "I am afraid, then," he replied, "you are unlike the majority of our young men at present. The worst kind of aristocracy, because it must always be too new a garment to sit easily. The aristocracy of wealth is springing up each day as the idol for worship, and I am afraid everyone who may be said to have a golden calf in their house will find plenty of our Israelites willing to commit idolatry, though to the worship of wealth in others may be applied the memorable words with which Sallust stigmatizes avarice itself: ea quasi veninis malis imbuta, corpus animumque virilem effeminat, semper infinita insatiabilis est, neque copia, neque inopia minuitur. My own race have been too little followers of the blind god, I mean Plutus, not Cupid, and the effects you will see, if you do me the favour of dining in my poor house to-morrow." "If I see yourself and family there, Sir Sidney Delaware, I shall certainly see nothing amiss, and probably nothing else, though," he added, feeling that the subject was one which had better be led into some other as soon as possible, "though the house appears to be a perfect and beautiful specimen of the peculiar kind of architecture to which it belongs." "It is indeed," replied the baronet, instantly mounting the hobby that Burrell set before him. "It is, indeed, perhaps the most perfect specimen of the architecture of the early part of Henry VIII, now in existence. It shows the first step from the pure Gothic to the pure Vandal, if I may so call it, which succeeded." "Without pretending to be a connoisseur," replied Burrell, "I am certainly a great lover of architectural antiquities of all sorts, and I must endeavour to seduce you into pointing out all the peculiar characteristics of the place." "I shall be delighted," exclaimed Sir Sidney Delaware. "Let me beg you to come to-morrow early, come to breakfast, and give us your whole day, if you can spare so much of your time, which is doubtless valuable." "Perfectly worthless," replied Burrell. "So remember, if you find that I take you at your word, and bestow my whole day of tediousness upon you, it is your own fault, for you have invited me, and I shall look jealously for every yawn." No fear, my dear sir," said the baronet. "I do not know how, Mr. Burrell, or why, but something in your aspect and manners makes me feel as if you were an old friend." "May you always feel so," replied Burrell, with a smile of pleasure, which vouched that the words were more than mere form. "Even your face," continued Sir Sidney, "comes upon me like a dream of the past, and I feel, in speaking with you, as if I had just got my studentship at Christ Church, and were in those bright days again, when the boy, standing on the verge of manhood, grasped at the crown of thorns before him, as if it were a diadem of stars. However, I feel toward you like an old friend, and shall treat you as such, which means, as one of the flippant books of the present day asserts, that I shall give you a very bad dinner." "Do," cried Burrell, shaking the hand his guest held out to him as he was about to depart. "Do, and I will find a way to avenge myself without difficulty." "How do you mean?" demanded the baronet, pausing. "By coming for another very soon," answered his companion. "So I dare you to keep your word." "I certainly shall," rejoined Sir Sidney Delaware, "if such be the penalty." And they parted with feelings entirely changed on both sides since their meeting at the house of Mr. Timms. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Whether the succeeding hours of the day on which Sir Sidney Delaware first visited Henry Burrell did or did not pass with any degree of impatience felt on the part of the latter, it is difficult to say. Burrell had an habitual dislike to display of what he felt, and except on special occasions, where the stirred-up feelings broke through all customary restraint, there might be many far deeper things passing in his bosom than the eye of a casual observer could discover from his face. The hours of that day seemed to fly in perfect tranquillity. He visited the widow's cottage twice, and marked with pleasure that a change for the better had taken place in her son. He called upon Mrs. Darlington at the inn, gossiped over 1,000 subjects of tittle-tattle, and sketched out a plan for rebuilding her house, a consideration which seemed to give the good lady so much pleasant occupation that Burrell could scarcely find it in his heart to regret that her house had been burnt at all. He then strolled home to write letters, remarking with little further comment as he did so that his silent servant, Harding, was walking on the other side of the way, in quiet conversation with the vulgar person who had been for a short time one of his own companions in the London coach. Nothing, in short, through the whole day, or the ensuing evening, could betray that the hours were at all weary to Henry Burrell, and the only circumstance which led his servant, who had eyes sufficiently inquisitive and acute to believe that his master looked upon the approaching visit with more than ordinary interest, was, that in the next morning, instead of sleeping soundly, as usual, till he was called, he rang his bell somewhat impatiently full 5 minutes before his ordinary hour of rising. Giving the necessary orders for his dressing apparatus to be brought up to the mansion before dinner, Burrell sallied forth as soon as he was dressed, and took his way toward the park gate. He paused upon the bridge, however, and for a moment gazed up the long open space of park lawn, broken by old elms and oaks, with the stream flowing calmly on in the midst, and the swans dipping quietly into its waters, and the whole, in the soft morning sunshine, bearing an air of peace, with which even the grey building at the end of the vista harmonized full well. With what other thoughts there might be in Burrell's bosom, and there were a good many different threads that ran across the web in various directions, we will have nothing to do here, but will follow the one continuous line which we began to trace before, and only consider the psychological phenomena that were passing in his heart as far as they related to Blanche Delaware. That Burrell had thought of her a great deal since he last saw her, there can be no doubt. And he had thought of his own situation too, and what he was about, with a degree of human perseverity that was quite extraordinary in a hero of romance. As the beginnings of love must always be imaginative, and as Burrell had got into a bad habit of laughing at most things under the sun, by feeling that few were worth considering seriously, from the effects of which had habit, be it remarked, he himself, in his own mind and peculiarities, were not at all exempt. As a consequence of all this, he had chosen in the present case to image the predicament in which he stood to his own fancy, under 1,000 different forms, most of them, indeed, ludicrous or trivial. He had been now the moth fluttering round the light, now the trout rising to the hook, but, more frequently still, he had painted himself to himself as the fly upon the edge of a plate of honey, tasting and retasting the tenacious sweets till his feet become glued to the place, and he is forced to remain and die amidst the plundered stores of the bee. There are several great uses in thus learning to laugh at ourselves. In the first place, we know all that the world, the good-natured world, may, can, might, could, would, should, or ought to say of us. In the next, we can flatter ourselves that we have looked at the most disagreeable, that is to say, the sneering side of things. And lastly, the story of galloping across the swamp comes over again, and we get over a great deal of ground easily, which it would not do to stay and examine seriously. Whether it was from any or all of these motives that Burrell acted, or whether it was a mere affair of habit, does not much matter, for when he set out on that morning to breakfast at Emberton Park, and looked up the calm expanse towards the dwelling Blanche Delaware inhabited, when he entered the old gates and strolled leisurely up among the shady trees, when he thought of how fair and how gentle she was, and when he felt conscious that he was only walking up those paths for the first time out of many, that fate or love destined him to tread them, he perceived that the matter was somewhat more serious, that it was too weighty to be raised upon the wings of a light laugh, or rolled about by an idle sneer. There was something startling in the sensation, and he felt that where the happiness of the whole of that space out of eternity, which we are destined to pass amidst the warm relationships of earth, is concerned, the matter is grave when rightly considered, if not solemn. But then, as he went on thinking, even though the morning pouring through the dim old trees had something serious in its very grey tranquillity, yet the object that connected itself with every idea, the sweet form, the bright sunshiny smile of Blanche Delaware, came flitting across his dreams, and cast a light from itself over the whole future prospect. Then would Burrell look around him, and weave many a fairy project of conferring happiness, and he would twine in fancy many a jewel and a wreath to bind the fair brows of the fair girl he thought of, and would lead her through scenes of splendour and of beauty and of joy to mansions of domestic happiness and bowers of tranquil repose. Thus went it on till at length he woke up at the door of the dwelling-house, and found himself as great an enthusiast at heart as ever lived and loved. Ascending the steps from the terrace, he rang the large bell, which was answered in a moment by the appearance of an honest-faced country servant, who was the only male domestic in a house which, had it been all inhabited, would have required a dozen at least. A little to the man's surprise, Burrell, who was still thinking of something else, and whose heart beat more than he thought proper, walked directly forward to the door of the library, and was raising his hand to open it too, when, recollecting himself, he paused, and suffered the servant to announce him. His hand was cordially shaken by Captain Delaware almost as he entered, and there was a glow of pleasure on the face of the young sailor, not only because he was really glad to see a man whom he personally liked, but that what he looked upon as a reproach to the hospitality of their house was wiped away. Sir Sidney Delaware was at the further end of the room, which was well furnished, for books are always furniture, and they were many and choice. He too immediately rose, and advanced to welcome his guest most cordially, for the service that Burrell had rendered his child had completely opened his heart, and when it was once opened, there was room enough within, though the door had been somewhat narrowed, in order to shut out the cold air of the world. Burrell's eyes ran round the library, but Blanche Delaware was not there, and though he would have probably laughed had anyone called him a modest man, yet he found that he could not inquire after her with so easy an air as he might have done 2 or 3 days before, and therefore he did not inquire after her at all, expecting every instant to see her appear. He felt uncomfortable, however, when her father at length proposed that they should go to the breakfast-room, and he asked himself whether she could be absent from home. Burrell's mind was put at ease the moment after, for on passing forward to the little breakfast-room, to which he seemed to find his way instinctively, without his host having to say, "Turn here," or "Turn there," the first object that presented itself was Blanche Delaware, on hospitable thoughts intent, making the tea, and, as probably Eve was the most beautiful creature ever created, looking as like Eve as possible. But let us pause one moment and expatiate upon an English breakfast-room. There is nothing like it in all the world besides. It is an emanation from the morning heart of Englishmen. It is a type of the character of the people. Good heavens, when one comes down on a fine autumn morning and finds the snowy tablecloth, the steaming urn, the clean polished furniture, the simple meal, and all the implements for dispensing it, shining in the morning sunshine, and round the table half a dozen smiling faces and fair forms, all arrayed in that undeviating neatness which is also purely English, how the heart is opened to all that is good and kindly and social, how it is strengthened and fortified and guarded against the cares and labours and ills of the ensuing day. Blanche looked up as Burrell entered, and there were one or two slight circumstances which might have made him believe that his presence was not unpleasant to her, had he been in a mood to remark anything but the simple fact of her being there. There was the same fitful blush, the same sparkle of the eyes, that would not be repressed, the same sweet smile, as he gave her the morning's greeting, which he had seen separately before. But, what was more to the purpose, she withdrew the teapot before she remembered to stop the urn, spilled the water on the tablecloth, and got into some confusion both at her embarrassment and at its cause. Captain Delaware smiled, and Blanche, though she knew that her brother was not very, very learned in woman's heart, attributed more meaning to his smile than it deserved, and would have been more embarrassed still had there not been a degree of warmth and a subdued tenderness in Burrell's manner that was very consoling. Now, had Blanche Delaware laid a systematic design against Burrell's heart, and had she endeavoured to make herself appear the very wife suited to him, from everything she had seen of his character, she would have taken great care not to let the urn deluge the tablecloth, and would have believed her whole plan ruined for ever, if she had done so. For Burrell had certainly, at Mrs. Darlington's, affected a sort of fastidiousness altogether in jest, but done seriously enough to deceive, which would have rendered such a little accident fatal. But Blanche Delaware had not the slightest idea of such a design in the world. Burrell, it is true, was the handsomest man in person, and the most elegant man in manners, that she had ever met with. His character she had heard from Dr. Wilton, one she was accustomed to reverence. His conversation had pleased, amused, and fascinated her. At the risk of his own life he had carried her close to his heart, through the midst of a tremendous fire. He had saved her life, and in the enthusiasm of doing so had called her dear girl, and had perhaps pressed her a little closer to his bosom when he found that they were safe. Of the last particular, however, she was not quite sure, but so much does the heart of man expand to those we protect and save, that even if he did, it was quite natural. All this had given her different feelings towards Burrell from those that she experienced towards any other man, and though she kept a tight rein upon imagination, and would not even suffer the sweet folly of castle-building to enter her heart in this instance, yet she felt sufficiently agitated and pleased by his presence to become alarmed at her own sensations, and to feel unwittingly consoled by the marked difference between his manner to herself and to others. She was therefore vexed at the little accident, it is true, but she was vexed solely because she thought it might betray more agitation than she believed that she felt, not because she feared by a trifle to lose a heart for which she had set no traps, and of which possession she was determined not to dream at all. So much for nothings. But as nothings are the small casters on which the great machine of the world goes lumbering along, one may pause to mark them for a moment without a fault. But now to more serious matters. Burrell soon recovered that degree of ease which he had never lost in the eyes of any other person, although he felt the loss himself, and the breakfast passed over in that sort of light and variable conversation which allows all to shine in turn who are capable of shining. It was about the time of some serious disturbances in France, and those events naturally suggested themselves, at least to the three gentlemen, as the most interesting topic of the day. "What think you then, Mr. Burrell," demanded Sir Sidney Delaware, "of La Blanque coming forth in his old age to renew the scenes which in his youth he first excited and then lamented. The great misfortune is, replied Burrell, that his name should be able to do so much, when he himself is unable to do anything. You mean that he is in his dotage, said Captain Delaware. Is it not so? I mean merely, replied Burrell, that he is in that state of mental decrepitude where the plaudits of a mob of any kind, either of porters or peers, would make him commit any folly for the brief moment of popularity. With poor old La Blanc, it is only now the fag end of the great weakness of his life, vanity, that sort of gluttonous vanity that can gorge upon the offal of base and ignorant applause. Ay, there lies the fault, replied Sir Sidney Delaware. The man who seeks the applause of the good, the wise, and the generous, is next in honourable ambition to him who seeks the approbation of his God. But he whose depraved appetite finds food in the gratulating shout of an assemblage of the ignorant, the base, and the vicious, I could mention many, but I will not. He, however, who does so, is a moral swine, and only swills the filth of the public kennel in another sense. Papa, papa, cried Blanche Delaware, in pity let me finish my breakfast before you indulge in such figures of rhetoric. William, in mercy, change the subject. Can you not tell us some of the pretty stories about Sicily and its beloved Mongibedo, with which you charmed my ears when first you came back from the Mediterranean? Not I, indeed, Blanche, replied her brother, for on the faith of those stories you had nearly persuaded my father to go abroad, which would not suit my views of promotion at all. And did Miss Delaware really wish to visit foreign lands? Demanded Burrell. We should not easily have forgiven you. It was but to see all those things one dreams so much about, replied Blanche Delaware, and to return to my own land after they were seen, for I can assure you I have neither hope nor wish ever to find any country half so fair in my eyes as our own England. That is both just and patriotic, answered Burrell. More than one half of what we like in any and every land is association, and if, without one classic memory of the great past, you were to visit Italy itself, half the marvels of that land of beauties would be lost. The Colosseum would stand a cold brown ruin, cumbering the ground, Rome a dull heap of ill-assorted buildings, the Capitol a molehill, and the Tiber a ditch. But under the magic wand of association, everything becomes beautiful. It is not alone the memories of one age or of one great epoch that rise up to people Italy with majestic things, but all the acts of glory and of majesty that thronged 2,000 years before the eye of fancy walk in grand procession through the land, and hang a wreath of laurels on each cold ruin as they pass. Yet it is all association, and where can we find such associations as those connected with our native land? The question was tolerably general, but the tone and manner were to Blanche Delaware, and she replied, It would be difficult, I am afraid, to raise up for any country such as those you have conjured up for Italy, but still I should never be afraid of forgetting England. It is where I was born, she added, thinking over all her reasons for loving it, and looking down at the pattern on the tablecloth as she counted them one by one. I have spent in it so many happy hours and happy days. Everything in it is connected with some pleasant thought or some dear memory, and the associations, though not so grand, would be more sweet, though not so vast, would be more individual, would not perhaps waken any very romantic feelings, but would come more home to my own heart. Burrell answered nothing, but when she raised her eyes, which had been cast down while she spoke, they found his fixed upon her, and she felt from that moment that she was beloved. Blanche Delaware turned very pale, though the consciousness was anything but painful. It was so oppressive, however, that the agitation made her feel faint, but her brother's voice recalled her to herself. Well spoken, my dear little patriot sister, he said. But if you had been a sailor like your brother, you would have added that England is not wanting in associations of glory and freedom, and noble actions and noble endeavours, and in this view the associations connected with our native land are more extended than those of any other country. For in whatever corner of the world an Englishman may be, when he catches but a glimpse of the salt sea, the idea of the glory of his native land rushes upon his mind, and he sees, waving before the eye of fancy, the flag that for 1,000 years has stood the battle and the breeze. Burrell smiled, but there was no touch of a sneer in it. "The song from which you quote," he said, "must have been written surely under such enthusiasm as that with which you now speak. I know scarcely so spirit-stirring a composition in the English language. Indeed, all Campbell's smaller poems are full of the saying, Vivide vis animi." "And yet," said Sir Sidney Delaware, "you, as well as I, must have heard fools and jolterheads say that Campbell is no poet, because now and then, in his longer pieces, when he gets tired of the mere mechanism, he suffers a verse or two to become tame, out of pure idleness, I have no doubt." "Those who say he is no poet do not know what poetry is," replied Burrell, somewhat eagerly. "Scattered through every one of his poems there are beauties of the first order, and almost all of his smaller pieces stand perfectly alone in poetry. He has contrived sometimes to compress into 4 or 5 of the very shortest lines that can be produced more than 9 poets out of 10 could cram into a long Spenserian stanza, with a thundering Alexandrine at the end." "Do you know Mr. Campbell personally?" asked Miss Delaware. "I do," answered Burrell, laughing, "but do not suppose my praise of him is exaggerated from personal friendship. On the contrary, I am bound, by all the laws and usages of the world in general, to hate him cordially." "Indeed, but why so?" demanded Blanche, half afraid that she had touched upon some delicate subject. "Simply because we differ on politics," answered Burrell. "Can there be a more mortal offence given or received?" "As we are speaking of poets, however," continued Miss Delaware, "I will ask you one more question, Mr. Burrell. Do you know Wordsworth?" "I am not so fortunate," answered Burrell, "for though we should as certainly differ as we met, upon 9 points out of 10, yet I should much like to know him." "Then you know and esteem his works, of course," said Miss Delaware. "I know them well," replied Burrell, "but I do not like them so much as you do." "Nay, nay," said Blanche Delaware, "I have said nothing in their favour. What makes you believe I admire them more than yourself?" "Simply because everybody of taste must esteem them highly," replied Burrell, "and women who do not esteem them will always esteem more than men can do. A woman's heart and mind, Miss Delaware, by the comparative freshness which it retains more or less through life, can appreciate the gentle, the sweet, and the simple, better than a man's, and thus, while the mightier and more majestic beauties of Wordsworth's muse affect your sex equally with ours, the softer and finer shades of feeling, the touches of artless nature and simplicity, which appear almost too weak for us, have all their full effect on you." "But if you own that and feel that," said Blanche Delaware, "why cannot you admire the same beauties?" "For this reason," replied Burrell. "Man's mental taste, like his corporeal power of tasting, gets corrupted, or rather paralysed, in his progress through the world, by the various stimulants he applies to it. He drinks his bottle of strong and heady wine, which gradually loses its effect, and he takes more, till at length nothing will satisfy him but cayenne pepper." "And if he appreciates gentler pleasures," said Captain Delaware, "he must be able in some degree to enjoy them." "Of course," replied Burrell. "There are moments when the cool and pleasant juice of a peach, or the simple refreshment of a glass of lemonade, will be delightful, and in such moments it is that he feels he has stimulated away a sense, and a delightful one. Thus with poetry and literature in general. The mind, by reading a great many things it would be better without, loses its relish for everything that does not excite and heat the imagination, which is neither more nor less than the mental palate. And though there are moments when the heart, softened and at ease, finds joy in all the sweet simplicity which would have charmed it for ever in an unsophisticated state, yet still it returns to cayenne pepper, and only remembers the other feelings as of pleasures lost for ever. With regard to Wordsworth's poetry, perhaps no one ever did him more injustice than I did once. With a very superficial knowledge of his works, I fancied that I despised them all, and it was only from being bored about them by his admirers that I determined to read them every line, that I might hate them with more accuracy. Blanche Delaware smiled, and her father spoke perhaps the feelings of both. "We have found you out, Mr. Burrell," he said, "and understand your turn for satirizing yourself." "I am not doing so now, I can assure you," replied Burrell. "What I state is exactly the fact. I sat down to read Wordsworth's works with a determination to dislike them, and I succeeded in one or two poems, which have been cried up to the skies. But as I went on, I found so often a majestic spirit of poetical philosophy clothing itself in the full sublime of simplicity, that I felt reproved and abashed, and I read again with a better design. In doing so, though I still felt that there was much amidst all the splendour that I could neither like nor admire, yet I perceived how and why others might and would find great beauties and infinite sweetness in that which palled upon my taste, and I perceived also that the fault lay in me far more than in the poetry. The beauties I felt more than ever, and some of the smaller pieces, I am convinced, will live for ages with the works of Shakespeare and Milton." "They will indeed," said Sir Sidney Delaware, "as long as there is a taste in man. Nevertheless, the poet, who is, perhaps, as great a philosopher too as ever lived, has sacrificed, like many philosophers, an immense gift of genius to false hypothesis in regard to his art, and has consequently systematically poured forth more trash than perhaps any man living. His poems, collected, always put me in mind of an account I have somewhere read of the diamond mine of Golconda, where inestimable jewels are found mingled with masses of soft mud. But you have long done breakfast, Mr. Burrell. Come, Blanche, I am going to take Mr. Burrell to the terrace, and descant most dully on all the antiquities of the house. Let us have your company, my love, for we shall meet with so many old things it may be as well to have something young to relieve them." It required but a short space of time to array Blanche Delaware for the walk round the terrace that her father proposed. In less than a minute she came down in the same identical cottage bonnet, the ugliest of all things, in which Burrell had first beheld her when with her brother. But, strange to say, although on that occasion he had only thought her a pretty country girl, so changed now were all his feelings, so many beauties had he marked which then lay hid, that, as she descended with a smiling and happy face to join them at the door of the hall, he thought her the loveliest creature that he had ever beheld in any climate or at any time. The whole party sallied forth, and as people who like each other, and whose ideas are not commonplace, can make an agreeable conversation out of anything, the walk round the old house, and the investigation of every little turn and corner of the building, passed over most pleasantly to all, though Blanche and her brother knew not only every stone in the edifice, but every word almost that could be said upon them. They were accustomed, however, to look upon their father with so much affection and reverence, and the misfortunes under which he laboured had mingled so much tenderness with their love, that an oft-told tale from his lips lost its tediousness, being listened to by the ears of deep regard. Burrell, too, was all attention, and while Sir Sidney Delaware descanted learnedly on the buttery, and the wet and dry larder, and the prior's parlour, and the scriptorium, and pointed out the obtuse Gothic arches described from 4 centres, which characterised the architecture of Henry VIII, he filled up all the pauses with some new and original observation on the same theme, and though certainly not so learned on the subject as Sir Sidney himself, yet he showed that, at all events, he possessed sufficient information to feel an interest therein, and to furnish easily the matter for more erudite rejoinder. By the time the examination of the house itself was over, however, Sir Sidney Delaware felt fatigued. "I must leave Blanche and William, Mr. Burrell," he said, "to show you some of the traces of those antique times which we have just been talking of, that are scattered through the park, particularly on the side farthest from the town. I myself think them more interesting than the house itself, and I wish I could go with you, but I am somewhat tired, and must deny myself the pleasure." Burrell assured him that he would take nothing as a worse compliment than his putting himself to any trouble about him, and perhaps not unwillingly set out accompanied only by Blanche and her brother. It would have been as dangerous a walk as ever was taken had he not been in love already. There was sunshine over all the world, and the air was soft and calm. Their way led through the deep high groves and wilder park scenery that lay at the back of the mansion, now winding in among hills and dells covered with rich short grass, now wandering on by the bank of the stream, on whose bosom the gay-coated kingfishers and the dark water-hens were skimming and diving in unmolested security. In the open parts the old hawthorns perched themselves on the knolls, wreathing their fantastic limbs in groups of 2 or 3, and every now and then a decaying oak of gigantic girth, but whose head had bowed no time, shot out its long lateral branches across the water over which it had been bent for 1,000 years. The whole party were of the class of people who have eyes, as that delightful little book The Evenings at Home has it, and at present, though there were busy thoughts in the bosoms at least of 2 of those present, yet perhaps they strove the more to turn their conversation to external things, from the consciousness of the feelings passing within. Those feelings, however, had their effect, as they ever must have, even when the topics spoken of are the most indifferent. They gave life and spirit and brightness to everything. Blanche Delaware, hanging on the arm of her brother, and yielding to the influence of the smiles that were upon the face of nature, gave full way to her thoughts of external things as they arose, and together the spirits bright and playful, but never what may be called high, with an imagination warm and brilliant, never wild, there shone out a heart that Burrell saw was well fitted to understand and to appreciate that fund of deeper feelings, that spring of enthusiasm, tempered a little by judgment, and ennobled by a high moral sense, which he concealed perhaps weakly from a world that he despised. He felt at every step that the moments near her were almost too delightful, and before he had got to the end of that walk he had reached the point where love begins to grow terrified at its own intensity, lest the object should be lost on which the mighty stake of happiness is cast for ever. Having proceeded thus far, which, by the way, is no small length, for the great difficulty, as Burrell found it, was to place himself fairly on a footing of friendship with Sir Sidney Delaware's family, we must unwillingly abandon the expatiative, and having more than enough to do, leave the party on their walk, and turn to characters as necessary but less interesting. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. In the house of Lord Ashborough, which is situated in Grosvenor Square, fronting the south, there is a large room which in form would be a parallelogram, did not one of the shorter sides, which, being turned to the north, looks out upon the little rood of garden attached to the dwelling, bow out in the form of a bay window. The room is lofty, and, as near as possible, 28 feet in length by 24 in breadth. Bookcases, well stored with tomes in lettered calf, covered the walls, and a carpet in which the foot sinks is spread over the floor. 3 large tables occupy different parts of the room. 2, covered with books and prints, lie open to the world in general, but the third, on which stand inkstands and implements for writing, shows underneath, in the carved lines of the highly polished British oak, many a locked drawer. Each chair, so fashioned that uneasy must be the back that would not there find rest, rolls smoothly on noiseless casters, and the thick walls, the double doors, the bookcases, all combine to prevent any sound from within being caught by the most prying ear without, or any noise from without being heard by those within, except when some devilry of a cart runs away in Duke Street, and goes clattering up that accursed back street behind. Such were the internal arrangements and appearance of the library at Lord Ashborough's on a morning in September of the same year 1800 and something, of which we have been hitherto speaking. The morning was fine and clear, and the sun, which takes the liberty of looking into every place without asking permission of anyone, was shining strongly into the little rood of garden behind the house. The languishing plants and shrubs had all been stuffed into that small space, dusty and dry with the progress of a hot summer, and speckled all over with small grains of soot. The morning benediction showered down upon them from the neighbouring chimneys, no doubt wished that the sun would let them alone, and as through an open passage door they caught a sight of the conservatory filled with rich exotics, all watered and aired with scrupulous care, one of the poor brown lilacs might be heard grumbling to a stunted grey laburnum about the shameful partiality of the English for foreigners and strangers. About 11 o'clock, Lord Ashborough himself entered the room, and before anyone else comes in to disturb us, we may as well sit down and take a full-length picture of him. He was a man of about 59 or 60, tall and well-proportioned, though somewhat thin. His face was fine but pale, and there was a great deal of intellect expressed on his broad brow and forehead, which looked higher than it really was, from being perfectly bald as far down as the sutures of the temples. From that point some thin dark hair, grizzled with grey, spread down and met his whiskers, which were of the same hue, and cut square off about the middle of his cheeks. His eyes were dark blue and fine, but somewhat stern, if not fierce, and in the space between his eyebrows there was a deep wrinkle, in which a finger might have been laid without filling up the cavity. The eyebrows themselves, though not very long, were overhanging. The nose was well formed and straight, though a little too long perhaps, but his mouth was beautifully shaped, and would have appeared the best feature in his face had he not frequently twisted it in a very unbecoming manner by gnawing his nether lip. His chin was round and rather prominent, and his hands small, delicate, and almost feminine. It is all nonsense that a man's dress signifies nothing. It is, if he takes any pains about it, and if he takes none, it comes to the same thing. It is the habitual expression of his mind or his mood, and in the little shades of difference which may exist with the most perfect adherence to fashion, you will find a language much easier to read than any of those on the Rosetta Stone. Lord Ashborough was dressed more like a young than an old man, though without any extravagance. His coat was of dark green, covering a double-breasted waistcoat of some harmonizing colour, while his long, thin, rather tight-fitting trousers displayed a well-formed leg, which were met by a neat and highly polished boot. Around the neck he wore a black handkerchief, exposing the smallest possible particle of white collar between his cheek and the silk, and on one of his fingers was a single seal ring. Taking him altogether, he was a very good-looking man, rather like the late Mr. Canning, but with a much less noble expression of countenance. Walking forward to the table, which we have noted as being well supplied with locks, Lord Ashborough opened one of the drawers, and having rang the bell, sat down and took out some papers. The door opened. A servant appeared. "Send to Mr. Timms," said Lord Ashborough, and the man glided out. After a short pause, another person appeared, but of very different form and appearance from the servant, and therefore we must look at him more closely. He was a short, stout, bustling-looking little man of about 38 or 40, perhaps more, habited in black, rather white at the seams and edges. His countenance was originally full and broad, but the habit of thrusting his nose through small and intricate affairs had sharpened that feature considerably, and the small black eyes that backed it, together with several red blotches, one of which had settled itself for life upon the tip of the eminence, did not diminish the prying and intrusive expression of his countenance. There was impudence, too, and cunning written in very legible characters upon his face, but we must leave the rest to show itself as we go on. As Mr. Peter Timms of Clement's Inn, attorney at law, for such was the respectable individual of whom we now treat, entered the library of Lord Ashborough, he turned round and carefully closed the double door, and then with noiseless step proceeded through the room till he brought himself in face of his patron. He then made a low bow, would have been a kowtow if it had been desired, and then advanced another step and made another bow. Sit down, Mr. Timms," said Lord Ashborough, without raising his eyes, which were running over a paper he had taken from the drawer. Sit down, I say." Mr. Timms did sit down, and then, drawing forth some papers from a blue bag which he held in his hand, he began quietly to put them in order while Lord Ashborough read on. After a minute or two, however, his lordship ceased, saying, "Now, Mr. Timms, have you brought the annuity deed?" "Here it is, my lord," replied the lawyer, "and I have examined it again most carefully. There is not a chink for a fly to break through. There is not a word about redemption from beginning to end. The money must be paid for the term of your lordship's natural life." Lord Ashborough paused and gnawed his lip for a moment or two. "Do you know, Mr. Timms," he said at length, "I have some idea of permitting the redemption. I am afraid we have made a mistake in refusing it." Mr. Timms was never astonished at anything that a great man, i.e. a rich man, did or said, unless he perceived that it was intended to astonish him, and then he was very much astonished indeed, as in duty bound. It was wonderful, too, with what facility he could agree in everything a rich man said, and exclaim, "Very like an ousel," as dexterously as Polonius, or a sick nurse, though he had been declaring the same question, "Very like a whale," the moment before. Nor was he ever at a loss for reasons in support of the new opinion implanted by his patrons. In short, he seemed to have in his head, all ticketed and ready for use, a store of arguments, moral, legal, and philosophical, in favour of everything that could be done, said, or thought by the wealthy or the powerful. In the present instance, he saw that Lord Ashborough put the matter as one not quite decided on in his own mind, but he saw also that his mind had such a leaning to the new view of the matter as would make him very much obliged to anyone who would push it over that side altogether. "I think your lordship is quite right," replied Mr. Timms. "You had every right to refuse to redeem it if you thought fit, but at the same time you can always permit the redemption if you like. And it might indeed look more generous, though, as I said before, you had every right to refuse." "Yet, perhaps, after all, my lord—" "Tush, don't after all me, sir," cried Lord Ashborough, with some degree of impatience, which led Mr. Timms to suspect that there was some latent motive for this change of opinion, which his lordship felt a difficulty in explaining, and which he, Mr. Timms, resolved at a proper time to extract by the most delicate process he could devise. "The means, sir," added Lord Ashborough, "the means are the things to be attended to, not the pitiful balancing of one perhaps against another." "Oh, my lord, the means are very easy," replied Timms, rubbing his hands. "You have nothing to do but send word down that your lordship is ready to accept, and any one will advance the means to Sir Blank." "Pshaw!" again interrupted Lord Ashborough. "You do not understand me, and go blundering on." And rising from his chair, the peer walked 2 or 3 times up and down the room, gnawing his lip, and bending his eyes upon the ground. "There," he cried at length, speaking with abrupt rudeness, "there, the matter requires consideration. Take up your papers, sir, and be gone. I will send for you when I want you." Mr. Timms ventured not a word, for he saw that his patron had made himself angry with the attempt to arrange something in his own mind which would not be arranged, and taking up his papers one by one, as slowly as he decently could, he deposited them in their blue bag, and then stole quietly toward the door. Lord Ashborough was still walking up and down, and he suffered him to pass the inner door without taking any notice, but, as he was pushing open the red baize door beyond, the nobleman's voice was heard exclaiming, "Stay, Mr. Timms, come here." The lawyer glided quietly back into the room, where Lord Ashborough was still standing in the middle of the floor, gazing on the beautiful and instructive spots on the Turkey carpet. His reverie, however, was over in a moment, and he again pointed to the chair which the lawyer had before occupied, bidding him sit down, while he himself took possession of the seat on the other side of the table, and leaning his elbow on the oak, and his cheek upon his hand, he went on in the attitude and manner of one who is beginning a long conversation. The commencement, however, was precisely similar to the former one, which had proved so short. "Do you know, Mr. Timms," he said, "I have some idea of permitting the redemption. I am afraid we have made a mistake in refusing it." But then he added, a moment after, "for the particular purpose I propose." Mr. Timms was as silent as a mouse, for he saw that he was near dangerous ground, and at that moment 6 and 8pence would hardly have induced him to say a word, at least if it went farther than "Exactly so, my lord." The matter was still a difficult one for Lord Ashborough to get over, for it is wonderful how easily men can persuade themselves that the evil that they wish to commit is right, and yet how troublesome they find even the attempt to persuade another that it is so. Although they know him to be as unscrupulous a personage as ever lived or died unhung. Now Lord Ashborough himself had no very high idea of the rigid morality of his friend Mr. Timms's principles, and well knew that his interest would induce him to do anything on earth, and yet, strange to say, that though Lord Ashborough only desired to indulge a gentlemanlike passion which under very slight modifications, or rather disguises, is considered honourable and is patronised by all sorts of people, yet he did not at all like to display, even to the eyes of Mr. Timms, the real motive that was now influencing him. As it was necessary, however, to do so to some one, and he knew that he could not do so to any one whose virtue was less ferocious than that of Mr. Timms, he drew his clenched fist, on which his cheek was resting, half over his mouth, and went on. "The fact is, you must know, Mr. Timms," he said, "this Sir Sidney Delaware is my first cousin, but you knew that before. Well, we were never very great friends, though he and my brother were, and at college it used to be his pleasure to thwart many of my views and purposes. There is not, perhaps, a prouder man living than he is, and that intolerable pride, added to his insolent sarcasms, kept us greatly asunder in our youth, and therefore, you see, he has really no claim upon my friendship or affection in this business." "None in the world, none in the world," cried Timms. "Indeed, all I wonder at is, that your lordship does not use the power you have to annoy him." Mr. Timms harped aright, and it is inexpressible what a relief Lord Ashborough felt, one of the proudest men in Europe, by the way, at finding that the little contemptible despised lawyer, whom he looked upon on ordinary occasions as the dust under his feet, had, in the present instance, got the right end of the clue which he was ashamed or afraid to unwind himself. Besides, the way he put it gave Lord Ashborough an opportunity of chucking fine and generous, as the Westminster fellows would have it, and he immediately replied, "No, sir, no, I have never had any wish to annoy him. My only wish has been to lower that pride, which is ruinous to himself and insulting to others, and I should not have even pursued that wish so far had it not been that a circumstance happened which called us into immediate collision." On finding that simple personal hatred and revenge, feelings that might have been stated in 3 words, were the real and sole motives which Lord Ashborough found it so difficult to enunciate, Mr. Timms chuckled. But mark me, I beg, it was not an open and barefaced cachinnation. It was, on the contrary, one of those sweet internal chuckles that gently shake the diaphragm and the parietes of the abdomen, and cause even a gentle percussion of the ensiform cartilage, without one muscle of the face vibrating in sympathy, or the slightest spasm taking place in the trachea or epiglottis. There is the anatomy of a suppressed chuckle for you. The discovery, however, was of more service than in the simple production of such agreeable phenomena. Mr. Timms, perceiving the motive of his patron, perceived also the precise road on which he was to lead, and instantly replied, "Whatever circumstances called your lordship into competition with Sir Sidney Delaware must of course have been very advantageous to yourself, if you chose to put forth your full powers. But that, let me be permitted to say, is what I should suspect, from all that I have the honour of knowing of your lordship's character, you would not do. For I am convinced you have already shown more lenity than was very consistent with your own interest, and perhaps more than was even beneficial to the object. But I humbly crave your lordship's pardon for presuming to—" Lord Ashborough waved his hand. "Not at all, Mr. Timms, not at all," he said. "Your intentions, I know, are good. But hear me. We came in collision concerning the lady whom he afterward married, and made a well-bred beggar of. He had known her, and, it seems, obtained promises from her before I became acquainted, and though a transitory fancy for her took place in my own bosom," and Lord Ashborough turned deadly pale, "yet of course when I heard of my cousin's arrangements with her, I withdrew my claims, without, as you say, exerting power that I may flatter myself." He left the sentence unfinished, but he bowed his head proudly, which finished it sufficiently, and Mr. Timms immediately chimed in. "Oh, there can be no doubt, if your lordship had chosen, who the deuce is Sir Sidney Delaware, compared, etc., 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 etc." "Well, I forgot the matter entirely," continued Lord Ashborough in a frank and easy tone, for it is wonderful how the lawyer's little insignificances helped him on. "Well, I forgot the matter entirely." "But you never married anyone else," thought the lawyer, "and you remember it now." All this was thought in the lowest possible tone, so that Satan himself could hardly hear it. But Lord Ashborough went on. "I never, indeed, remembered the business more, till on lending the money to his father, I found from a letter which the late man let me see, that the present man had not forgiven me some little progress I had made in the lady's affection. He said, I recollect the words very well, he said that he could have borne his father borrowing the money at any rate of interest from any person but myself, who had endeavoured to supplant him, and all the rest that you can imagine. Well, from that moment I determined to bow that man's pride, for his own sake, as well as other people's. I thought I had done so pretty well too, but on my refusing to suffer the redemption, which no one can doubt that I had a right to do, he wrote me that letter, and his lordship threw across the table to his solicitor the letter which he had taken out of the drawer just as the other entered. It was in the form of a note, and couched in the following terms: Sir Sidney Delaware acknowledges the receipt of Lord Ashborough's letter, formally declining to accept the offer he made to redeem the annuity chargeable upon the estate of Emberton. The motives, excuses, or apologies, whichever Lord Ashborough chooses to designate the sentences that conclude his letter, were totally unnecessary, as Sir Sidney Delaware was too well aware, with Lord Ashborough in days of old, not to appreciate fully the principles on which he acts at present. Emberton Park, 1st September, 18 —. "Infamous! Brutal! Heinous!" cried Mr. Timms. "What does your lordship intend to do? I hope you will, without scruple, punish this man as he deserves. I trust that, for his own sake, you will make him feel that such ungrateful and malignant letters as that are not to be written with impunity. Ungrateful I may well call them, for what cause could your lordship have to write to him at all, except to soften the disappointment you conceived he would feel?" "You say very true, Mr. Timms," replied Lord Ashborough with a benign smile. "You say very true indeed, and I do think myself, in justice to society, bound to correct such insolence, though, perhaps, I may not be inclined to carry the chastisement quite so far as yourself." "Nothing could be too severe for such a man," cried Mr. Timms, resolved to give his lordship space enough to manoeuvre in. "Nothing could be too severe." "Nay, nay, that is saying too much," said Lord Ashborough. "We will neither hang him, Mr. Timms, nor burn him in the hand, if you please," and he smiled again at his own moderation. "A small touch of imprisonment, however, would do him the world of good," said Mr. Timms, feeling his ground. Lord Ashborough smiled benignly a third time. "But the mischief is," continued the lawyer, "he pays the annuity so regularly that it would be difficult to catch him." "That is the reason why I say we have done wrong in refusing to allow the redemption," rejoined the peer. "Do you not think, Mr. Timms, some accident might occur to stop the money which he was about to borrow for the purpose of redeeming, and if we could but get him to give bills payable at a certain day, we might have him arrested in default?" The lawyer shook his head. "I am afraid, my lord, if you had permitted the redemption, the money would have been ready to the minute," he said. "My uncle, I hear, was to have raised it for him, and as he was to have a good commission, it would have been prepared to the tick of the clock." "And was your uncle to have lent the money himself, sir?" demanded Lord Ashborough with a mysterious smile of scorn. "Did your uncle propose to give the money out of his own strong-box?" "No, my lord, no," replied Timms eagerly. "No, no, he would not do that without much higher interest than he was likely to have got. Had he been the person, of course your lordship might have commanded him, but it was to be raised by some gentleman connected with Messrs. Steelyard and Wilkinson, a very respectable law-house indeed." "Some gentleman connected with Messrs. Steelyard and Wilkinson," repeated Lord Ashborough, curling his haughty lips. "And who do you suppose that gentleman is but my own nephew, Harry Beauchamp?" The lawyer started off his chair with unaffected astonishment. the expression of which was, however, instantly mastered, and down he sat again, pondering, as fast as he could, the probable results that were to be obtained from this very unexpected discovery. Some results he certainly saw Lord Ashborough was prepared to deduce, and he knew that his only plan was to wait the development thereof, assisting as much as in him lay, the parturition of his patron's designs. But Lord Ashborough, having spoken thus far, found very little difficulty in proceeding. "The simple fact is this, Mr. Timms," he said. "Harry Beauchamp, full of all the wild enthusiasm which would have ruined his father if we had not got him that governorship in which he died, to my certain knowledge has gone down to Emberton with the full determination of assisting these people of whom his father was so fond. I have reason to think even that the coming up of that young man, the son, was at Henry's instigation, although they affected not to know each other, and I am told carried their dissimulation so far as to pass each other in the hall as strangers. At all events, they went down together in a stage-coach, and are now, beyond all doubt, laying out their plans for frustrating all my purposes." "Shameful indeed!" exclaimed Mr. Timms. "On Harry's part," replied Lord Ashborough, affecting a tone of candour and moderation, "on Harry's part it is but a piece of boyish enthusiasm, a touch of his father's folly. I love the boy, who, as you know, will succeed me, when it pleases Heaven," he added piously, "to remove me from this life. I love the boy, and I do not choose to see him spend his splendid fortune, which will make a noble addition to the family's estates, upon a set of mean and designing beggars, and I wish at once to punish them for their low and cunning schemes, and to save my nephew from their snares. Can we not, Mr. Timms, do you think, hit upon some plan by which this may be effected?" "Why, my lord," replied Mr. Timms, hesitating slightly, for he was totally unprepared either for the intelligence he had received or the demand that followed it. "Why, my lord, your lordship's views are as kind and generous as usual, and doubtless we may soon devise some means by which your lordship's nephew may be extricated from this little entanglement. But it will, of course, require thought, though perhaps your lordship's clear and perspicuous mind may have already devised some project. Indeed, I cannot doubt it," he added, seeing a slight but well-satisfied smile cross the features of the noble Earl. "Your lordship has so much of what Burke used to call creative talent, that I doubt not you have already discovered the fitting means, and only require an agent in your most devoted servant." "Something more, Mr. Timms, something more than a mere servant," replied Lord Ashborough. "I require your legal advice. We must proceed cautiously, and not suffer either zealous indignation or regard for my nephew to lead us into anything that is not quite lawful. A slight scheme of the matter may, indeed, have suggested itself to my mind, but I want you to consider it well, and legalise it for me, as well as some of the details. Could we not, I say, could we not, it is but a supposition, you know, sir, could we not give notice to Sir Sidney Delaware that we are willing to permit the redemption, and even to give him time to pay the money, cancelling in the meantime the annuity deed?" "Not before you have got the amount," exclaimed the lawyer, in unutterable astonishment. "Yes, sir, before I have got the amount," replied Lord Ashborough phlegmatically, "but not before I have got bills or notes of hand, payable within a certain time, and with an express stipulation that unless those are duly paid, the annuity itself holds in full force." "Ay, but if they be paid, my lord," cried Mr. Timms, "the annuity is at an end, and then where is your lordship?" "But can we not find means to stop their being paid, Mr. Timms?" said Lord Ashborough, fixing his eyes steadily upon the lawyer. "In all the intricate chambers of your brain, I say, is there no effectual way you can discover to stop the supplies upon which this Delaware may have been led to reckon, and render him unable to pay the sum on the day his bills fall due? Remember, sir, your uncle is the agent, as I am led to believe, between this person and my nephew. Harry Beauchamp, forsooth, has too fine notions of delicacy to offer the money in his own person, but he is the man from whom the money is to come, and it has been for some weeks lodged in the hands of Steelyard and Wilkinson, his solicitors, awaiting the result. That is to say, the whole of it except £10,000 in my hands, which I have promised to sell out for him to-morrow, and pay into their office. Are there no means, sir, for stopping the money?" Plenty, plenty, my lord, replied the lawyer. The only difficulty will be the choice of them. But first, cannot your lordship refuse to pay the 10,000? That will not do, answered the peer. I know Henry well, and his first act would be to sell out the necessary sum to supply the deficiency. You must devise something else. Let us make the bills payable at Emberton, my lord, said the attorney, at the house of my uncle. Mr. Beauchamp must then either come to town for the money or send someone to receive it, and in either case it may be stayed. How so? Demanded Lord Ashborough. If he come, the matter is hopeless. He has sold out of the army too, so there is no chance of his being called away there. Ay, but there is a little process at law going on against him, my lord, replied the attorney, of which he knows nothing as yet. Some time ago he threw the valet he had then downstairs, head foremost, for seducing the daughter of his landlady. The fellow has since prosecuted him for assault, and served the process upon me, whom he employed in the affair. I am not supposed to know where he is, so that the matter may be easily suffered to go by default, and, one way or another, we can contrive to get him arrested for a day or two, no doubt, especially as it is all for his own good and salvation, I may call it. Certainly, certainly, answered Lord Ashborough. I should feel no scruple in doing so, for no one could doubt that I am actuated alone by the desire of keeping him from injuring himself. But suppose he sends Mr. Timms? Why, that were a great deal better, said the lawyer. The only person he could send would be his servant, Harding, who owes me the place, and who, between you and I, my lord, might find it difficult to keep me from transporting him to Botany Bay, if I chose it. He would doubtless be easily prevailed upon to stop the money for a time, or altogether, if it could be shown him that he could get clear off, and the matter would be settled for ever. There was a tone of familiarity growing upon the lawyer, as a natural consequence of the edifying communion which he was holding with his patron, that rather displeased and alarmed Lord Ashborough, and he answered quickly, "You forget yourself, sir. Do you suppose that I would instigate my nephew's servant to rob his master?" Mr. Peter Timms had perhaps forgot himself for the moment, but he was one of those men that never forget themselves long, and as crouching was as natural to him as to a spaniel, he was instantly again as full of humility and submission as he had been previously to the exposé which had morally sunk Lord Ashborough to a level with Mr. Timms. "No, my lord, no," he exclaimed eagerly. "Far be it from me to dream for one moment that your lordship would form such an idea. All I meant was that this servant might easily be induced to delay the delivery of the money on one pretext or another till it be too late, and if he abscond, which perchance he might do, for his notions concerning property, either real or personal, are not very clearly defined, your lordship could easily intend to make it good to Mr. Beauchamp." "I do not know what you propose that I should easily intend, Mr. Timms," replied Lord Ashborough, "but I know that it would not sound particularly well if this man were to abscond with the money, and there were found upon his person any authorization from me to delay discharging his trust to his master." "Oh, my lord, that difficulty would be easily removed," answered Mr. Timms. "The law is very careful not to impute evil motives where good ones can be made apparent. It will be easy to write a letter to this man, what one may call a fishing letter, to see whether he will do what we wish, but stating precisely that your lordship's sole purpose and view is to save your nephew from squandering his fortune in a weak and unprofitable manner. We can keep a copy properly authenticated. Then, should he abscond and be caught with the letter on him, your lordship will be cleared, while if, on being taken, he attempt to justify himself at your lordship's expense, the authenticated copy will clear you still." "That is not a bad plan," said Lord Ashborough, musing. "But what if he draw for the money through your uncle, Mr. Timms? Do you think the old man could be induced to detain the money, or to deny its arrival for a day or two?" "Why, I fear not, my lord," answered the other, shaking his head. "I fear not. He was 35 years a lawyer, my lord, and he is devilish cautious. But I will tell you what I can do. I can direct him to address all his letters on London business under cover to your lordship, which will save postage, a great thing in his opinion, and as he holds a small share of my business still, I can open all the answers, so that we will manage it some way." Lord Ashborough paused and mused for several minutes, for though his mind was comparatively at ease in having found his lawyer so eager and zealous in his cooperation, yet a certain consciousness of the many little lets and hindrances that occur in the execution of the best laid schemes made him still thoughtful and apprehensive. "Did you ever knit a stocking? No, nor I either, nor Lord Ashborough, I dare say, either. Yet we all know that in the 1,001 stitches of which it is composed, if a single one be missed, down goes the whole concatenation of loops, and the matter is just where it began, only with a ravelled thread about your fingers and thumbs, which is neither pleasant nor tidy." This consideration had some weight with the Earl, so, after thinking deeply for several minutes, he rejoined, "The matter seems clear enough, Mr. Timms, but I will put it to yourself whether you can carry it through successfully or not. Hear me to an end, sir. I will on no account agree to the redemption of the annuity, if you are not certain of being able to bring about that which we propose. So do not undertake it unless you can do so. If you do undertake it, the odds stand thus. You have £500 in addition to your fees if you be successful, but if you fail, you lose my agency for ever." "My lord," replied Timms, who was not a man to suppose that cunning could ever fail, "I will undertake the business and the risk, but of course your lordship must give me all your excellent advice and your powerful assistance. In the first place, you must allow me to bid my uncle send all his letters, and direct all the answers to be sent under cover to your lordship, and in the next place you must allow me to write immediately to Harding in your name." "Not without letting me see the letter," exclaimed Lord Ashborough, "but that of course, and if you succeed, the £500 are yours." "Your lordship is ever generous and kind," replied Peter Timms, "and I will undertake to carry the matter through, but only," and Mr. Timms was honest for once in his life, from the fear of after consequences, "but only I am afraid your lordship will not find the result put this Sir Sidney Delaware so completely in your power as you think." "How so?" demanded Lord Ashborough, turning upon him almost fiercely. "How so, sir? How so?" "Why, my lord," replied Mr. Timms in a low and humble tone, "even suppose he is arrested, depend upon it, he will very easily find some one to lend him the money on the Emberton estates, to take up the bills he has given." The Earl's eye flashed, and the dark and bitter spirit in his heart broke forth for the first time unrestrained. "Let me but have him in prison!" he exclaimed. "Let me but have him once in prison, and I will so complicate my claims upon his pitiful inheritance, and so wring his proud heart with degradations, that the beggar who robbed me of my bride shall die as he has lived, in poverty and disappointment." And in the vehemence with which the long suppressed passion burst forth, he struck his hand upon the table till the ink-glasses danced in their stand. Mr. Timms could understand envy, hatred, and malice, and all uncharitableness, but he was cowed by such vehemence as that into which the bare thought of seeing his detested rival in prison had betrayed his noble patron. Feeling, too, that he himself was not at all the sort of spirit to rule the whirlwind and direct the storm, he said a few quiet words about preparing everything, and waiting on his lordship the next morning, and slunk away without more ado. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. This chapter shall be, I think, what that delightful wight, Washington Irving, will call a salmagundi, or, as it should be, perhaps, a salmi alla gondi. But having mentioned that name, Irving, I dedicate this book to you. It is long since we first met, long since we first parted, and it may be long, long ere we meet again. Nevertheless, heaven speed you wherever you are, and send you forward on your voyage with a calm sea and a swelling sail. In all the many that I have known, and among the few that I have loved and esteemed, there is not now a living man that can compete with you in that delightful conversation, where the heart pours forth its tide, and where fancy and feeling mingle together, and flow on in one ever-sparkling stream. The dim Atlantic, whose very name sounds like that of eternity, may roll between us till death close the eyes of one or the other, but till the things of this world pass away, you shall not be forgotten. Although we have now brought up the events in London nearly to the same point as the events in the country, we must still leave Henry Burrell strolling on through Emberton Park beside Blanche Delaware, while we turn for a moment to his silent servant, who, having on the same morning walked with his usual slow and quiet step to the post office, brought home and deposited upon his master's table 2 or 3 letters, after first gleaning every possible information that their outside or their inside could furnish. He then proceeded to inspect the contents of another epistle, which bore his own name and superscription. The words therein written had a considerable effect upon him, causing more twitches and contortions of the muscles of his countenance than was usually visible upon that still and patient piece of furniture. The first expression was certainly full of pleasure, but that soon relapsed into deep thought, and then a grave shake of the head, and close setting of the lower jaw, might be supposed to argue a negative determination. "No, no, Mr. Timms," he muttered, "that won't do. If one could make sure of getting clear off, well and good, but first there is the chance of my not being sent for the money. Then you would take good care to have me closely watched, and then again I do not know whether the chance here at Emberton may not be worth 10 of the other, and I may come in for my share of the other too. No, no, Mr. Timms, it won't do, so I will come the conscientious upon you." And down he sat to indite an epistle to Mr. Peter Timms, the agent of Lord Ashborough. It was written in one of those fair, easy, but vacillating running hands, which bespeak a peculiar and inherent gift or talent for committing forgery, and was to the following effect: Emberton, September 18 . Sir, your honoured letter was duly received this morning, and I hasten to reply as in duty bound. I am very sure that such honourable gentlemen as my lord the Earl and yourself would not undertake anything but upon good and reasonable grounds. But hoping that you will pardon my boldness in saying so much, yet I cannot imagine that I have any other than a straightforward duty to perform, namely, when my master sends me for any sum of money or other valuable thing, to hasten to give it up into his hands as soon as I have received it, which I would certainly do in case he should send me up to London, although I do not think it probable he will. It is very true, certainly, that I do think our notions of property are very confined and wrong, and that no man should have at his disposal a superabundance, while another man is wanting the necessaries or even the conveniences of life, and that, if things were equally distributed, a better system must spontaneously arise. This much I have learned by reading, and I heartily wish that the principles of regeneration which are at present in active existence among the operative classes may go on to complete a change of the old corrupt system. Nevertheless, until such time as the intellect of the country in general shall have worked such results, I can be doing no wrong in following the laws and usages established, and shall consequently abstain from acting upon the abstract principles of general utility, until such time as the general welfare may require a physical demonstration of popular opinion. In regard to certain passages of my past life, to which you are pleased to refer, although I believe that I could perfectly justify myself upon my own fixed principles for everything that I have done through life, yet I am sorry that anything should have occurred to make you for a moment doubt the integrity of a person you strongly recommended to Mr. Beauchamp, and I am determined to do nothing that shall confirm any evil opinion you may have unfortunately been led to form, or to make my master regret having listened to the recommendation which you formerly thought fit to give your very humble and most obedient servant, Stephen Harding. Having penned this delectable epistle and read it over more than once, With much genuine satisfaction at the skill with which he had endeavoured to raise his own character while rejecting the offers of Mr. Timms, Harding sealed it up and hastened to put it in the post. He then sauntered slowly through the town, and having visited the widow's cottage and conversed for a few minutes with her son, he proceeded to walk on in the same direction which we have seen Burrell pursue upon a former occasion, shortly after his first arrival at Emberton. The purpose of the silent servant, however, was not to visit the old miser of Ribery in person, and ere he had gone a quarter of a mile upon the road, he was joined by the same bold, vulgar personage who had, during part of the journey, occupied a place in the stage-coach which brought his master to Emberton. They met evidently as old and familiar friends, and with that sort of easy nonchalance which bespoke that their meeting was not unexpected. The servant pursued his way, scarcely pausing to say the necessary passwords of civility, and the other, turning onward upon the same path, walked by his side, with his arms bent behind his back, conversing, not exactly in an under-voice, but rather in that between-the-teeth sort of tone, which renders what is said more difficult to be understood by anyone not quite near than even a whisper. The terms in which they spoke, also, were something enigmatical, and none, probably, but the initiated, could have discovered their views or purposes by such terms as the following. "I have just been thinking last night, Master Harding," said his new companion, "that we had better get the other job done as soon as possible. We are wasting time, I thinks, and it seems to me as how you are growing something squeamish." "You are a fool, Tony," replied Harding. "You are a fool for thinking anything of the kind. I'll tell you what, you may count yourself extremely well off that you have fallen in with a man of principle and education like myself, or you would have put your neck in a noose long ago. You take no extended views of things, and instead of acting upon principle, which would always make you cautious in regard to times and seasons, and means and methods, you go bolt on, and would run your head into the stone pitcher if I were not by to pull you back by the heels." "Well, I think you're a rum covey now," replied the other, who was proceeding in the same strain, when he was stopped by his companion, exclaiming, "Hush, hush, curse your slang! It will betray you as soon as the mark of the hot iron would. Look here now, I'm no more squeamish than you are. I always act upon principle, and as to the job before us, considering the sum of general utility that is to be gained, I see no objection to doing the matter completely. I mean, making a finish of it. You understand? But where is the hurry? Let us go cautiously to work, learn our ground, and get everything prepared. I say, where's the hurry?" "As to the matter of that," answered the other, "there mayn't be no great hurry, to be sure, but we're both wasting our time somewhat, and besides, they are looking out sharp after that other job. You see that they have digged for the plate like mad, so that there is no use staying longer nor necessary, you know." "Don't be afraid," answered Harding coolly. "They can make nothing of that. Besides, look here, Smithson, if we wait 4 or 5 days longer, there will be £25,000 down from London." "Whew!" whistled Mr. Anthony Smithson, laying one finger on the side of his nose. "That is a go. But are you sure?" "I never say anything without being sure," answered Harding, with laconic pomposity. "So make yourself easy on that score. I say there will be £25,000 down in 3 or 4 days, and if I know the old man right, the larger half will be in gold. Have you tried Sally the maid?" "It won't do," answered the other, with somewhat of a rueful face. "She has lived long enough with that old fellow as to be cautious as a beak." "Well, I suppose I must do that too," answered the valet, "though it is a little tiresome, Master Smithson, that all the hard work is to fall upon me." "Why, how the devil can I help it, Harding?" replied the other. "If the girl will have nothing to say to me, what can I do, you know? No, when it comes to the real hard work, you never find me behind." Well, answered his worthy coadjutor, "I must come round her myself somehow, though she be but a dirty, traipsing slut, that a man of gentlemanly feelings will find some difficulty in making love to. But nevertheless, when one acts upon principle, one learns to overcome one's repugnance to such things, from a consideration of the mass of general utility to be obtained by a trifling sacrifice. His companion grinned, but he was too well accustomed to Mr. Harding's method of reasoning to express any farther surprise. After a few words more on both sides, however, as they judged it expedient to be seen together as little as possible, these two respectable persons separated, and while Anthony Smithson returned to the town, Harding pursued his way onward, and having, on the strength of the communication he had received, determined to proceed to Ribery, he took the same path that Burrell had followed before him. The beauties of nature occupied less of his thoughts than those of his master, and while, with solemn steps and slow, he wandered on his way, his ideas were much fuller of shillings and sixpences, and trips across the Atlantic, than of the verdant mead and purling stream. As I believe I have before said, Master Harding was by no means an ugly person, and the charms of his good looks, together with a marvellous sweet voice, and a good deal more eloquence of its own peculiar kind than any one could have suspected him to possess from his usual taciturnity, he was what the French render with somewhat profligate decency by calling the person so gifted un homme à bonne fortune. His expedition against the heart of Sally, the miser's maid, was more successful than that of his companion had been, and he returned home, flattering himself on having made more progress than he had anticipated. In fact, he had been fortunate in finding Mr. Timms out, and Sally at home. But as the intrigues of a slattern and a valet form no part of the staple of this book, we shall leave the matter as it is without any farther elucidation. In the meanwhile, Burrell, for so we shall still call him, had sauntered on, whiling away the golden minutes of a fair day, on the early side of 30, in sweet conversation beside a beautiful girl. I have described what their conversation was like before, and I leave every one who can remember what were the sensations he experienced when deep and fervent love had just begun to break upon his heart, to imagine how sweet were the winged minutes as they flew. Even the unspoken consciousness was not a burden, but a joy, and though Blanche Delaware might be said to tremble at the feelings that were growing upon her, yet there was a sort of vague internal conviction that those feelings were reciprocal, that they could not thus have crept over her heart unless some, nay, many, of the signs of similar sentiments on his side had been sufficiently displayed to make her feel secure that she did not love unsought. Still, there would every now and then come a shrinking apprehension across her mind that she might be deceived, that it might be all merely a courteous and engaging manner, the same toward everyone, which she in her ignorance had vainly fancied particular to herself. But those thoughts were but for a moment, and as Burrell walked onward by her side, there was in his tone, in his manner, and still more in the current through which all his thoughts appeared now to flow, a balmy influence that seemed to soothe away every fear. She knew not well whence she derived that balm, for had she tried, which, by the way, she did not, she could not have found one particular word he spoke which was more appropriate to the vocabulary of love than to Johnson's dictionary. It was perhaps, but she knew nothing about it, it was perhaps that pouring forth of the soul upon every topic, which can never take place but in conversation with one we love and esteem. For the hours of love are like a sunshiny day in the midst of summer, and all the flowers open, and the birds sing, and the bright things come forth through the heart's universe. It was this, perhaps, more than aught else in Burrell's manner, that made Blanche Delaware believe that she herself was loved. It is sometimes a very difficult thing to get two people to acknowledge in any language under the sun the feelings that are passing in their hearts. It is more especially difficult in a book, for no author likes to tell how he and his manage the matter themselves, at least if he be not an ass or a coxcomb, and anything that is manufactured is almost always flat, stale, and unprofitable. A true story canters one easily over all such difficulties, and it so fortunately happened that Henry Burrell and Blanche Delaware acknowledged it all without the slightest idea in the world that they were doing anything of the kind. There had been something spoken accidentally that went too deep, and both felt, perhaps, though almost unconsciously, that nothing more could be said on that topic without saying more still, and as there was a third person by, of course the matter dropped, and equally, of course, a long pause ensued, which grew unpleasant. "I thought," said Burrell at length, "that we were to meet with some antiquities, even more interesting than the house itself. At least your father said so." And conscious that he had made an awkward speech, and very little to the purpose, Burrell looked up and smiled, though many other men would have looked down and coloured. "You are not far from them," replied Captain Delaware, for Blanche's eyes were fixed upon the ground, and her thoughts were, not ad nova zembla. "But surely you are not tired?" "Nay, nay, anything but tired," answered Burrell. "But your father declared he would catechise me upon these ruins severely, and I was only afraid that I should forget them altogether." "A piece of inattention which Blanche or I would excuse much more readily than my father," replied the good-humoured sailor. "But we are close upon them. You see those two wooded banks that fall across each other, with the stream flowing out in foam from between them? They form the mouth of a little glen, about 100 yards up which stands the Prior's Fountain, and farther still the Hermit's Chapel. In architecture, I believe, they are unique, and there is many a curious tradition about both." "Hush, hush, William!" cried his sister, seeing him about to proceed. "Never tell the traditions but upon the spot. Oh, an old legend, in these days of steam and manufactory, can never be properly told, except under the grey stone and the ivy, where the memories of 1,000 years are carved by the chisel of time on every tottering pinnacle and mouldering cornice, which vouch by their unusual forms for the strange stories of their founders." "Oh, let us go on, by all means," said Burrell, smiling. "An old legend is worthy of every accessory with which we can furnish it. But there it is," he added, as they turned the angle of the bank, and entering the little glen, had before them a small Gothic building, covered with the richest ornaments of the most luxurious age of Norman architecture. "That, I suppose, is the chapel." "No, that is the Prior's Fountain," answered Captain Delaware, "and certainly the monks must have attached some peculiar importance to it, from covering it over with so splendid a structure." Another minute brought them near it, and Burrell found that, under a beautiful canopy of stonework supported by 8 cluster pillars, was placed a small stone fountain full of the most limpid water, which, welling from a basin somewhat like the baptismal font of a Gothic church, poured through a little channel in the pavement, and thence made a small sparkling stream, which joined the larger one ere it had run 50 yards. Attached to the basin by an iron chain was a cup of the same metal, of very ancient date, though perhaps more modern than the fountain. This cup, as soon as they approached, Captain Delaware dipped into the water, and, laughing gaily, held it to Burrell. "You must drink of the Prior's Fountain, Mr. Burrell," he said. "But listen before you do so. The monks, you know, having vowed celibacy, found that the less they had to do with love the better, and it being luckily discovered that the waters of this well were a complete and everlasting cure for that malady, one of the priors covered it over, as you see, and enjoined that, on commencing his novitiate at Emberton, every pseudo-monk should be brought hither and made to drink 1 cup of the water. It is added that the remedy was never known to fail, and now, with this warning, Burrell, drink if you will." Burrell by this time had the cup in his hand, and for a single instant his eyes sought those of Blanche Delaware. She was looking down into the fountain, with one hand resting on the edge. There was a slight smile upon her lip, but there was a scarcely perceptible degree of agitation in her aspect at the same time, which Burrell understood, or at least hoped, might have some reference to himself, although she might believe as little as he did in the efficacy of the waters of the fountain. "No, no," he replied at once, giving back the cup to Captain Delaware, and laughing lightly, as people do when they have very serious feelings at their hearts. "No, no, I dare not drink of such waters. They are too cold, in every sense of the word, to drink after such a walk as this. The very cup has frozen my hand," he added, to take out any point that he might have given to his speech. "He is actually afraid, Blanche," cried her brother, laughing. "Come, show him what a brave girl you are, and drain the cup to the bottom. "No, indeed," answered Blanche Delaware. "Mr. Burrell is very right. The water is a great deal too cold." And as she spoke she blushed till the telltale blood spread rosy over her fair forehead, and tingled in her small rounded ear. "Cowards both, as I live!" cried Captain Delaware, drinking off the contents and letting the cup drop. "Cowards both, as I live!" And springing across the little streamlet, he took 2 or 3 steps onward toward the chapel. "Let me assist you across," said Burrell, offering his hand. As his fingers touched those of Blanche Delaware to aid her in crossing the rivulet, they clasped upon her hand with a gentle pressure of thanks, so slight that she could not be offended, so defined that she could not mistake. The natural impulse of surprise was to look up, and before she could recollect herself she had done so, and her eyes met Burrell's. What she saw was all kind and gentle and tender, but she instantly cast down her eyes with another blush that was painful from its intensity, and with a single tear of agitation and, perhaps, delight. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Sir Sidney Delaware was a peculiar character, and if I had time I would go on and make a miniature of him. But I have not time, and therefore, though there might undoubtedly be a great deal of pleasure in investigating all the little complex motives which made him do this thing or that thing, which seemed quite contrary to his general principles, a great deal of pleasure in finding out the small, fine lines that connected together actions that appeared as opposite as light and darkness, yet having a long journey before me, and very little time to spare, I must refrain from taking portraits by the roadside, leaving every pleasant gentleman of my acquaintance to say, "That is not natural, this is out of character," if he like. One thing, however, I must notice, which was, that Sir Sidney Delaware was in some degree an indolent man. There was a great deal of the vis inertiae in his constitution. His mind was naturally active enough, but the body clogged it, and even rendered it lazy too, and the opposition between a keen and powerful moral constitution and an idle physical temperament was the cause of many a contradiction in his conduct. Such had been the case in regard to his daughter's visits to Mrs. Darlington. That good lady, when she first settled in the neighbourhood, had determined upon visiting the people at the park, and though Sir Sidney for some time continued stiff and cold and stern, ay, and even rude, Mrs. Darlington persevered, and Mrs. Darlington carried her point. The same now became the case with Burrell. He had been once received as an intimate in the house of the Delawares, and the door was open to him whenever he chose. There was something to be said, it is true, upon the score of a great service rendered, which of course formed a tie between him and every member of the Delaware family, which existed in no other case. But still there was a great deal of habit in the matter, and Burrell, having now his purpose to carry too, took care that the good custom should not drop. He became almost a daily visitor. Many a long ramble he took with Captain Delaware, many a sweet intoxicating walk beside Blanche. Many, too, were the long and pleasant discussions he held with Sir Sidney upon every subject under the sun. The customs and manners of our ancestors, the glorious work of past ages, the stores of classical knowledge, or the beauties and perfections, follies and absurdities of our own and other lands. As some French writer has said, c'est dans les petites choses que l'on témoigne son amitié. L'amour propre trop à part à ce qu'on fait les grandes occasions. And it is this truth that makes small attentions always pleasant to those who receive them, great services often painful. Burrell felt that it was so, and took infinite care to conceal that he had the slightest thought of relieving Sir Sidney Delaware from his difficulties, but at the same time, by the display of elegant manners and a polished mind, and by the constant outbreakings of a generous and a noble heart, he rendered himself both so agreeable and so much esteemed, that Sir Sidney learned to think, if I required any great service, I would ask it of Henry Burrell, sooner than of any other man I know. Very soon the worthy baronet began to look for his appearance shortly after breakfast, and as he had always something, perhaps of little consequence, but still something, on which he wished to speak with him, he twice caught himself saying, when Burrell was a few minutes after the usual hour, "I wish Mr. Burrell would come," and then remembered with a sort of cynical smile, springing from very mixed feelings, that he had no right to expect that he would come at all. Burrell always did come, however, and finding that he was ever made most welcome by the baronet, greeted with a hearty shake of the hand by Captain Delaware, and found a bright though timid smile on the sweet lips of Blanche, he did not find it very difficult to assign motives for his each day's visit, or to discover an excuse for the call of the next morning. Sir Sidney Delaware soon began to give him stronger marks of his esteem, and on more than one occasion, when accidentally alone with Burrell, referred frankly to the state of his own affairs, and the causes which had combined to produce their embarrassment. Burrell, on his part, of course found the subject difficult to converse upon, and the more so perhaps from the previous knowledge, which he did not choose to display. However, when on one occasion the baronet directly mentioned the annuity granted to the Earl of Ashborough, he replied, "But the interest is enormous, and the Earl would, of course, suffer you to redeem it." "I am sorry to say, my young friend," replied Sir Sidney, "that at the time you met William in the coach coming from London, the poor fellow was returning full of disappointment from an unsuccessful attempt to persuade Lord Ashborough to permit the repayment of the original sum. But his lordship refused in the most peremptory manner, and on the deed being produced, no clause of redemption was found in it, although in the original letter of instructions for the preparation of that instrument, the introduction of such a clause is expressly enjoined." "If I might advise, Sir Sidney," replied Burrell, but then breaking off again, he added, "but perhaps I am taking too great a liberty with you in even offering advice upon your private affairs." "Not in the least, my dear sir," replied the baronet. "Speak, speak, my dear sir. I have forgotten all my legal learning, and shall be very glad of any advice upon the subject." "I know nothing of law either," answered Burrell, smiling, "but I know a little of Lord Ashborough, and I know the character he bears in the world. Of his faults and failings I do not pretend to speak, but his lordship has, of course, his share. He has, however, always maintained a grave and dignified name, and high character in society, and it is very generally believed that his lordship values the reputation of a just, stern, upright peer more than—" "The reality," added Sir Sidney Delaware, with one of those sneers which made him many an enemy in his youth. "Strange that a turn-up of the nostrils should make men cut each other's throats." "I was not going to be quite so severe," said Burrell, somewhat gravely, "but I was going to add that he values that reputation more than any part of his estate, and I should think that if your son were to go to London once more, and were to show him the letter of instructions for the preparation of the annuity deed, pointing out to him that the clause has been omitted, either by the mistake or the fraud of a lawyer, and hinting at the publicity of a court of justice, I think I say, indeed I feel sure, that his lordship's care for his reputation, coming in support of what I believe to be his natural sense of equity, would make him at once accept the redemption." "Perhaps you are right in regard to his care for his reputation, Mr. Burrell," replied Sir Sidney Delaware, "but I, who know him better perhaps than you do, cannot reckon much upon his sense of equity. I know him well, thoroughly. In early years, before these children were born, Lord Ashborough and myself were unfortunately involved in a dispute, which did not arise in any great demonstration of a sense of equity on his part, and since that time I have reason to believe that disappointment, added to a bitter quarrel, has caused him to watch an opportunity of treading on the head of one against whom time even, the great mollifier of all things, has not been able to abate his rancour." "I would fain believe that you do not quite do him justice," replied Burrell. "May not a little personal dislike on your own part, my dear sir, influence your mind against him?" "No, indeed, Mr. Burrell, no, indeed," answered Sir Sidney Delaware. "I know him intus et incute novi. He was and is and ever will be the same man. The cause of our quarrel now lies in the cold, forgetful dust, where all such dissensions cease. Besides, I was naturally the least offended of the two, being the injured person. I also was successful, he disappointed, notwithstanding all his arts, and therefore the matter with me was soon forgotten, while with him it has been, I am afraid, long remembered. Nevertheless, he added, do not for a moment fancy that I am saying all this because I do not intend to follow your advice. Far from it. William shall go up. Indeed, I should think myself very wrong were I to leave any means untried to remove those embarrassments which shut my children out from the society to which by birth they are entitled. Captain Delaware soon joined the conference, and although he shook his head at all idea of changing the determination of Lord Ashborough, yet he undertook to try, with a readiness that the cold and haughty demeanour which he described that nobleman to have maintained toward him rendered a little extraordinary. The resolution, however, once taken, William Delaware was not a man, either by temperament or habit, to lose a moment in putting it into execution, and his plan was instantly secured in the morning's coach for London. Burrell agreed to dine at the mansion, and the day passed over with that additional drop of excitement which renewed hope and expectation, however faint, are still sure to let fall into the cup of life. Either it was really so, or Burrell fancied it, that Blanche Delaware was more lovely and more fascinating than ever, and indeed the feelings that had been growing upon her for several days had added an indescribable and sparkling charm to all the attractions of youth, and grace, and beauty. The soul always did much in her case to increase the loveliness that nature had bestowed upon her face and form, and Burrell could not help imagining, even long before, that the graceful movement of each elegant limb and finely modelled feature was but the corporeal expression of a bright and generous mind within. But now the heart, too, was called into play, and all the warm and sunny feelings of the young and ardent bosom sparkled irrepressibly up to the surface, calling forth new charms, both in their accidental flash and in the effort to suppress them. All Burrell's enthusiasm, too, brought as he was by every circumstance into nearer connection with that fair being, than any other events could possibly have produced, having been admitted to that intimate friendship which no other man shared, having become the friend and adviser of her father and brother, and having saved her own life. All his own natural enthusiasm of character, therefore, unchained by any opposing motive, broke through all the habitual restraints of the state of life to which he had so long been accustomed, and during that afternoon Henry Burrell, with very little concealment of his feelings, sat beside Blanche Delaware, full of that bright, unaccountable thing, love. The matter was so evident, and indeed had been so evident for the last 2 or 3 days, that the eyes of Captain Delaware himself, not very clear upon these subjects, had been fully opened. And now, as Burrell bent over his sister's drawing frame with a look of tenderness and affection that would bear but one interpretation, he turned his eyes upon his father to see whether it was really possible that he did not perceive the feelings that were kindling up before him. No one, perhaps, had ever in his day felt more deep and sincere love than Sir Sidney Delaware, yet it is wonderful, quite wonderful. Burrell might almost, as the old romances term it, have died of love at his daughter's feet without his perceiving anything was the matter. Burrell was bending over Blanche Delaware with a look and a tone and a manner that all declared, never in the many mingled scenes which I have trod did I meet with anything so beautiful, so gentle, so graceful as yourself. Captain Delaware, as I have said, turned his eyes upon his father, but Sir Sidney, with his fine head a little thrown back, a pair of tortoise-shell spectacles upon his nose, and his face to the bookcases, was walking quietly along, looking earnestly for Pliny. Oh, had you not forgotten all your lessons in the natural history of the heart, you might have marked much, Sir Sidney Delaware, that would have given you more to study than could be found in Pliny, or Plato either. I must look to it myself, thought Captain Delaware. Poor Blanche! It would not do to have the dear girl's affections trifled with. Yet I do not think he is one to play such a part either. Oh no, yet I must speak to him." With this doughty resolution, and 1,000 thoughts of difficulties in regard to what he was to say when he did begin, Captain Delaware sat down to dinner somewhat absent and pensive, and after Blanche had left them, and Sir Sidney had retired to his dressing-room to indulge in a somewhat usual nap after dinner, the gallant officer invited his friend to ramble through the park till tea-time, fully prepared to do a great deal that a man of the world would never have thought of doing at all. Burrell saw that something was weighing upon his companion's mind, but as his own determinations in regard to Blanche were completely formed, and he feared no questions upon the subject, he did not anticipate any. He left Captain Delaware, however, to bring forth his own thoughts at leisure, and walked on by his side as silent as himself, though not quite as much embarrassed. At length Captain Delaware began. "I have wished," he said, "Mr. Burrell." Burrell started, for the epithet "Mr." had long been dropped toward him by his companion, and he evidently perceived that something very formal was working its way through his friend's mind. "I have wished, Burrell," repeated Captain Delaware, correcting himself on seeing the surprise expressed by the other's countenance, "I have wished to speak to you about my sister." And as he mentioned that dear name, a sense of deep affection for her made him proceed more boldly, though his face glowed warmly as he spoke. "You have been much with her of late, and perhaps may be so for some time longer. Now, do not misunderstand me, Burrell. Do not think I doubt you, or seek to question you, but I wish first to put you in mind that she sees very few persons besides yourself, and next to tell you, as most men of station and fortune expect to receive some portion with their wives, to tell you that the greater part even of the small sum which Blanche and I inherited from our mother is engaged to support as far as possible, and that is little enough, our father's station in society." "And did you, my dear Delaware, suppose for a moment," said Burrell in reply, "did you imagine, from what you have hitherto seen of my conduct and sentiments, that so long as I had enough myself to offer any woman I might love, I would consider her fortune for an instant?" "No, no, I did not suppose you would," replied Captain Delaware, hesitating in some degree how to proceed. "But the truth is, Burrell, I have heard that women's hearts are delicate things, and as easily wounded as the wing of a butterfly. However, let us say no more of it. I begin to think that I have got out of my depth, and meddled with matters I had better have left to themselves. For some reason, or reasons, from some simple or complex motive which I do not know, and shall not stop to discover, men, however fully their minds may be made up in such matters as that on which I write, never like to be questioned upon the subject till they choose to explain themselves, and although Burrell was fully determined to offer his hand to Blanche Delaware as soon as he had convinced himself that not a shadow of hesitation on her part would hurt his pride, and though he completely understood Captain Delaware's feelings upon the subject, and was amused at his straightforwardness, yet some internal little devil of perversity made him feel almost offended at the sentences we have just recorded. He resisted, however, and the devil fled from him. "My dear Delaware," he said, after a moment's pause, which he employed in clearing his bosom of the enemy, "although no man likes to make a declaration except at his own choice and convenience, yet, situated as you are, I can enter into all your feelings for your sister. Set your mind at rest, then," he added, laying his hand frankly and kindly on his companion's arm. "Set your mind at rest, then, as far as I am concerned. It is my intention, as soon as I can entertain any hope of success, to offer my hand to your sister. If she refuse me, it is not my fault, you know. But this much you will, I am sure, take upon my word, that I would not presume for one moment to solicit the hand of a daughter of Sir Sidney Delaware, unless in rank I could aspire to that honour, and in fortune could maintain her in that circle which she is calculated to adorn. Let us say no more upon the subject, if you can trust me." Captain Delaware grasped his hand warmly. "You have made me very happy," he said. "Well, then, keep my secret," added Burrell with a smile, "and let your sister decide the rest." William Delaware could well have told, at least he thought so, what his sister's decision would be, but delicacy prevented him from speaking his belief, and with a lightened heart he changed the subject and returned with Burrell to the mansion. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. William Delaware set out from Emberton and arrived in London. His next step was to send a note to Lord Ashborough, informing him of his being in town, and requesting an interview the following morning. And in answer he received a very polite, though somewhat formal, billet, inviting him to breakfast in Grosvenor Square, and promising as long an audience after that meal as he might think necessary. At the appointed hour, for Captain Delaware never considered that appointed hours meant nothing, he approached Lord Ashborough's house, and was ushered upstairs, where he found housemaids and empty drawing-rooms enough, and, planting himself at a window that looked out into the square, he gazed forth with somewhat unpleasant anticipations occupying his mind, and rendering his eyes sightless as to all that was passing before it. In a few minutes the housemaids withdrew from the farther rooms, and the whole suite became vacant for some time, till a light step caught Captain Delaware's ear, and turning round he beheld a young lady whom he had seen there before, when last he had visited London. At that time he had found her surrounded by a whole bevy of strangers, whose gay appearance and supercilious manner had somewhat repelled the young sailor, although Miss Beauchamp herself, Lord Ashborough's niece, had spoken to him with frank kindness and claimed relationship with him at once. Miss Beauchamp now advanced toward him, while he acknowledged her approach by a bow, which was stiff though not awkward. The young lady, however, held out her hand with a gay smile, and, as he took it, added in a tone of playful sharpness, "Tell me, sir, are you my cousin or are you not?" "I believe I have some right to claim that honour," replied Captain Delaware. "Well, then," continued the young lady, "lay aside immediately all that stiff, chilly reserve, or I will disown you henceforth and forever." Captain Delaware smiled, and she continued, "I know that this house has a very icy atmosphere, but that does not extend to my part of it. And while my noble and stately uncle may be as frigid as the North Pole in his peculiar territories, the library and the dining-room, I must have a pleasanter climate in my dominions, the drawing-rooms and breakfast-room." "Your own presence must always produce such an atmosphere," replied Captain Delaware. "But you must remember, Miss Beauchamp, that I have been but a short time within its influence, so that I have scarcely had leisure to get thawed." "Oh, I must unfreeze you quite ere long, my good cousin," replied Miss Beauchamp, laughing. "But now listen to me for 5 minutes, for I have a great deal more to say to you than you know anything about. Calculating that you would come early, when I heard that my uncle had asked you to breakfast, I determined to rise a full hour sooner than usual, on purpose to give you your lesson for the day." Captain Delaware expressed his thanks as warmly as possible, acknowledging, however, that his gratitude was somewhat mingled with surprise, to find that his fair cousin was prepared to be interested in behalf of one who, though akin by blood, was nearly a stranger as far as acquaintance went. "That would be a severe reproach to my forwardness, William Delaware," replied the young lady, "if I had not a good motive in petto. Besides, I find that, in days of yore, when we were all children and my good father was alive, that you and I and Blanche and my brother Henry have had many a rude game of play among the old trees of Emberton Park. But let us speak to the point, as we may have little time to speak at all. An old friend of yours and mine, good Dr. Wilton, has written to me a long letter 2 or 3 days ago, giving me an account of all this unfortunate business between your father and my uncle, and desiring me, if you ever came to town again, to do my best to forward your views. Now the truth is, I have no more influence with Lord Ashborough than that screen." "With 1,000 thanks for your kind interest," replied Captain Delaware, "I should still be sorry to owe, even to your influence, what I could not obtain from justice." "Pride, pride!" cried Miss Beauchamp, "the fault of men and angels. But let me tell you, my dear cousin, that no man or men have any right to be proud in a woman's presence, for ye are a mere race of bullies at the best, and bow like the veriest slave whenever we choose to tyrannize over you. But to the point. Listen to my sage advice. I was saying that I had no more influence with my Lord Ashborough than that screen. I am a mere piece of household furniture, and I dare say that I am to be found written down in the inventory thus: front drawing-room, 3 tables, 24 chairs, 4 sofas, 3 chaises longues, a niece. I do believe my uncle, when I refused the Honourable Mr. What's-his-name the other day, which mortally offended his lordship, thought of having me transferred to the schedule of fixtures forthwith. But nevertheless, as I am a hearing and seeing piece of furniture, I have learned that the only way to manage the Earl of Ashborough is to be firm, steady, somewhat haughty, and a good deal stern. Remember all this, my dearly beloved cousin, and make use of the hint. But I hear his lordship's morning step, when the neat boot is first, for that day, fitted on the neat foot. So I will to the breakfast-room, and do not forget, when you meet me, to wish me good morning in set form and civil terms, and take care that you do not look conscious." Thus saying, the gay girl ran lightly through the long suite of rooms, leaving Captain Delaware standing nearly where she had found him, with a good deal of admiration at her beauty, and a good deal of surprise at the mingling of kindness, both with levity and with the slightest possible spice of coquetry, which she had displayed in their brief conversation. Ere she was well out of sight, the step that had been heard above might be distinguished descending the stairs. There is not a little character in a step, and the sound of Lord Ashborough's was peculiar. Perhaps the enfeebling power of time, which, what with one aid or another, was not very apparent in his person, marked its progress more decidedly in his step than in anything else. There was a certain degree of creaking feebleness in it, especially at an early hour of trite morning, when he was just out of bed, which, joined with a slow precision of fall, indicated a declension in the firm and steady manhood. His lordship felt it, and in society he covered the slight falling off by affectation of grave and thoughtful dignity of movement, but his valet de chambre knew better. Captain Delaware, however, did not, and as the Earl entered the room with a roll of papers in his hand, like Talma in Scylla, he acted a good deal by the way. His young relative thought him a very grave and reverend signor, and would rather have lain for an hour alongside an enemy's frigate, yard-arm to yard-arm, than have grappled with so stern and thoughtful a personage on so disagreeable a business as that which he came to discuss. He had undertaken it resolutely, however, and he was not a man to flinch before any coward apprehensions, moral or physical. The first expression of his lordship's countenance when his eyes fell upon his visitor was not certainly of a nature greatly to encourage him. For a moment, a single instant, nature got the better, and a slight shade of that loathing dislike with which one regards some poisonous reptile, or the object of some peculiar antipathy, passed over Lord Ashborough's features. It was gone as quickly, and with a much more condescending and agreeable smile than he had bestowed upon him on his former visit. The Earl advanced and welcomed him to London. Captain Delaware was of course very well disposed to welcome any show of kindness, and he said a few words in regard to his regret at having to trouble Lord Ashborough again. "Oh, we will speak of all that after breakfast," said the Earl. "When last I saw you I was hurried and fretted by 1,000 things, and had no opportunity of showing you any attention. Indeed, I have but little leisure now. The duties of my office," he held a sinecure post which required him to sign his name twice a year, the duties of my office claiming great part of my time. But you must really, as long as you remain in London, spend your days here, and my niece Maria, who has nothing to do, will show you all over the world, under the fair excuse of your cousinship. But let us to breakfast. Maria will not be down for this hour, but I never wait for that lazy girl." Lord Ashborough was not a little surprised to find his niece in the breakfast-room, and praised her ironically on her habits of early rising. But Miss Beauchamp answered at once, "Oh, I had a reason for getting up soon to-day, otherwise I should certainly not have done so. To contemplate my dear uncle for an hour with one foot crossed over the other, letting his coffee get cold and reading the newspaper, is too great a cheat to be indulged in every morning." "And pray, my fair niece," demanded Lord Ashborough, smiling at a picture of himself which was not without the cold sort of importance she chose to assume, "and pray, my fair niece, what was the particular cause of your infringing your ancient and beloved habits this morning?" "First and foremost, of course," replied Miss Beauchamp, with a graceful bend of the head to her cousin, "to see Captain Delaware, whose visit you yesterday evening led me to expect. But in the next place, my full resolution and determination was to take possession of your lordship during breakfast, and tease you in every sort of way till you agreed to leave this horrid place, London, now that you are positively the last gentleman remaining in it, except the men in red coats that walk up and down St. James's Street, and look disconsolate from June till January. But they are forced to stay, poor fellows. You are not." "There's no use going out of town, Maria, to come up again the next day," replied Lord Ashborough. "Parliament will certainly sit for a few days this month, and I must be present. But in regard to your cousin, I intend to make him over to you for the whole day, as I have some business to transact, and therefore, you see, you would not have been deprived of his visit." "Sad experience making me doubtful," replied Miss Beauchamp, laughing, "in regard to how far your lordship's civility might extend to your kindred. I did not know whether I might ever see Captain Delaware again." She spoke in jest, but it cut home, and Lord Ashborough, reddening, took his coffee and his newspaper, and left his cousin and his niece to entertain themselves, while he soon became immersed in the idle gossip of the day. After breakfast he led the way to the library with renewed complaisance, and begging Captain Delaware to be seated, he listened to him calmly and good-humouredly while he spoke of the cause of his coming, and then read attentively the first instructions for the annuity deed, and returning the paper, fell, or affected to fall, into deep thought. "Why, this certainly does make a great difference," he replied at length, "and I am sure, Captain Delaware, you will exculpate me from any desire to take advantage either of an accident or a misfortune. My plan through life has been to do clear and simple justice to all, and never to fall into the absurd error of mingling all the feelings of private life with matters of business. Matters of business should be transacted as matters of business, and without the slightest regard to whether you be my cousin or a perfect stranger. I can be generous when it is necessary, as well as other men, but you applied to me not on a point of generosity, but on a point of right and of justice, and therefore in that light did I consider and decline your last proposal. In the same light do I consider your present statement, but the paper you have produced, according to my present views, so far alters the question that without returning you any direct answer at present, I will, in going out, call upon my solicitor, consult with him, and if you will see him to-morrow at 11 o'clock, he shall tell you my final views, and depend upon it, they shall be those of substantial justice." Captain Delaware was somewhat disappointed, for from the first impression which the production of the paper he had shown Lord Ashborough had made upon that nobleman, he had concluded that the matter would be settled at once. He saw, however, that it would be useless to press the subject farther at this time, and after promising to spend his days, though not his nights, at the house of his noble kinsman, during his stay in London, he left him in possession of the library. Lord Ashborough almost immediately after mounted his horse and rode slowly on down all those filthy streets and long which conduct to Clement's Inn, in one of the dark and dusty staircases of which, stinking of parchment and red tape, he met the identical Mr. Peter Timms of whom he was in search, and who led him instantly into the penetralia. Their conversation was keen and long, but a few sentences of it will be sufficient here. After relating Captain Delaware's visit, the Earl demanded eagerly, "Now, Mr. Timms, can the matter be done? Have you seen to it?" "I have, my lord, and it can be done," replied the lawyer. "I have this morning been at the house of Messrs. Steelyard and Wilkinson. Both partners are out of town, but their head clerk was there, and I have made the following arrangement with him." "You have not compromised my name, I hope?" interrupted the Earl. "Not in the least, my lord," replied the other. "I explained to the clerk that you would sell out at this moment to a great disadvantage, that 14 days would in all probability alter the position of affairs, and that therefore your lordship would give a bill at that date for the £10,000 which you were to pay them for Mr. Beauchamp." "But how will that forward the matter?" demanded the Earl. "It will seem as if I was shuffling with my nephew concerning his money matters, and not promote the other purpose." "Your pardon, my lord, your pardon," cried the lawyer. "You shall demand of Sir Sidney Delaware to give you bills for the whole sum at a fortnight's rate, and give him up the annuity deed at once, and we will arrange it so that you shall be out of town when the draft on you becomes due, so as to stop the £10,000 at the very nick." "Ay, but Harry will write up to know whether it is paid," said the Earl. "I will write to him as soon as you have given the bill, my lord, telling him that the money is paid," answered the lawyer, "and I will direct the letter to his house in John Street to be forwarded. I have a good excuse for writing in regard to this business of the valet he kicked downstairs, so there will be no suspicion." "You know that he is a good man of business, Mr. Timms," replied the Earl doubtingly. "Do you think he will take your word without writing to inquire?" "Oh, yes, my lord," answered the lawyer boldly. "You know your plans, and therefore think he may suspect them. That is the way with all gentlemen, when they first do any little business of this kind. They always fancy that other people know that we are wanting to keep them in the dark. Remember, Mr. Beauchamp has no suspicion. He does not know that you know where he is. He is not aware that you have heard he is going to squander away his money at all, still less that you are good enough to take such pains to prevent him. He will believe it at once, that the money is paid, and will simply give a draft for it on Messrs. Steelyard and Wilkinson when the money is wanted. Besides, from all I can learn, although he be in general a good man of business enough, I hear he has got hold of one of those pieces of business that put everything else out of a man's head altogether." "What do you mean, sir?" demanded the Earl, in a strong tone of aristocratical pride, for there was a sort of sneer upon the countenance of Mr. Timms which he did not at all admire, coupled with the mention of his rich nephew, and here be it remarked that it made a great difference in Lord Ashborough's estimation whether the person spoken of was a rich or a poor nephew. He had a sort of indescribable loathing towards poverty, or rather toward poor people, which was only increased by their being his relations. He hated poverty, he could not bear it. In his eyes it was a disease, a pestilence, a vice, and therefore, although had this nephew been poor, Mr. Timms might have sneered at him to all eternity, as he was rich, Lord Ashborough felt very indignant at the least want of reverence toward him. The tone in which he demanded, "What do you mean, sir?" frightened Mr. Timms, who hastened to reply that he had heard from his respected and respectable relative in the country that the Mr. Burrell who had proposed to lend the money to Sir Sidney Delaware was now continually at Emberton Park, and that it was very well understood in the country that he was to be married immediately to Miss Delaware. Lord Ashborough gazed in the face of the lawyer with that mingled look of vacancy and horror which we may picture to ourselves on the countenance of a person suddenly blinded by lightning. When he had collected his senses, it was but to give way to a more violent burst of rage, and with clenched hands and teeth he stamped about the office of the attorney, till the clerks of the outer room began to think that he was breaking the hard head of their master against the floor. A few words, however, served to give vocal vent to his fury. "The hypocritical, artful, despicable race of beggarly fortune-hunters!" he exclaimed, and turning out of Mr. Timms's office, impelled by the sole impetus of passion, he was standing by his horse almost ere the attorney knew he was gone. The groom held the stirrup tight, and Lord Ashborough had his foot in the iron when cooler thoughts returned, and walking back to the chambers, he again entered the lawyer's room. "Do all that you proposed, Mr. Timms," he said. "Get the bills, retard the payment, arrest the old reptile, manage it so that he may not get bail, and the day you lodge him in the King's Bench, if it can be done, you receive a draft for £1,000. They must be crushed, Mr. Timms," he continued, grasping him tight by the arm. "They must be crushed, ground down into the earth, till their very name be forgotten. But mark me," he added, speaking through his set teeth, "mark me, if you let them escape, my whole agency and business goes to another for ever." "Oh, no fear, my lord, no fear," replied Mr. Timms in a sharp, secure tone, rubbing his little fat red hands with some degree of glee. "No fear, if your lordship will consent to leave it to my guidance. But I will send for a bill stamp, and we will draw up the bill directly. Send it to Messrs. Steelyard and Wilkinson, and then I will give due notice to Mr. Beauchamp that the money is paid, which, indeed, it may be said to be, when your lordship has given your bill for it, you know." "I care not, sir," exclaimed Lord Ashborough vehemently, "whether it may be said to be so or not. My nephew must be saved from this cursed entanglement by any means, or all means. I will do my part, see that you do yours. Crush these mean-spirited vipers somehow or another, and that as soon as may be. But mind," he added, more quietly, "mind you are to do nothing beyond the law." "I will take care to do nothing that the law can take hold of," replied the lawyer. "But you cannot think, my lord, how many things may be done lawfully when they are done cautiously, which might treat one with a sight of New South Wales, if they were to be undertaken without due consideration. But I will send for the bill, my lord." The bill was accordingly sent for, drawn and signed by Lord Ashborough, and the attorney, after having dispatched it to Mr. Beauchamp's solicitor, wrote to that gentleman himself a letter upon the business to which he had referred, while speaking to Lord Ashborough, and in a postscript mentioned that he had handed over to his agents a note for £10,000 on behalf of Lord Ashborough. That nobleman stood by while all this proceeding was taking place, and marked with a well-pleased smile the double language of the lawyer, and the quiet and careless manner in which he contrived to offer a false impression in regard to the payment of the money. When all was concluded, he paced slowly to the vacant park, calmed his disturbed feelings by a quiet ride round its dusty roads, and then returned with renewed self-command to shower upon William Delaware civilities in proportion to his increased detestation. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Oh, if the people would but take as much pains to do good as they take to do evil! If even the well-disposed were as zealous in beneficence as the wicked are energetic in wrong, what a pleasant little clod this earth of ours would be for us human crickets to go chirping about from morning till night! The Right Honourable the Earl of Ashborough could think of but one thing, and what between the active working of his own brain and the unceasing exertion of the pineal gland of Peter Timms, Esquire, following keenly the plans and purposes which we have seen them communicating to each other, the scheme for ruining the family at Emberton was brought to that degree of perfection which rendered its success almost certain. Mr. Timms, indeed, did wonder that the noble Earl had forgotten to propose to him any plan for detaining Sir Sidney Delaware in prison after his arrest, and for consummating the persecution so happily begun. He concluded that it had slipped his lordship's memory, but as he foresaw that, of course, Mr. Beauchamp would immediately come forward to liberate the baronet, and clear him of his embarrassments, Mr. Timms revolved 1,000 schemes for entangling him still more deeply, in order to be found prepared as soon as his noble patron should apply to him for assistance on this new occasion. In truth, however, Lord Ashborough had calculated all, and from what he had formerly known of Sir Sidney Delaware, as well as from what he had lately heard of his impaired constitution, he felt assured that even 3 or 4 days of imprisonment for debt would terminate either life or reason, and thus leave his vengeance and his hatred sated to the full. It must not be always supposed that the motives and the feelings which are here stated, in what is vulgarly called black and white, appeared in their original nakedness before the minds of the various actors in this my little drama. On the contrary, they came before their master's eyes like poor players on the stage, robed in gorgeous apparel that little belonged to them. Revenge flaunted away before the eyes of Lord Ashborough, clothed in princely purple, and calling itself noble indignation. Mortified vanity and mean delight in wealth, tricked out in silks and satins, called themselves honest scorn for deceivers, and careful consideration for his nephew's interest, and so they played their part, while deadly enmity, which would have acted murder, had it dared, now mocked the deity and impiously assumed the name of retributive justice. Nevertheless, there was in the bosom of Lord Ashborough at least so much consciousness that all this was but a pageant, that he found it necessary to redouble the careful guard he had put upon his feelings towards Captain Delaware, and though he came back to dinner meditating the destruction of his race and family, he showered on the young sailor's head civilities which might have raised doubts had he dealt with one of the suspicious. Captain Delaware, however, was not one of the suspicious. He had not acquired the quality of suspiciousness in any of the 3 ways by which it reaches the human heart, neither by the consciousness of evil designs in his own breast, by experience of the world's baseness, or by the exhortations of others. He was susceptible indeed, and easily perceived when a slight was intended, or when the least approach to scorn was felt toward him or his, but deeper and blacker feelings escaped his observation, if covered by even a slight disguise. In the present instance he was completely deceived. His drive out with his fair cousin in the morning had proved so delightful that he began to doubt the efficacy of the water of the Prior's fountain, and to feel that many such drives might make him either very happy or very much the contrary. But the kind attention of Lord Ashborough, his changed demeanour, and the hopes to which it gave rise, were all sources of unmixed pleasure. The evening passed away in delight, and when, on visiting Mr. Timms next morning, he found that he was prepared to concede everything that he desired, on the simple formality of his father giving a bill at a few days' date for the money, his satisfaction was complete. Nor was it the less so that the necessity of awaiting an answer to his letter communicating these tidings, and of obtaining his father's signature to the bill, obliged him, whether he would or not, to enjoy the society of Maria Beauchamp for at least 2 days longer. On the part of that young lady herself, no dislike was felt to her cousin's society. Everyone else was out of town. She had no one with whom she could dance or flirt or talk, and still less anyone to whom she could communicate any of the deeper and better feelings which formed the warp of her character, and across which the threads of a sparkling sort of levity were intimately woven. With Captain Delaware she did all but the first, and probably she would have danced too had minuets still been in vogue. She laughed, she talked, she jested, and there was a sort of simple candour about his nature, together with fine feelings and gentlemanly habits, preserved, fresh and unadulterated, by a life spent either on the green waters or in the green fields, which altogether wooed forth those points in her own character which, as things most estimable, lay hid in the deeper casket of her heart. In short, the 2 days that followed were 2 very pleasant days indeed, and it was almost with a sigh that Captain Delaware opened his father's letter, which arrived at the end of them, and found the bills duly signed. Mr. Timms had before told him that they had made the money payable at Emberton, in order to save him or his father the trouble of coming or sending again to London. That excuse, therefore, for either prolonging his stay or returning, was not to be had, and, even if it had still been ready, the lawyer also informed him gratuitously that Lord Ashborough's motive for settling the matter in the manner proposed was in order to spare himself all correspondence in the country, to which he was immediately about to retire for the remainder of the year. The simple fact was that Mr. Timms, with the same over-anxiety of which he had accused Lord Ashborough, to remove all suspicion of the latent motive, had assigned these causes for his noble patron's conduct, simply to account reasonably for his having demanded a bill for the money payable at Emberton, instead of following the usual legal routine in such cases, accepting the redemption money when ready, and then cancelling the deed. But Captain Delaware, with constitutional susceptibility, instantly concluded that the whole was intended as a hint to him that any farther intimacy was not desired. He could not feel indignant, because he felt that he had no right to demand a continuance of the communication which had been accidentally created between himself and the family of his wealthy cousin, but he determined at once to show that there was no necessity for such warnings, and after having pleaded other engagements in order to absent himself from his cousin's house during the rest of his stay in London, he took his place in the identical stage which had whirled him down to Emberton the preceding occasion. He did not, however, in that sort of burning at the heart which people feel on such occasions, neglect to take all those steps which, to the best of his judgment, were necessary to secure his father and to conclude the business on which he had come to London. On the contrary, he demanded and received by the hands of Mr. Timms an acknowledgment on the part of Lord Ashborough that a promissory note had been given to Sir Sidney Delaware for the sum of £25,000, which, when duly taken up, would be received as a full and due redemption of the annuity chargeable upon the Emberton estate. When all this was concluded, and he had eaten in melancholy wise of the dinner which the people of the pseudo hotel at which he lodged set before him, in that den of congregated discomforts, a public coffee-room, when he had done this, and taken an idle walk round the black thing that spits water by tablespoonfuls nearly opposite to Devonshire House, for the purpose of digesting his dinner and his vexation, he could not refrain, but returning home, or rather to the place of his dwelling for the time, he dressed and walked to Grosvenor Square. Lord Ashborough was in his library. Miss Beauchamp was alone, somewhat in low spirits too, and looking none the worse for being so. She was in one of those moods in which a man may make a great deal of a woman in a short time, if he knows how, but, unhappily, Captain Delaware did not know how. He talked sentimentally, and she talked sentimentally, and they made tea between them, and poured it out, and drank it. But it all came to nothing. Otherwise Maria Beauchamp might, perhaps, have been William Delaware's wife before the end of the chapter. Never did a man who was born and bred a sailor miss stays so completely as Captain Delaware did, and just when, toward the close of the evening, he was making up his mind to say something sensible and pertinent, in came Lord Ashborough, and the whole went to the budget. Within half an hour William Delaware was on his way to his hotel, and in the yellow of the next morning he was once more rolling away to join the coach for Emberton. His journey was as dull as it well could be. 2 Quaker ladies occupied one seat, and a deaf man shared the other. Therefore, we shall give one paragraph to Mr. Timms, while Captain Delaware rolls on. The worthy and beneficent lawyer, full of zeal in the service of his patron, set boldly to work to accomplish the object in view, and added so many thoughtful means and contrivances to support those which we have already seen him propose, that at the end of 8 days there was hardly a human possibility of his prey escaping him. As in some instances he thought fit to prepare engines which went a little beyond the clear limit of the law, he took good care to add a safety valve for himself by cautiously mingling Lord Ashborough's name with all those particular matters which were most delicate and dangerous, and thus ensuring the whole power and influence of that nobleman's rank and fortune to shield him, even if the blame itself did not fall solely on the Earl. He wrote, too, to his uncle, Mr. Timms, at Ribery, directing him on no account to advance money to the gentleman calling himself Mr. Burrell, who was, in fact, Lord Ashborough's nephew, and he added many a hint and caution calculated to make the miser of Ribery throw every impediment in the way of a liquidation of the debts on Sir Sidney Delaware's estate. At the same time, a vague threat of Lord Ashborough's displeasure in case of recusancy was held out, and by the end of the week Mr. Timms, as we have said, sat down perfectly certain of having drawn those spider toils round the family of Emberton, which it would be impossible for them to evade. In the meantime, William Delaware arrived at Emberton Park, and found everything precisely as he had left it. Burrell's visits were continuing daily. Indeed, his son's absence, which occasioned a sort of gap in the things to which Sir Sidney Delaware was accustomed, the baronet had more than ever sought the presence of Mr. Burrell to supply the want. The affection of Burrell for Blanche Delaware seemed exactly the same. If anything, there was perhaps an additional shade of tenderness in his manner toward her, which for a moment caused Captain Delaware to believe that his sister had been made acquainted with her lover's feelings. But it was not so. On the contrary, during her brother's stay in London, Blanche had lost many of those pleasant hours which she had before spent in Burrell's society. Her long rambles with him through the park and the neighbouring country were, of course, at an end for the time, and although Mrs. Darlington took a house in the immediate vicinity, and pressed Miss Delaware to join her there for a few days, though Blanche perhaps might feel that there she could, with propriety, hold freer intercourse with one who had obtained so strong a hold of her affection, yet filial duty overcame even the wish, and she refused to leave her father during her brother's absence. Captain Delaware's return, therefore, was a matter of joy and delight to everyone, and immediately after having heard all those viva voce particulars which a letter could not convey, Sir Sidney Delaware visited Mr. Timms, who assured him that the money would be ready full 24 hours before the stipulated time, and instantly began to prepare the mortgage which was to secure the sum to the lender. The tidings were, of course, communicated to Blanche, whose young heart beat high to think of even a part of the dark cloud which had so long overshadowed her dear father's fate being blown away for ever. If, too, a thought crossed her mind in regard to her own situation, and the improvement of her relative position toward him by whom she was beloved, who shall say a word of blame? It was but nature, and perhaps that thought might take away the only thorn that she saw encumbering the fate before her. All eyes sparkled, all hearts beat high at Emberton. The news insensibly was spread abroad. The prospects of the ruined family seemed brightening. Those to whom they had been kind, even in their adversity, blessed the day that saw their changing fortune, and those who had despised their poverty began to bow down and to worship, now that the storm no longer hung above them. Sir Sidney Delaware walked with a firmer step. His son felt that one half of the load of life was gone, and Blanche raised her eyes timidly to meet those of Burrell, as if there had been some secret voice which told her that, how or why she knew not, all the happiness that was growing up around them was of his planting. O deceitful fortune, why wilt thou often smile so sweetly, while opening thy store of evils to pour upon the devoted head? End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The sand in the hourglass of happiness is surely of a finer quality than that which rolls so slowly through the glass of this world's ordinary cares and fears. Oh, how rosy-footed trip the minutes that lead along the dance of joy! How sweetly they come, how swiftly they fly, how bright their presence and how speedy their departure. Every one who has ever had a pen in his hand has said exactly the same words before me, and therefore, though a little stale, they must be true. The hours flew as lightly at Emberton Park as if they had plucked all the way down from the wings of their good father, Time, in order to furnish their own soft pinions, and many of the days which intervened between the signature of the bill for £25,000 given by Sir Sidney Delaware to Lord Ashborough, and the time when it was to become due, slipped away unnoticed. The worthy baronet suffered them to pass with very great tranquillity, relying perfectly upon the word of Mr. Timms that the money would be ready at the appointed period. As comfort and happiness, too, are far less loquacious qualities than grief and anxiety, Sir Sidney thought it unnecessary to enter into any further particulars with Burrell, than by merely thanking him in general terms for the advice he had given, and by informing him that, in consequence of his son's second journey to London, his affairs were likely to be finally arranged in the course of a month or two. The miser also suffering himself, for a certain time, to be governed by his nephew, who well knew the only two strings which moved him like a puppet to be avarice and fear, did not attempt to give the young stranger at Emberton any information of the events that had taken place till long after Captain Delaware's return, and within 5 days of the time when the bill became due, Burrell, who had delayed his promised visit to Dr. Wilton till he was almost ashamed to go at all, rode over to his rectory to pass a couple of days with the worthy clergyman, whom he found deep in all the unpleasant duties of his magisterial capacity. William Delaware, also more active, though less clear-sighted than his father, allowed himself likewise to be deceived by the assurance of Mr. Timms that the money would be punctually ready, and thus the days might have passed by unheeded by any one till the very moment that the money was required, had there not been another person concerned, whose views demanded that Burrell's £25,000 should not only be drawn for, but paid into the hands of the miser at Rybury. This person, who was far more suspicious and more on the alert than any of the party, was no other than Mr. Burrell's silent servant, Harding, who began to grow very uneasy at the delay which was taking place. This uneasiness was increased after his arrival with his master at Dr. Wilton's, inasmuch as, at the very moment of their coming, the worthy clergyman was engaged in investigating some particulars in regard to the fire that had taken place at Mrs. Darlington's, which had given rise to considerable suspicions of some foul play. The first, and perhaps the most important point, appeared to be that of the whole plate which that worthy lady's house contained, not 1 ounce was to be found either fused or in its wrought state. In the next place, 2 or 3 persons who had first taken the alarm at Emberton on the night of the fire, and had set out instantly to give assistance, deposed positively to having met a man, to all appearance heavily laden, coming down the hill, which circumstance, considering the time of night, was at least extraordinary. No one, however, could identify this person, but from these facts, as well as from other minor incidents, which it may be unnecessary to mention, it seemed very clear that robbery had been committed during the progress of the fire, if not before. On their arrival at the rectory, both Burrell and his servant were called upon by Dr. Wilton to state their recollections. Of the evidence given by the first, the worthy clergyman took a private note, but the servant was publicly examined. He gave a clear, calm statement of all that he remembered, mentioned the situation of the room in which he slept, declared that he had been woke by some sounds below, and had shortly after perceived a strong smell of fire, which, increasing, he began to put on his clothes. Finding, however, that the smoke was growing thicker, and that other people in the house seemed alarmed, he had not stayed to clothe himself completely, but had run out, and seeing that the house was on fire, had proceeded to call his master. Mr. Burrell not moving as fast as he thought prudent, he said he had left him, and got out of danger as fast as he could. All this was delivered with amazing coolness and perspicuity, and Dr. Wilton complimented him publicly on the clear and straightforward manner in which he delivered his evidence. Nevertheless, there was something in the whole business which we, who see into the mechanism of our people's hearts, conceive not to have been pleasing to the silent servant, and he felt it absolutely necessary, according to his own particular notions of benevolence, to remind his master that the £25,000 which had been left idle, losing the interest all the time, in the hands of Messrs. Steelyard and Wilkinson, might soon be necessary to complete the charitable purpose he entertained toward the family at Emberton. To act remembrancer was not very easy, however, as his habitual silence cut off a great deal of even that small gossip which usually takes place between a man and his valet de chambre. But Harding was not a person to be foiled, and what he could not do cunningly, he always did boldly. It was on the second night, then, of their stay at the rectory that, while undressing his master, he began, after 2 or 3 preliminary grunts, "I wish to ask your permission, sir, if you are going to send me to London." "Send you to London?" exclaimed Burrell. "I'm not going to send you to London. What put such a thing into your head?" "Oh, I beg pardon, sir, I did not mean to offend," replied Harding. "But when you first sent me to Mr. Timms at Ribery, he asked me a great many questions about you, and told me that you were going to pay off the encumbrances upon Sir Sidney Delaware's estate." "Which, I suppose, you have been good enough to spread throughout the village," said Burrell, not a little angry. "I have never opened my mouth upon the subject, sir, to a living creature, upon my honour," replied the man, with a solemnity of asseveration that was very suspicious. "And pray, how is all this connected with your going to London, Harding?" demanded his master. "Why, only, sir, as I hear the money is to be paid in 3 days, and you did not speak of going up yourself, I thought you might be going to send me for the sum," was the cool and self-complacent reply of the worthy domestic. "To be paid in 3 days?" exclaimed Burrell. "There must be some mistake in that, surely." "Oh, no, sir, I can assure you," replied the man earnestly. "The last time I was up at the park, when I brought the horses to come over here, I heard the captain saying so to Miss Delaware, and he said that he hoped that Timms would have the money ready, or it would be a sad affair." "Indeed," said Burrell, "this must be looked to. But you misunderstand your situation, Harding. You are a person very trustworthy, I have no doubt, but I never send my servants for such sums as that you mention, especially when they have not been with me 3 months. So now you may go, and when I want to send you to London or elsewhere, I shall be sure to inform you." The servant accordingly retired with a mortified and somewhat dogged air, but although he had not been entirely without hopes that his master might indeed dispatch him for the money, yet his purpose was sufficiently answered to prevent him feeling deeply the disappointment of expectations that had never been very sanguine. The tidings Burrell had heard annoyed him considerably, for although a doubt never crossed his mind in regard to the payment of the money having been made by Lord Ashborough, it seemed so extraordinary that Mr. Timms had not made him acquainted with the day of payment, that a vague suspicion of something being wrong obtruded itself upon his imagination, and kept him for some time from sleep. "Which is my nearest way to a house called Ribery, my dear sir?" was one of Burrell's first questions to Dr. Wilton at the breakfast-table next morning. "It belongs to an old miserly money-lender named Timms." "The way to the money-lenders, like all those that lead to destruction, is wide enough," replied Dr. Wilton. "But I hope, my dear Harry, you are not going to borrow money." "No, no, my dear sir," answered Burrell, laughing. "Heaven knows what I should do with it if I did. Within the last 6 years, I am sorry and ashamed to say, I have accumulated nearly £25,000. "Fie, fie, that is almost as bad," cried Dr. Wilton. "I would never advise any man to live quite up to his income, for if he set out with such a determination he will most certainly live beyond it. But I would recommend every man who has enough for himself and for those who may come after him, to spend very nearly his whole income. We are but stewards, my dear Harry, we are but stewards, and we are bound to dispense the good things that are entrusted to us." "And yet I have both heard you cry out against luxury," replied Burrell, "and declare that indiscriminate gifts of money did more harm than good." "True, true," replied Dr. Wilton. "I have done all that you say, but there are 1,000 eligible ways in this world by which a man may discharge that duty to society imposed upon him by a large fortune, without injuring his own mind, or enervating his own body by luxury. How much may be done to promote the instruction of youth, to furnish employment for the poor and industrious, to encourage arts and sciences, to reward the manufacturer even for his toil and skill, and the merchant for his risk and enterprise, without being the least luxurious in one's own person. Ximenes walked through halls tapestried with purple and gold, and yet lay down upon a bed of straw. Fie, Harry, fie! It is a shame for any rich man to accumulate more wealth while there is a poor man in all the land." Burrell smiled at the lecture of his old tutor, not indeed because he undervalued his precepts, but because he evidently saw that the lapse of 10 years had been skipped over in the good doctor's mind, and that he himself stood there as much the pupil in the eyes of Dr. Wilton as ever he had been in his days of boyhood. "Well, well, my dear sir," he answered, "as some compensation for my negligence hitherto, I think I shall find a means of spending this £25,000 in such a manner as even your severe philosophy will approve." "Ah, Harry, I see you are laughing at your old pedagogue," said his friend. "But never mind. If worthy Dominic Sampson, a character I revere and love, although the dolts on the stage have degraded him into a buffoon, if worthy Dominic Sampson boasted of having taught little Harry Bertram the rudiments of erudition, I will boast of having taught you, Harry Burrell, the rudiments of virtue. So mind what you do, for every action you perform is my pride or my shame." "Then I will try to make you a proud man," replied Burrell. "But I must now leave you, my dear sir, and seek this money-lender, if you will direct me thither." "Well, well, whatever be your purpose, take care what you are about with him," answered the doctor. "He is a wily knave. But I shall see you again ere you leave the country, which, if I judge right, will not be soon." And he fixed a gay glance upon Burrell's face, which fully repaid the smile he had remarked. "Remember, Harry," he added, "I am to speak the blessing." Burrell laughed, and shook Dr. Wilton's hand, and the worthy rector, conducting him to the door at which his horse stood prepared, pointed out the direct road to Ribery, which lay straight across the country at about 6 or 7 miles' distance. Harding at the same time received orders to convey the little baggage he had brought with him back to Emberton, and, that personage internally congratulating himself with the words, "All is right," as he heard Dr. Wilton direct his master on the road to the miser's dwelling, proceeded calmly to lay out his plans for that which he considered as his coup de maître. Burrell had no difficulty in finding his way, and at about 11 o'clock he was standing before Mr. Timms's slate-coloured door, enduring the reconnaissance which master and maid always inflicted on those who visited their dwelling. At length Sally appeared, and Mr. Burrell was ushered into Mr. Timms's parlour, where the miser received him with as much cordiality as was in his nature, having from one accidental circumstance acquired a particular regard for his present visitor, a fact in natural history which, perhaps, requires some explanation. The simple truth, then, was merely this. On Burrell's first visit, the miser, knowing him to be a man of large fortune, whom it might be well to conciliate, had offered him a glass of ale, and then even went the length of offering a glass of wine. Doing it, like most generous people, with fear and trembling lest it should be accepted, he was inexpressibly relieved by Burrell's declining both the expensive kinds of refreshments that he offered. The matter sunk deep into his mind, and at once created a fund of esteem and gratitude toward the self-denying stranger, which was only augmented by the consciousness that he himself always ate and drank that which was offered to him at other houses, looking upon it all as a saving. On the present occasion, as soon as Burrell entered, he again made the offer of ale, and would fain have offered the wine also, but there was something within him which this time rendered it impossible. So much was he of opinion that the wine is the best which is drunk at other people's expense, that he could not believe it possible that Burrell would refuse it twice. While this struggle was going on in his bosom, however, Burrell, who saw that he was somewhat agitated, and never took into consideration the important question regarding the glass of wine, imagined that Mr. Timms felt ashamed of not having given him intimation of the state of Sir Sidney Delaware's affairs, and proceeded to speak of them at once. "You have done wrong, my good sir," he said, "in not letting me know that the money required for redeeming the annuity is to be produced so soon. You did not consider that a day or two's notice may be necessary in transactions to such an amount. However, it so luckily happens that the money is ready." "But, my dear sir," cried Mr. Timms, "how could I give you notice when you were out of the way? I called upon you twice at no small expense of shoe leather." Such indeed was the fact, that is to say, that he had called, and as the internal economy of Mr. Timms's heart is not unworthy of investigation, as a curious piece of hydraulic machinery, it may be well to state that there were the contending feelings which made the miser at last act contrary to the directions of his dearly beloved nephew. In the first place, then, it would appear that in regard to the arrangements for the redemption of the annuity, a liberal commission had been insured to him on the completion of the transaction, and consequently he was a party interested. The injunctions, therefore, of his nephew to throw every quiet impediment in the way to keep Mr. Burrell in ignorance of the facts, and, if anything should retard the remittances which that gentleman expected, to refuse all assistance, were clearly contrary to the general principles on which Mr. Timms acted, namely, direct views of self-interest. To correct all this, Lord Ashborough's lawyer had held out the prospect of his patron's friendship on the one hand, and his wrath on the other, and had added many vague promises of more golden rewards, to be procured by his nepotal influence. But Mr. Peter Timms, although he had very little family affection himself, forgot that his uncle possessed as little, and though the only tie between Mr. Timms senior and the rest of the world existed in his nephew's person, yet the miser of Ribery felt that he could never be without friends or relations as long as there were pounds, shillings, and pence in the world. Mr. Timms junior, as I have said, forgot all this, and forgot too that his uncle would be, perhaps, less inclined to receive vague promises of compensation as current coin from him than from any other individual, and at the same time, in order to show him how deeply Lord Ashborough was interested, and how much it would behove him to reward the conduct he pointed out, the lawyer committed the egregious blunder of letting the miser know who the pretended Mr. Burrell really was. The desire of making his own bargain instantly seized upon Mr. Timms of Ribery, and he at once wrote to Mr. Timms of Clement's Inn, with the puzzling question as to what was to be the specific consideration for acting in the manner prescribed. The reply was not so definite as he liked, and he immediately called at Mr. Burrell's lodgings to inform him of the time appointed for the payment of the redemption money. His calculations at the same time were partly true and partly incorrect in regard to the probable advantages to be gained by courting Burrell. No man ever did, or ever will, make a correct calculation where self is one of the units. He is sure, by adding a cipher to it, to multiply it by 10 in every shape and way, and thus throw the whole computation wrong together. Mr. Burrell, or rather Mr. Beauchamp, was heir to Lord Ashborough's title and estates, and likely to outlive him by 40 years, and therefore, thought Mr. Timms, is likely to patronise me 1,000-fold more than Lord Ashborough can. But Mr. Timms forgot that if Henry Beauchamp was likely to outlive Lord Ashborough was fully as likely to outlive Mr. Timms. These considerations, however, gave the miser a great leaning toward Mr. Burrell in the whole business, though he was not without some speculations in regard to catching all that he could from both parties, if a way were to present itself. At present he assured his visitor that he had called upon him twice for the express purpose of communicating with him on the subject of Sir Sidney Delaware's affairs, but that, not having found him at home, he did not think fit to leave any message on so momentous a subject, with either the woman of the house or the groom, who were the only personages he saw. "Well, well, sir," replied Burrell, "the question now before us is simply, how are we now to proceed? Must I go to London to receive this money and bring it down?" "Why, I should think that would be an expensive way, sir," replied the miser. 40 shillings going and 40 shillings coming, and 18 pence to the coachman each way, makes £4 3, and then you may well calculate 3 shillings more for food and extras, going and coming, making £4 6. Then you would not like to carry such a sum about you, so that you would be obliged to do it by draft, therefore the stamp would not be saved, and I am always for saving the money of my clients. It is the duty of an honest man. No, no, sir, I think you had better draw a letter of credit in my favour on your agents, and I will direct them to lodge the money in the hands of the London correspondents of our county bank, of which I am one of the poorest proprietors. I will give you an acknowledgment in form of the letter of credit, which, being duly satisfied, I will give you a receipt in full, with a lien upon the mortgage from Sir Sidney Delaware, as I settled before with Messrs. Steelyard and Wilkinson." "But can all this be done in time, Mr. Timms?" demanded Burrell. "Oh, no fear, no fear," replied the miser. "This is but the 21st. We can get the letter off to-day. The bills given by Sir Sidney do not come due till the 24th, and we can easily have notice of the money being lodged by the 23rd in the afternoon, when the post comes in." Burrell mused a moment. He saw no objection, but yet he thought it might be safer to go himself. He mused again, but then he thought of Blanche Delaware, and that he had not seen her for 2 whole days. That settled the matter in his mind. There could be no possible obstacle, he persuaded himself, in London, therefore neither pleasure nor necessity called him thither. One of those 2 great motives chained him to Emberton, and therefore he determined to stay. The miser agreed immediately to join him at his lodgings in the little town, where all that was necessary for completing the business was to be procured more easily. Burrell rode off. Mr. Timms reached Emberton in half an hour. The letter was drawn, another written by Mr. Timms to his London bankers. The whole were put in the post, and Burrell, after dining alone, sauntered slowly and happily up the park to take his tea in the little octagon parlour of Emberton House. He was received with those sparkling eyes which left no doubt that he was welcome. The next day also passed in happiness, and Burrell, somewhat too sure perhaps of success, fixed in his own mind, as he strolled homeward, that the morning which saw Sir Sidney Delaware freed from a part of his difficulties by his exertions should also see the declaration of his love to her who had inspired it. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. On the 23rd day of September, Sir Sidney Delaware had some slight symptoms of a fit of gout, which rendered him somewhat irritable and anxious. 3 times did he give particular directions that, when Mr. Timms of Ribery came, he was to be shown into the library, and, as often, when he heard any unusual sound in the mansion, usually so still and tranquil, he demanded whether Mr. Timms had arrived. Still Mr. Timms did not make his appearance, though about 2 o'clock Mr. Burrell did, and the worthy baronet, in conversation with his young friend, forgot his anxiety for a time. At length, however, it began to resume his ascendancy, and its first struggle was of course with politeness. He was evidently uneasy. He moved to and fro in his chair. He complained of some pain, and at length was in the very act of desiring his son to take a walk, and see why Mr. Timms had not kept his promise, when the daily bag arrived from the post, and, together with a billet or two, apparently from some female friends, for Miss Delaware, which she carried away to her own room, and a letter for Captain Delaware, appeared a lawyer-like epistle, addressed to Sir Sidney, and bearing the London postmark. "I will go to Mr. Timms as soon as I have looked over this letter, sir," said Captain Delaware. But Sir Sidney at the same moment opened his own, and, after he had read, he exclaimed, "No, no, William, there is no necessity. You and Blanche were going to walk with Mr. Burrell, and here Lord Ashborough's lawyer tells me that he cannot be down on the precise day, that is, tomorrow, but will come the day after, or the day after that, with 1,000 apologies for not coming. If I be well enough, I will go to this person, Timms, myself, tomorrow. If not, you can go. So call Blanche and take your ramble while it is fine. The clouds are beginning to gather." Captain Delaware went to seek his sister, who, as we have said, had retired to her own apartment, but he soon returned, saying that she had a slight headache and would stay at home. He would show Burrell the way himself, he added, to what the people called the Sea Hill, so named because the sea was thence first visible, and though the spirit of their proposed expedition had all evaporated, Burrell did not choose to decline. "If she did but know," he thought, "if she did but know what is going on here in my heart, I do not think a slight headache would keep her at home. But I must bring this matter to some certainty. It is growing painful." And more than one half of his walk passed in silent musing. On his return he went into the library with Captain Delaware. Blanche was there with her father, but she was deadly pale, and Burrell felt more than anxious, alarmed. As soon almost as he entered, Sir Sidney Delaware pressed him to stay to dinner, and Burrell, who had often declined, mastered by strong anxiety, agreed to do so on the present occasion, though as the invitation was given and accepted, he saw a passing blush, and then a relapse to snowy paleness, come over the countenance of her he loved. The evening was no longer of joy. Burrell hoped that some opportunity would present itself of gaining a single moment of private conversation with Blanche Delaware in the course of his stay, but it was evident that she avoided everything of the kind, and at an early hour, complaining of increased headache, she retired once more to her room. Soon after, her lover took his leave, and returned home in a state of feverish anxiety, difficult to describe. While Captain Delaware perceived that something had gone wrong, but he could not divine what, and Sir Sidney, without seeing anything deeper, felt that the evening which had just passed to its predecessors was the dullest he had spent since he had become acquainted with Henry Burrell. To Burrell the night went by in sleepless restlessness, and though we would fain see how it flew with Blanche Delaware, we must take up her story in the course of the morning after, when, rising as pale as the night before, she found that the hour, instead of 9, which she had fancied it must be at least, was only 7. Putting on her bonnet, she glided down the old stone staircase and proceeded into the park. But it was not toward Emberton that she took her way. On the contrary, turning her steps through the wild woodlands that lay at the back of the mansion, she trod very nearly the same path which she had pursued with Henry Burrell during the first days of their acquaintance. She traced the walk by the bank of the stream. The kingfishers were flitting over the bosom of the river. The waters were pouring on, fretting at the same pebbles, dashing over the same little falls, lying quietly in the same still pools as when she had last seen them. But the feelings of her heart were changed, and the light which nature had then borrowed from joy was now all overshadowed by the clouds of care. As she gazed upon the stream and the wild banks and the hawthorn dingles around her, and felt that a bitter change in her own bosom had stripped them of all their beauties as ruthlessly as the hand of winter itself could have done, the pain was too much, and she wept. Still she trod her way onward, pondering slowly and gloomily, till she came so near the little glen that had terminated that happy walk with Burrell, that she could not refrain from going on. A few minutes brought her to the spot where the Prior's well was first visible, and a few minutes more found her standing under the rich carved canopy of grey stone that covered over the fountain. For several moments she gazed wistfully and mournfully upon the waters, as, with a calm, unobtrusive ripple and a low, whispering murmur, they welled from the basin of the fountain and trickled through the grass and pebbles. "Oh, would to heaven," she thought, "that yon calm water did really possess that mysterious power the old legends attribute to it. But 2 days since nothing on earth would have made me taste it, though I believed not a word, and now I am almost tempted to drink, though I still believe as little." As she thought thus, she stretched out her hand to the little iron cup, and after a short pause filled it and gazed upon the water as it lay pure and clear, with that peculiar cold sparkling limpidity which the old monks so greatly prized in their wells. Her hand shook a little, but after a single instant's consideration, with a smile which was mingled of sadness and of a sort of gentle scorn, at the drop of credulity that still lay at the bottom of her heart, she was raising the cup to her lips when a hand was laid gently upon her arm. She started, but without dropping the cup, and, turning round, she saw beside her Henry Burrell. Pouring the water carefully back into the font as if every drop were precious, she let go the chain, while, with downcast eyes and a cheek burning like crimson, she uttered a scarcely audible good morrow, in answer to some words that she had hardly heard. Burrell's hand still rested on her arm, while his eyes were fixed upon her face, tenderly but reproachfully. The action and the look were those of intimacy, but not of presumption, and indeed there had been of late a kind of mute language established between Blanche and her lover, in which many a question had been asked and many a feeling had been acknowledged, which would have expired in shame, had words been the only means of expression, and which gave Burrell some right to inquire into the change he could not but perceive too plainly. "You are about to drink, Miss Delaware," he said, "but if you taste of the enchanted fountain, I must drink also, for heaven knows then I shall have more need of the waters of oblivion than you have." He spoke with a smile, but there are smiles in the world more melancholy than a world of sighs, and his was so full of pain, anxiety, and disappointment, that Blanche, as she turned away, made the only answer in her power, by tears. The drops from her eyes fell thick, and as her left hand rested on the little carved border of the stone font, over which her head still hung, partially averted to hide the deep and varying feelings that passed across her face, the tears dimpled the clear, still waters, and though Burrell, as he stood, could not see her eyes, he perceived that she was weeping bitterly. Her fingers, which had rested lightly on her arm to prevent her from drinking the water, now glided down and circled round her hand, clasping upon it with a degree of gentle firmness. "Miss Delaware," he said, "for heaven's sake tell me, have my hopes been all in vain? Have I, like a presumptuous fool, dreamed of happiness far greater than I deserve to possess? And do you now, by the striking change which your demeanour toward me has undergone, intend to rebuke my boldness in fancying that you might ever become mine, and to crush the hopes which your former kindness inspired?" Blanche Delaware wept, but she answered not a word, and Burrell gazed on her for a moment in silence, in a state of agitation which might have well prevented him from judging sanely of what was passing in her mind, even had it been expressed by more unequivocal signs than the bitter though silent tears that rolled over her cheeks. "For God's sake, speak!" he exclaimed at length. "Oh, Blanche, if you did but know the agony you are inflicted on a heart that loves you better than any other earthly thing, you would at least save me the torment of suspense. May I, dare I, hope that you will be mine?" Blanche Delaware passed her hand across her brow and brushed back the rich long ringlets that, as she stooped, had fallen partially over her eyes. She turned toward her lover also, still grasping the edge of the fountain with her left hand for support, and with something between a gasp and a sob replied to his question at once. "No, Mr. Burrell, no, you must not hope, or forgive me," she added, seeing the deadly paleness that spread over his countenance. Forgive me, but for your sake, for your own sake, for both our sakes, it is better said at once. I must not, I cannot." The rest died upon her lips. Enough, however, had been spoken to make the rejection decisive, and yet it was spoken in such a tone as to betray deep grief as well as agitation on her own part, and to awaken, not suspicions, but 1,000 vague and whirling fancies in Burrell's brain. "And will not Miss Delaware," he said at length, "at least console me for broken hopes, and the first love of my heart crushed for ever, by assigning some cause for this change in her opinion of one who is unconscious of having done anything to offend or pain her?" Blanche was again silent, and turned away her head, while the sighs came thick and deep, and the tears were evidently falling fast. Burrell paused for a moment, and then added, in a sad but kindly tone, "Or is it, Miss Delaware, that I have imagined a heart free that was before engaged? Perhaps, long ere I knew you, some more fortunate person may have created an interest which can be inspired but once. Perhaps even circumstances may have prevented you from rendering him as happy as you might otherwise have done. Oh, tell me, is it so? For though all men are selfish, I should find it easy to gratify my selfishness in contributing to your happiness. I have interest, I have power, and if I could render Blanche Delaware happy with one that she loves, it would be the next blessing to possessing her hand myself. Tell me, Miss Delaware, I beseech you, is it as I imagine?" "Oh, no, no, no," cried Blanche, turning her glowing face toward him. "No, upon my word, I never saw the man that I could love but—" The deepening blush and the fresh burst of tears concluded the sentence as Burrell's heart could have desired, and again laying his hand upon hers, he besought her to tell him what then was the obstacle. But Blanche drew back, not offended, but sad and determined. "It is in vain, Mr. Burrell," she said. "I am bound to tell you so at once. My mind is made up, my resolution is taken. You have my highest esteem, my deepest gratitude, my most sincere regard, but you cannot have—" She paused at the word love, for no circumstances to the mind of Blanche Delaware could palliate a falsehood, and she felt too bitterly that he did possess her love also. She changed the phrase in the midst, and added, "I can never give you my hand." One only glance at the countenance of her lover made her feel that she could bear no more, and that it were better for them both to part at once. She drew back a single step, and then with a look of painful earnestness, while her hand unconsciously was laid upon his arm, she said in a low, sad tone, "Forgive me, Mr. Burrell, oh, forgive me." And the next moment Burrell was standing alone by the side of the fountain. He remained there for several minutes, with every painful feeling that it is possible to imagine struggling together in his bosom. First, there was a disappointment of hopes that he had encouraged to a pitch of which he had had no notion, till they were done away for ever. The breaking of 1,000 sweet dreams, the vanishing of a crowd of happy images, the dissolution of all the fairy fabric which the enchanter fancy builds up round the cradle of young affection. Then there were the doubts, the fears, the jealousies, the vague and sombre imaginings to which the unexplained and extraordinary conduct of her that he loved gave rise, and then, again, was the rankling sting of mortified pride, shooting its venom into the wound inflicted by disappointment. Burrell paused by the fountain, and suffered every painful thought to work its will upon his heart in turn, and oh, what he would have given to have wept like a woman, but he could not. At length, steeling himself with that bitter fortitude which is akin to despair, he turned his steps toward the little town. He avoided, of course, the mansion, and though he gazed at it for a moment with a bent brow and quivering lip, when he caught a sight of it from a distance, yet, as soon as he withdrew his eyes, the sight only seemed to accelerate his pace. "Have my horse at the door in a quarter of an hour," were the first words he addressed to his servant as he entered the house, "and be ready to take up the baggage to London by the coach." Harding gazed upon his master in horror and astonishment, for the newly proposed arrangement did not at all coincide with his views and purposes. But Burrell, having given his order in a tone that left no room for reply, walked on into the little parlour, and it was several minutes before his worthy valet could so far recover the shock as to find an excuse for evading the execution of his commands. He soon, however, summoned sufficient obstacles to his aid, and having proceeded to order his master's horse, he returned and entered the parlour uncalled. "I have ordered the groom to bring up Martindale, sir," he said, "because the bay needs shoeing. But I am afraid, sir, I cannot get all the things ready for the coach. There is everything to pack, sir, and all the bills to be paid, and not above 3/4 of an hour to do it in." Burrell had been gazing forth from the window, seeing nothing upon earth, but his habitual command over himself was too powerful to suffer him to get deaf as well as blind under any disappointment, and he turned immediately that the servant spoke. "I forgot," he said, taking out his pocket-book. "You must go up to-morrow morning. There is money to pay the bills." And he noted down as carefully as usual the sum he gave, adding, "I shall sleep to-night at Dr. Wilton's, and shall be in town on Saturday. Have the travelling chariot taken to Holditch to be put in order as soon as you arrive. Call in all my bills in London, and get things arranged to set off for the Continent in the course of the next week." The man bowed with his usual silent gravity. In a few minutes more the horse was at the door, and Burrell, riding slowly out of the town, took the road toward the house of his former tutor. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. "Hush, Master William, hush!" cried the old housekeeper, who, having lived from ancient and better days in the family of Emberton, could never forget that William Delaware had been once a boy, nor ever remember that he was now a man. "Hush, Master William! Miss Blanche is not well, poor dear, not well at all. And indeed I think— but there he goes." And as she spoke, Captain Delaware, who had been calling loudly to his sister to come down and make breakfast for him, as he was in haste, hurried into the breakfast parlour to perform that office for himself. It was not indeed that William Delaware was in the least indifferent to his sister's health or happiness, but he possessed that sort of constitution which hardly permits one to understand what sickness is, and although, had he known that Blanche was suffering under aught that he could assuage, or even sympathise with, he would have hastened in offer to comfort and consolation, with every feeling of fraternal affection. He now only muttered to himself, "Oh, she has got one of those cursed headaches," and proceeded to spoon the tea into the teapot as if he had been bailing a leaky boat. "Blanche has got a headache and is not coming down," he added, as Sir Sidney Delaware entered, "and I have made tea because I wish to reach Ribery and speak with the old miser before he goes out. The fellow must be shuffling." Sir Sidney expressed his anxiety at the continuance of Blanche's headache more strongly than his son had done. His eyes had been less quick than those of Captain Delaware in seeing the growing love between Burrell and his daughter, for such feelings had long before passed away from his own bosom. But his personal experience of sickness had taught him to sympathise with it far more than his son could do, and he was about to visit Blanche's chamber immediately, had not the business of Mr. Timms first attracted him for a moment, and then detained him till breakfast was over and his son was about to depart. With manifold directions to express surprise at the miser's want of punctuality, Captain Delaware was dismissed by his father, and took the way direct to Ribery, fully determined to enforce Sir Sidney's rebuke, with many more indignant expressions. Here, he thought, my father might have been pressed severely by this time, insulted, nay, even arrested, because this scoundrel has not thought fit to produce the money, doubtless keeping it to get the additional interest of a single day. If it were not for creating new obstacles, I would horsewhip him for his pains. William Delaware was naturally quite sufficiently hasty in his disposition, but people who are so have not unfrequently a way of lashing themselves up into anger before there is any necessity for it, by conjuring up 1,000 imaginary injuries or insults in the future, as soon as they have begun to suspect that Mr. A, B, C, or D intends to offend or wrong them. Thus, it must be confessed, did William Delaware, as he walked along toward the house of the miser. First, he thought that Mr. Timms might strive still to delay the payment he had promised, in order to increase his gains by a day or two more interest. Next, he imagined that he might wish to prolong the matter in order to augment Sir Sidney Delaware's difficulties and exact a higher commission. And then again it struck him that the miser, whose repute for double-dealing was rather high in the neighbourhood, might have in view so to entangle the affairs of the family as to get possession of the estate itself. Notwithstanding all this, it is true that William Delaware was not of a suspicious nature. All these phantoms were conjured up by anger at the foregone disappointment. A very slight circumstance, the delay of the payment, had raised them, and less, even a few fair speeches, would have dispelled them. The distinction is necessary to the appreciation of his character. He was hasty in all his conclusions, rapid in his expectations of good or evil, as soon as his mind was set upon either track, but not suspicious, and consequently easily turned from one road into the other. It so happened, however, unfortunately enough, that while in the very height of his indignation at Mr. Timms, with that personage's evil deeds and qualities, real and imaginary, past, present, or future, all red-hot and hissing in his mind, who should he encounter but the miser himself, with his sharp red nose turned toward Emberton, and his hands behind his back. Mr. Timms saw him instantly, and as there were various questions which he was anxious to have settled and resolved before he entered into any discussion with either Sir Sidney or his son, he thought that he might escape by a side path, which opportunely lay just at his left hand, and consequently, making a rotatory movement on his right heel, he was turning in amongst the bushes, when he was arrested by the voice of the young officer, addressing him in not the most placable tones in the world. As Mr. Timms was well aware that among the stadioromoi he could not compete with so young an opponent as Captain Delaware, he instantly turned and met that gentleman, whose previous wrath was not a little heightened by this evident attempt at evasion. The most difficult thing for a man who has been secretly coaxing his own anger is to begin to give it vent without appearing unreasonable, and Mr. Timms's countenance was so cold, dry, and calm, that nothing could be made out of the "Good morning, Captain Delaware," with which he opened the conversation. "I thought, sir, that by making my visit so early I should have found you at home," was Captain Delaware's brief rejoinder. "Business called me abroad," replied Mr. Timms as laconically. "Were you going to Emberton Park?" demanded the young officer. "No, sir, I was not," answered Mr. Timms, whose manner toward the son of poor Sidney Delaware was always very different from that which he assumed to rich Mr. Burrell, and was peculiarly simple on the present occasion. "You were not!" cried Captain Delaware. "Then, let me tell you, sir, you should have been there yesterday. I beg to know, sir, why you were not to the time you yourself appointed for the signature of the mortgage and the payment of the money advanced." "Because it was not convenient, sir, and because the money was not ready," replied Mr. Timms with imperturbable calmness. Captain Delaware's command over himself abandoned him, and raising the whip he had in hand, he shook it over the miser's head, exclaiming, "Not convenient! Not ready! By heaven, if it were not for your years, I would make you find it convenient to keep your word when you have pledged it, and to be ready at the time you promise." He was dropping the whip, though his eyes were still flashing, when a voice close beside him, proceeding from an honest neighbouring farmer, whose approach he had not observed, exclaimed, "Captain, Captain, don't ye strike the old man, don't ye now, don't ye? Oh, that's right now, reason it with him like, but don't ye strike him." "No, no, Ritson, I am not going to strike him," replied Captain Delaware. "Go on, my good fellow, and leave us. I will not strike him." "Well, well, Captain," said the farmer, laughing, "I'll go, but your word's given, mind, so don't ye strike the old man, though he were the devil himself. He looks more like a wet hen under a penthouse, howsoever." The farmer's description was not far from correct, for Mr. Timms, who had expected no such fierce explosion as that which his words had occasioned, and had fancied he could be insolent in security, now stood aghast, as the rhetoric of Captain Delaware's horsewhip seemed likely to be applied to his shoulders. His knees acquired an additional bend, his nether jaw dropped, his arms hung distant from his sides, his cheeks grew paler, and his red nose stood out in prominent relief under the very act of fear. The good farmer's interposition, however, calmed him sufficiently to enable his tongue to falter forth some words of apology, declaring that he did not intend to offend Captain Delaware, far from it, and how could that gentleman expect him to speak boldly upon such subjects out in the public high-road? Who could tell, he demanded, that there might not be robbers in the immediate neighbourhood of the place where they then stood? "Well, if that be all," answered Captain Delaware, "I will protect you against robbers till you get to your own house, and there you will be sufficiently at ease to give me a proper explanation of your unaccountable conduct." Mr. Timms would fain have evaded this immediate consummation, for his purpose in walking to Emberton was to see Mr. Burrell, and ascertain exactly which way would be the most advantageous for him to act. But Captain Delaware was peremptory. The mediating farmer had walked up the lane, and Mr. Timms was obliged to turn his steps homeward. When he had entered his house, and led his unwelcome visitor into his little parlour, carefully closed the door, and listened to hear that the steps of even his faithful dirty Sally no longer haunted the passage, he began his explanation in a low tone. "As you say, Captain Delaware, as you say indeed," he went on. "It is a most unfortunate circumstance, but how can I help it? I depended upon another for the money. The letter of credit that he gave for the sum was duly presented, but it appears that a bill for £10,000, which he expected to be paid by this time, had been dishonoured, and that his agents had not sufficient assets to meet the demand. But, as you say, sir, it was impossible that I could help it." Captain Delaware sat for a moment in silent but bitter disappointment. At length he exclaimed, "And who the devil is this gentleman from whom you were to receive this money?" Mr. Timms hesitated. "Why, as to that, Captain Delaware," he said, "I was expressly forbidden to tell, but since the matter has come to this pass, I dare say there can be no harm in it. He is no one else than the gentleman calling himself Mr. Burrell, or, in other words, your cousin, Mr. Henry Beauchamp." William Delaware started off his chair, as any other quick-blooded person would have done, if such a tide of sudden and unexpected information were poured upon him. For a moment the blood rushed up into his cheeks, the first feeling of laying one's self under a deep obligation to any one being always painful. As long as he had thought that the miser advanced the money on mortgage, it had seemed a mere matter of traffic, but when he heard that it was Burrell, it instantly became an obligation, and the first feeling, as I have said, was not altogether pleasant. Neither was the fact that the gay, the wealthy, the dashing, the sarcastic cousin, of whom he had heard so much, had, notwithstanding the chilling coldness with which Sir Sidney had a year or two before repelled some advances which Beauchamp had made, neither was the fact, I say, that he had opened his way into the family circle, taken a place by their fireside, and witnessed all the poverty and decay of their house, agreeable at its first aspect, but a moment's thought, by recalling all the delicacy of Henry Beauchamp's conduct, the kind and unaffected regard which he had shown toward them all, the persevering friendship with which he had followed up his purpose, and the real services he had so zealously planned, soon took away from the mind of William Delaware all that was painful in the sudden news he heard, and the glow was almost at once succeeded by a bright and happy smile. "I see it all now," he cried, "I see it all, and since such are the facts, Mr. Timms, the matter will be very easily arranged." "Oh, doubtless, sir," replied Mr. Timms. "As you say, every one knows that Mr. Beauchamp has the wherewithal to do anything that he likes. His fortune is immense, sir, his fortune is immense. His father made a mint of money when he was governor of—" "How much did you say was the deficiency?" demanded Captain Delaware. "Only £10,000, sir," replied the miser. "A mere nothing to Mr. Beauchamp, and, as you say, sir, he could raise it in a minute if he liked. I was just going to see him upon the business when I met you, and you were so violent, Captain Delaware." "I beg your pardon, Mr. Timms, I beg your pardon," said the young officer. "I was in the wrong. But now I will save you the trouble you were about to take, and go on at once to my cousin myself. It is high time that I should acknowledge his generous kindness, and thank him for it." "But I trust Captain Delaware, I trust—" faltered forth the miser in an agony of fear lest the job should be taken out of his hands by the meeting of the principal parties. "I trust that the business may be suffered to proceed in the regular train. I cannot be expected to lose all my little emoluments." "Do not be afraid, sir," replied Captain Delaware, who soon saw the current of the miser's thoughts. "Do not alarm yourself. The whole business shall pass through your hands, and you shall get as much upon it as you honestly can." "Ay, sir, that is what I call something like," replied the relieved Mr. Timms. "Captain Delaware, will you take a glass of wine after your walk? Or a glass of ale? But as you say, time presses, and perhaps you may be anxious to see your excellent and worthy cousin, who, doubtless, can set all right. And high time it is he should do so, I can tell you. For my worthy nephew, Mr. Peter Timms, solicitor of Clement's Inn, who is agent for my good lord and former patron, the Earl of Ashborough, is to be down early to-morrow, and he is a smart practitioner, I can tell you, and the bill being out, you know—" "The whole, of course, requires promptitude," interrupted Captain Delaware. "Not that I think Lord Ashborough or Lord Ashborough's lawyer would act an ungentlemanly part in the business, but I know it would go far to break my father's heart were the bill he has given to be presented before he could pay it. So now, Mr. Timms, good morning. I will call upon you again when I have seen my cousin." Away sped William Delaware like an arrow from a bow, his breast full of mingled emotions, and his heart throbbing with contending feelings. He did not, it is true, reason much with himself as he went in regard to his position relative to Henry Beauchamp. He felt that he owed him a deep debt of gratitude. He felt that he had every reason to love and to admire him, and although he could not but experience likewise a sort of generous distaste to the mere act of borrowing money from anyone, yet he determined to meet his cousin frankly and openly, for his heart had arrived at the same conclusion that his father's had reached before, and he thought that if there were any man on earth on whom he would choose to confer the honour of accepting an obligation, it was Henry Beauchamp. He was soon in the streets of Emberton, and soon at the door of Burrell's lodging. His application for admittance was answered by the landlady, who told him that Mr. Burrell was gone, but that the valet was still there, and settling some accounts with a gentleman in his own room. "Gone!" cried Captain Delaware. "Gone! You mean out, Mrs. Wilson, surely. But send the servant to me." "Oh no, sir. Sorry I am to say he is gone for good and all, too surely," replied Mrs. Wilson. "But if you will walk into the parlour, Captain, I will send Mr. Harding to you directly, and I hope if you should chance to hear of any good lodger, Captain, you will not forget me." "No, no," replied Captain Delaware, somewhat impatiently, as he walked forward into the little parlour which Burrell had inhabited. "But make haste, Mrs. Wilson, and send the man to me directly. What can be the meaning of all this?" he added, as the good woman shut the door. "Fool, there must be some mistake," and he walked toward the window which looked out into the road. 2 minutes after he had taken up that position, steps sounded along the passage, and the street door being opened, Burrell's servant, Harding, ushered out a coarse, vulgar man, whom, as we have described him before, when he made his appearance in the stage-coach with Burrell, we shall not notice further on the present occasion. A few brief words, which Captain Delaware neither could nor would hear, concluded that worthy's conversation with Mr. Beauchamp's servant, and the next moment Harding himself made his appearance, and, after a silent bow, stood waiting the young officer's commands. "Mrs. Wilson must surely have been mistaken just now in telling me that your master has left Emberton?" was Captain Delaware's abrupt address. "No, sir, she was quite right," replied Harding in a respectful tone. "Good God, this is most unfortunate!" cried Captain Delaware. "And pray, what was the cause of his abrupt departure?" Under ordinary circumstances, Harding would have adhered to his taciturnity, but Captain Delaware's declaration that his master's absence was most unfortunate excited his curiosity. not in the abstract, but personally, inasmuch as he did not know how far the unfortunate circumstance complained of might affect himself, and he therefore determined, as a nice feat of strategy, to provoke the young officer's loquacity by showing that he knew or suspected more of his family's concerns than the other imagined. "I really cannot tell, sir," replied he, in a low and deferential tone, "what was the absolute cause, but perhaps I might offend you if I were to say what I fancy it was, although nobody can regret it more than I do in my humble sphere." "Not at all, not at all. I shall not be offended at all," replied Captain Delaware quickly. "On the contrary, I shall be glad to hear any cause assigned for what seems to me quite inexplicable on many accounts." "Why, then, sir, the fact is," replied Harding, "that I could not help seeing that my master—I beg your pardon, sir, I am afraid I shall offend you—well, that my master seemed to feel very differently toward my young lady at the park than I ever saw him feel before for anyone, and I naturally thought, sir, that he was not going to be a single man much longer. But then, last night, he did not come home at all at ease, and this morning, after having been out for a long time in the park or at the mansion, he returned as if he had got his death blow, ordering me to get everything ready to set off for London, and mounting his own horse not half an hour ago, galloped away before. So, of course, I thought he had been refused, and that is a thing he never was in his life before, I can answer for it." Captain Delaware threw himself down in a chair in a state of confusion, perplexity, and distress indescribable. He instantly combined Burrell's conduct with Blanche's illness of the previous night and that morning, and cursing what he called internally all the silly caprices and ill-placed delicacies of womankind, he was first about to set out to accuse his poor sister of having cast away the affections of a man whom she evidently loved, and to insist upon her recalling him. Then, however, he remembered the immediate business that had brought him there, and despair took possession of him. The £10,000 were not forthcoming. Burrell was gone. Lord Ashborough's agent was to be down the next morning, and William Delaware knew that the effect upon his father's mind was likely to be terrible, if the necessary sum could not be procured in time. "Good God!" he exclaimed at length, "this is most unfortunate indeed. What is to be done? Do you think your master could not be overtaken? I have business to settle with him of the utmost importance, which must be concluded to-day." "My master left me a great many things, sir, to settle for him," replied the servant, "and perhaps that which you speak of was among them. He told me to call upon Mr. Timms and—" "That is exactly the question," cried Captain Delaware, interrupting him. "Have you got the money?" "What?" cried Harding, almost as eagerly. "Has the money not been paid?" "No, indeed," answered Captain Delaware. "His agents declared that they had not assets, that a part of the sum, no less than £10,000, had not been paid into their hands." "It's a juggle!" cried the servant. "I see it all. It is a juggle of that rogue in grey, Peter Timms. No, sir, my master never dreamed that the money would not be paid, and he only ordered me to tell Mr. Timms at Ribery that he was to send all papers for him to the lawyers in London, as my master talks of going abroad. But I can set all right yet, sir, I think. Mr. Burrell has only gone to Dr. Wilton's at present, and I know he will not be angry with me for going after him to tell all that has happened, and I will make bold to tell him, too, a great many things he does not know. So make your mind easy, sir. I beg your pardon for the liberty, but depend upon it, the money shall be at Ribery before to-morrow morning." Captain Delaware paused a moment to think, for there was something unpleasant to his feelings in seeming to press for Henry Beauchamp's assistance, especially as he knew not what might have passed between him and Blanche. But there was no choice but to do so, or to plunge his family into ruin, and his meditation on the subject was brought to an end by Harding, who was a man of fine feelings himself when it suited him, declaring that he held it his bounden duty to inform his master immediately, whether Captain Delaware liked it or not. Captain Delaware, however, reflecting that Beauchamp was his cousin, and that no other resource was open to him, did not oppose the man's determination, and it being settled that Harding should mount one of his master's horses and follow him to Dr. Wilton's rectory immediately, the young officer, with a mind much relieved, returned toward his paternal dwelling, meditating a severe cross-examination for Blanche, and eternally declaring that Harding is a very honest fellow. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The very honest fellow was soon upon horseback, muttering to himself, £10,000 short. That would never do. But I must mind what I am about, else he will go back and pay the money to this young chap, and then the whole business will be spoilt. Let me see. And he set himself seriously to consider the best means of getting Burrell either to entrust him with the money, in which case he thought he might be able to cheat his accomplice, and appropriate the whole of that part of the spoil, or to pay it at once to Mr. Timms, and in any event Harding still calculated on coming in for a share. It was yet early in the day, but nevertheless Master Harding rode as if for life, for being one of those personages who calculated almost every chance, the almost is very necessary, for he did not calculate all. He foresaw that it would be necessary for Burrell, who could not be supposed to have so large a sum about him, to procure the money from some other source, knowing that Messrs. Steelyard and Wilkinson, his master's agents, were part proprietors of a county bank at about 20 miles distance from Emberton. He concluded that Burrell's first application would be there, where his means of payment would be best known. The reason why things seldom answer, which are so beautifully calculated beforehand, is probably because the smallest event in the world is brought about by such a compound piece of machinery, that the most minute wheel going wrong, a pin, a pivot, a spring, a link in the chain, a cog, a catch, a lever, a balance wheel, getting the least out of the place, the whole machine falls into a different train of action, and strikes 6 when we thought it was about to strike 7. This trite fact was beautifully exemplified in the case of Harding, who had calculated to a word what he was going to say to his master, and how soon either he himself or his said master was to set out for the bank at blank. How long it would take to go, so as to arrive during banking hours, how long it would take to settle the business with the partners, and at what precise moment of time either he himself or Burrell could be back in Emberton. It so happened, however, that on reaching the rectory, to his horror and astonishment, he found that Mr. Burrell, on arriving at that place before him, had got into Dr. Wilton's carriage, which had been standing at the door, and had gone out with the worthy clergyman. How soon they would be back no one could tell, and where they had gone to was as little known, so that worthy Mr. Harding was to remain at the rectory, suffering pangs of impatience that were not the less severe because he covered them over, as usual, with a face of calm, indifferent gravity. Nevertheless, in order to lose no time, he immediately proceeded to the stable, and there put his master's horse in a complete state of preparation to start again at a moment's notice, while at the same time he supplied the beast that brought him thither liberally with oats, feeling, like Mr. Timms, a sort of Dionysian satisfaction at feeding either his horse or himself at another person's expense. Still he was called upon to practise the copyline virtue of patience for no inconsiderable length of time, for notwithstanding all his aspirations, Mr. Burrell, or rather Mr. Beauchamp, did not appear for at least 2 hours, and the vision of the banking-house and its speedy arrangements, the transfer of the money and the ultimate £10,000, floated faint and more faint before his mental view. He's a devil of a goer, however, that Mr. Beauchamp, when he has a mind, thought the man, consoling himself with the usual straw-catching delusions of hope, as probability waxed weekly. He's a devil of a goer when he has a mind. No man gets over his miles sooner, and as for Martindale, give him but easy ground, and the beast would do it well in the time without turning a hair. As he thus cogitated, the roll of wheels sounded past the stable, and on looking out, Harding saw the plain chariot of the divine glide forward with merciful slowness to the door. The step descended with the same quiet and tranquil movement, and Henry Beauchamp, with deep and unusual gravity on his countenance, got out, and entered the house, followed by Dr. Wilton. Harding lost no time, but immediately made his arrival known to his master, and, in a private audience, informed him of Mr. Timms's betrayal of his secret, and of all he had gathered from Captain Delaware, at the same time throwing in dexterously a few of those apparently casual words which he judged most likely to prevent Mr. Beauchamp from holding any direct communication with the family at Emberton. He still took care, however, to insinuate the necessary suspicions toward Lord Ashborough, and Peter Timms, Esquire, of Clement's Inn, solicitor, etc. All that he dared not urge on his own part, lest he should ruin his particular plans in the appearance of impudent intrusion. He allowed Beauchamp by implication, which is generally a sort of semi-lie, to attribute to Captain Delaware, trusting that any want of vraisemblance would be covered by the agitation of his master's mind. In all this he was wonderfully successful, and the more so because everything that he said was fundamentally true, and therefore Henry Beauchamp had no difficulty in believing it to be so. That gentleman, however, expressed no surprise. In fact, he had been lately troubled with great deal more surprise than he liked, and he was returning fast to his old habit of taking everything as a matter of indifference, or, at least, of seeming to do so. Beauchamp thought calmly for a few minutes, and then asked, "How far is it to ?" naming the town where the county bank was situated. "About 20 miles from Emberton, sir," replied the man. 16 or 17 from this place." "What is o'clock?" demanded his master, who, in the agitation of the preceding night, had forgotten to wind up his watch. The man drew a fine French repeater from his pocket, and examined its face, but it lied like himself. Hope backed him against time for 10,000, and though the watch was too slow by a quarter of an hour, he took off 10 minutes more from the hour it noted. "Saddle Martindale," said Mr. Beauchamp, when he had pondered the man's reply. "Bring him up directly. Then go back to Emberton, and tomorrow to London, where do as I bade you before. If you have not sent over my dressing-cases here, you need not send them. If you have them brought back, and take them up with the other things." The man bowed and withdrew, and Burrell, after another moment's thought, descended to Dr. Wilton's library, and informed his worthy tutor that he had received a sudden call to a different place, which compelled him to set out immediately. The cause of his departure he did not disclose, as he felt a great repugnance to make even so intimate a friend of all the parties as Dr. Wilton acquainted with the circumstances of his cousin's difficulties, although he had not scrupled, during their drive, to inform the good clergyman that there was no longer any probability, if there had indeed ever existed any, of an alliance between his own family and that of Sir Sidney Delaware. The cause of this different conduct in regard to these two affairs might perhaps be that generosity is always taciturn where it is real, love is always loquacious where it is sure of not being laughed at. Whether in a longer conversation the good doctor might or might not have seduced Beauchamp into telling him more can hardly be ascertained, for scarcely had he announced his intended departure when he was informed that his horse was at the door. Dr. Wilton had no time to express his surprise, but grasping his young friend's hand, he repeated twice, "Now mind, my dear Harry, mind. I tell you, I am sure there is some mistake, or some very base manoeuvre, and you have promised not to quit London till you hear from me." Beauchamp shook his head mournfully. "It is no use, my dear sir," he replied, "but nevertheless, of course, I will keep my word." At the door his servant, while holding the stirrup, demanded in a peculiarly humble tone, "Pray, sir, may I expect to see you at Emberton to-night? For there are several things—" "I shall be at Highbury, but certainly not at Emberton," answered Beauchamp. "If there be anything unsettled when you come to London, it must be done afterward." The man bowed low, perfectly satisfied, and Beauchamp and his horse went off at a gallop. "That will do it," said Harding, as he saw his master depart, and mounting his own beast, he returned calmly to Emberton, calculating to a nicety at what hour his master would have paid the money into the hands of Mr. Timms. In the meantime Beauchamp rode on, with a light hand and an easy seat. He was one of those men who brings in their horses quite fresh, when every other horse in the field is dead beat. And feeling confident that he could arrange the whole business and return to Ribery before night, he did not put Martindale to the top of his speed. What was his surprise, however, on passing a village church, after an hour and a half's riding, to find the hand of the dial, that fatal indicator which, in every land, has pointed out from age to age the dying moments of hopes and wishes and enjoyments, demonstrating beyond a doubt that the hour was past and his journey of no avail. He rode on to the town of , however, but the bank was shut. He inquired for the partners, but there was only one in town, and he was nowhere to be found. Beauchamp bit his lip and asked himself, what is to be done now? Some men would have thought that, having exerted themselves so far, they had done enough, and would have let matters take their course, but he was not one of that class. The idea crossed his mind indeed, and, to use one of his own expressions, he let it strike against his heart, to see whether it would ring with the sharp, cold, brazen sound of worldly feelings. But his heart was of a different metal, a great deal too soft to respond to such hard selfishness. For his sake, for her sake, for all their sakes, he thought, I must save them from disappointment and disgrace. This Ribery miser may very likely have the money with him, and if not, he is, as he informed me, a proprietor in the neighbouring bank, and therefore can easily arrange the matter. I will tell him who I really am, and give him a power of attorney to sell out and pay himself. With this resolution he gave his horse half an hour's rest, and then turned his rein once more toward Ribery, where we have already seen that the way was prepared for his purpose, by the previous knowledge of his rank and fortune which the miser had obtained from Lord Ashborough's lawyer. As we have endeavoured to show in the preceding pages, Henry Beauchamp had his full share of weaknesses, among which was a very tolerable portion of irritable pride. A certain modification of this feeling had made him determine from the first not to set his foot in the streets of Emberton again. That place, it is true, had likewise in his mind a painful association of ideas as connected with a bitter disappointment, and although he was always ready to meet such regrets boldly if they came alone, yet, as they were mingled in this case with mortified pride, his resolution gave way. He was a rejected suitor, a disappointed lover. He who had fancied that his heart was proof, had been captivated by a simple country girl, had danced attendance upon her for several weeks, and had ultimately been rejected. From the words that his servant had purposely let fall, he felt sure that the whole town of Emberton were by this time aware of his disappointment, and if ever you have been skinned alive, reader, you may have some idea of the irritable fear which he felt of running against the rough and rasping pity even of the insignificant animals of a country town. 2 miles, therefore, before he reached Emberton, he turned off from the high road, and having by this time refreshed all his boyish recollections of the country round, he directed his course to a hamlet, which lay at a distance of about 1.5 miles from Ribery, and which was possessed of a little public house, in the stable of which he could put up his horse, while he himself proceeded on foot to the dwelling of the miser. The sun was just down as he reached the hamlet, and after having examined with habitual care the accommodation for his horse, he walked out and took his way toward Ribery, in the midst of as splendid an evening as ever poured through the autumnal sky. A flood of rich purple was gushing from the west, with 2 or 3 soft clouds of rose colour and gold, hanging about the verge of the sky, while all the rest was blue, with one star looking through it like an eye. On his right lay the rich cultivated lands between Emberton and Ribery, so full of tall trees, hedgerows, masses of planting and park, and the yellow stubble fields, or the fresh ploughed fallow, could hardly be perceived amidst the warm though withering greens of the foliage. On his left lay a high wooded bank, above which peered up the edge of a more distant field, and beyond it again the hills and wide downs that stretched away toward the seaside in the dim purple shadow that covered all that part of the prospect, taking an aspect of wide and dreary solitude very different from the gay, sunshiny look the whole assumed in the daytime. Yet the scene, though full of repose, was anything but melancholy. The partridges were calling in the fields round about, the blackbirds were flying on from bush to bush before the passenger with that peculiar note, something between a twitter and a song, with which they concluded their melody for the year, and some gay, laughing voices in the hamlet which he had just left behind, came mellowed in the distance, and seemed to speak of hearts at rest and the day's labour done. As Beauchamp walked slowly on, with feelings in his bosom which harmonized indeed with the scene, but which carried all that was solemn in the aspect of the dying day into a sense of profound dejection, the light waned, and though the purple became of a still richer hue, the blue assumed also a deeper shade, and the stars looked out as if to supply the place of the glory that was passing away, and the long shadows of the high grounds around spread something more than twilight through the valley. I wish it were possible to tell all the mingled feelings that were then to be found in the wayfarer's heart as he walked on, and to point out how weaknesses and virtues, and fine and generous sentiments, and human perversities, all linked arm in arm together, walked along with him on the way, how he felt that life was to him a blank, that the heart had grown old, that the bubble had burst, that the toy had lost its splendour, how he felt a pride in the very idea of serving her and hers, whose conduct had dashed the cup of happiness from his lip for ever, and how he thought that his affection might have been worthy of a higher estimation, and how he cursed his own folly for ever suffering his heart to become the debased thing that a woman could trample on. But his feelings were infinite, and not to be defined, for the rainbow of the human heart, the colours and the shades are so blended together, and softened away into each other, that it is impossible to say where one ends and the other begins. Deep thoughts are most beguiling companions. Why wilt thou write such truisms, O my pen? But deep thoughts are most beguiling companions, and Beauchamp found himself within 150 yards of the miser's house ere he thought that he had threaded half the way. It was just where the path he had been following joined the little wooded lane that led from Emberton and rose up the high bank on which the house was situated. The increasing elevation brought a little more light, and as Henry Beauchamp advanced he saw a man and woman, who had been apparently walking together, part as he came near. The male figure turned hastily towards the little town, the woman glided away in the direction of the miser's house, and was lost in the obscurity. All was again still, but a moment after there was a low, plaintive whistle, which called his attention for an instant. He heard it again, but at a great distance, and thought, "It is the curlews upon the downs," and without giving it any further heed he walked on, and rang the bell of Mr. Timms's house in such a manner as to ensure that his visit would not be long unknown to the inmates. A bustle within immediately succeeded, and from the very highest window in the house the head of Mr. Timms himself was thrust cautiously forth, like that of a tortoise from its shell, or a hedgehog beginning to unroll. The next moment he retreated, and his voice was heard calling from the top of the stairs to the bottom, "Don't open the door, Sarah, don't open the door. It can be nobody on any good errand at this time of night. Don't open the door on any account." And again he came to the window to examine once more the aspect of his nocturnal visitor. As soon as Beauchamp perceived the black ball which he conceived to be the crowning member of Mr. Timms's person, once more protruded from the flat front of the house, he raised his voice sufficiently to convey the sounds to the elevated point from which the miser was reconnoitring, and desired him to come down and give him admission, adding, "It is I, Mr. Burrell." "Mr. Burrell? No, no," cried the incredulous miser. "That is not Mr. Burrell's voice. No, no, I'm not to be done. Go along, sir." "Mr. Timms," said Beauchamp quietly, "come down to me directly. I tell you again, I am Mr. Burrell, and having heard that a part of the sum that Messrs. Steelyard and Wilkinson—" "Hush, hush!" cried the miser, now convinced. "Hush, hush! I will come down, sir. I will come down directly. I did not know you at first, but I will come down in a minute. Sarah, get a light there." No reply. "Sarah, get a light," again shouted Mr. Timms, and a moment after, Sarah's voice was heard demanding what was the matter. Mr. Timms now speedily descended, but before he would admit his visitor, he again made him speak through the door, and took a view of his person by means of a little grated aperture placed in the upper part thereof. The examination was satisfactory, and speedily bars fell and bolts were withdrawn, and Henry Beauchamp was admitted within the walls of a place whose precautionary fastenings were exactly like those of a prison, with the only difference of being intended to keep people out rather than to keep them in. He was instantly ushered into the invariable parlour, where, by the light of a solitary tallow candle, white and perspiring under its efforts to give light in a warm autumn evening, he explained to Mr. Timms the purpose of his visit. Mr. Timms, as we have already seen, well knew who Burrell, as he called himself, really was, even before he told him, and he had also employed means to ascertain the amount of his property. But in the present instance, the prospect of deriving some usurious benefit from his companion's evident anxiety to furnish the money to Sir Sidney Delaware forthwith made him take good care to be utterly ignorant of everything concerning him, except that he had drawn upon his agents for a sum which they had not sufficient assets to pay. He hummed and he hesitated for a considerable time, declared that he did not doubt that he was Mr. Beauchamp, but nevertheless he must remind him that he had drawn in the name of Burrell. He might be perfectly solvent, but such things were never safe without good and sufficient security. He was quite ready to hand over to him the sum he had received from Messrs. Steelyard and Wilkinson, but as to advancing the £10,000 more, really he did not see his way in the business clearly. Mr. Beauchamp, who was not to be deceived by all this, reasoned with him for some time, but at length he assumed another tone, and rising, took up his hat and stick. "Since this is the case, Mr. Timms," he said, "the matter must be arranged otherwise. I had proposed to ride on toward London to-night in the cool, but as you doubt my respectability, I shall return to Emberton, and by daylight to-morrow set out for the town of , where you know very well that my agents, to whom I before referred you, are part proprietors of the bank. There the matter will be done at once, and I shall be back again before Lord Ashborough's lawyer can arrive. You will, therefore, be so good as to give me the money which you have already received. We will exchange all vouchers on the subject, and we will do without you in the further transaction of this business." This plan, of course, was not that which Mr. Timms proposed to himself, and the very mention thereof at once brought him to his senses. He declared that he had no doubt of Mr. Beauchamp's identity, and respectability, and solvency, and he should be very glad indeed to accommodate him. But of course Mr. Beauchamp would not object to give him a trifling commission in addition to the ordinary interest, in order to cover the risk. "There is no risk at all, sir," replied Beauchamp, somewhat sharply, "and you are as much convinced at this moment that I am the person I represent myself to be, as I am myself. However, name the commission you require, and if, when weighed against a ride of 40 miles, I find it the least troublesome of the two, you shall have it." After undergoing a slight convulsion in his anxiety to gain all he could, and yet not to break off the negotiation, Mr. Timms named the sum, and although at another time Henry Beauchamp would have ridden 10 times the distance sooner than yield to his exaction, yet the bitter disappointment he had received that morning, and the sort of mental lassitude that it had left, made him agree to the miser's demand, though he did it with a sneer. This, however, no means concluded the business, for Mr. Timms, calculating on the bonus promised him by Sir Sidney Delaware, proposed to pay the money over himself the next day, while Beauchamp, who, from the shuffling he observed, and a strong suspicion of some foul play on the part of his uncle's lawyer, did not choose to trust him, required that it should be immediately given into his own hands. On this point Mr. Timms fought inch by inch most gallantly. First, he declared that he had not so much money in the house. Next, the necessary stamps could not be procured, and lastly, when he saw that he had fairly won his opponent out, he acknowledged that he expected a commission from Sir Sidney Delaware for raising the money, and showing Beauchamp a letter from the baronet to that effect, he prevailed upon him to add that sum also to his note of hand for the £10,000, trusting to his own ingenuity to be able to wring it a second time from Sir Sidney himself. As soon as this was done, there was no longer any difficulty about the money, and while Beauchamp, furnished with pen and ink, remained writing in the parlour, with every now and then passing over his countenance a sneer at himself for having yielded so tamely to the miser's exactions, Mr. Timms visited some far distant part of his dwelling, and after a considerable interval returned with the whole of the sum required, which, thanks to the blessed invention of paper, now lay in a very small compass. The rest of the business was soon settled, except the matter of a stamp, but as the miser, although he now frankly admitted that he knew the quondam Mr. Burrell to be Henry Beauchamp, nephew and heir to Lord Ashborough, seemed not a little anxious upon this matter, alleging sagely that Mr. Beauchamp might die, might be thrown from his horse and killed, etc., etc. His young visitor both drew up such an acknowledgment as might be afterwards stamped if necessary, and desired him to send down to Emberton for what was farther required, promising that he himself would return in an hour and sign the document, which was still more cautiously to insure the miser against loss. He then rose and departed, Mr. Timms viewing, in that mixture of pity, wonder, and admiration wherewith cowards regard heroes, the young gentleman issued forth into the dark night air loaded with so large a sum, and armed with nothing but a small ash twig, not thicker than his little finger. Burrell, however, like a great many other heroes, never suspected for a moment that he was in any danger, and walked on quite calmly, though he could not help noticing the same peculiar whistle which he had heard before. Nothing, however, occurred to interrupt him. A bright moon was now rising up, and at the distance of a little more than a mile from the miser's house, just where the lane opened out upon a wide upland field, he perceived the figure of a man coming rapidly over the rise. He himself was hid by the bushes and trees, but by the walk and air he immediately recognised Captain Delaware in the person who now approached. There would be no use of standing here at the fag end of a chapter to analyse or scrutinise the train of feelings or of reasonings that made Beauchamp at once determine to avoid an interview. Suffice it that his resolution was instantaneous, and pushing through the hedge near which he stood, at the cost both of gloves and hands, he walked forward on the other side of the hedgerow, while William Delaware passed him within a couple of yards' distance. End of chapter 17.